Chapter 1. The first thing I noticed was that my hands were too small. They hung at the ends of forearms barely thicker than pencils, pale and unmarked, attached to a body that felt borrowed. I looked down at the worn academy uniform, blue shorts, beige shirt, the fabric hanging loose, and watched my fingers curl into fists. 7 years old. This was what 7 felt like. Tiny. Fragile. Everything from this angle was vertical and overwhelming. The second thing I noticed was that I recognized the street. Konoha. The Leaf Village. But not the memory of it from watching episodes or reading wikis. This was the memory of my own, his own, feet walking this path 1,000 times. Muscle memory. The way the stone beneath my feet tilted slightly near the Nakamura residence. The smell of miso from the shop 2 blocks back. The sound of my own breathing, still child-fast, still unstable. I stood at the corner of Uchiha Road, and the weight of what I knew hit me like a physical thing. Tonight. The massacre was tonight. It took everything I had to keep walking. My body wanted to run, wanted to bolt for the compound and warn someone, anyone. But I was 7 years old in a 7-year-old body, and the adults would do what they always did. Smile and pat my head and tell me not to worry about things I couldn't understand. Except I did understand. I understood that in roughly 8 hours, the Uchiha clan would stop existing. 3 years from now, or 300 episodes from now, depending on how you counted, Itachi would slaughter them all. All except Sasuke. All except me. I turned the final corner and saw the compound gates. The red stone walls rose like the sides of a well, familiar and claustrophobic. The guards posted at the entrance. Young clansmen whose names I didn't know but whose faces I'd seen in old portraits, waved me through without a second glance. Just another kid coming home from the academy. The smell hit me first when I crossed the threshold. Wood smoke and stone and something else, something green. Living space. Home. Somewhere in my chest, grief started clawing at my throat, and I forced it down. Not now. Not yet. The training grounds occupied the heart of the compound. Rows of wooden practice dummies stood in neat lines, and a handful of older kids sparred under the eye of a clansman I vaguely recognized as a senior instructor. They didn't glance up as I passed. To them, I was the quiet one, the thoughtful one, never the best at hand seals, but always watching, always learning. This Sasuke had been like that before the massacre broke him into something harder. Now I had to make sure that version of Sasuke never existed. The main house rose 3 stories, all dark wood and sweeping eaves. Father would be inside, mother in the back gardens, probably. Itachi in his room, already planning the details of genocide with the kind of meticulous focus that would have impressed me if it wasn't so horrifying. I could imagine him checking the chakra flow of his sword, adjusting his approach based on old clan records, calculating angles and kill times like a mathematician solving a proof. I needed to move. The old archive sat at the eastern edge of the compound, a building most people forgot existed. It was newer than some of the elder quarters, but old enough that its purpose had mostly been forgotten. Ceiling scrolls. Records. Things the clan had deemed important enough to preserve, but not important enough to maintain. The lock on the back entrance was ornate, decorated with Uchiha symbols that were mostly aesthetic. I could have picked it with a kunai if I'd known where to find one. Instead, I tried the window. It opened. My heart hammered against my ribs as I hauled myself up, my small frame just barely able to manage the height. The sill scraped against my stomach, and I landed in a heap on what smelled like dust and old paper. Sunlight streamed through high windows, cutting the darkness into amber strips. The archive was smaller than I remembered it being, but my perspective had changed. 7-year-old eyes. The scrolls sat in neat rows, organized by some system that had probably made sense 100 years ago. Most were labeled in clan script too small to read from a distance, but I knew what I was looking for. Sealing techniques. The ones Fugaku had learned as a younger man, before he became clan head and locked most of his knowledge away in his own head. The ones that mattered. I found them in the 3rd row, their cases slightly more ornate than the others. My hands shook as I lifted one, checking the label, basic foundation seals. Not the one I needed. I moved down the row, pulling each carefully, reading. The 4th one had what I was looking for. Complex layering. Recursive sealing structures. The kind of thing that took weeks to craft properly, but could protect something valuable long enough for a child to grow up and retrieve it. I tucked it under my arm and looked for one more thing. There, on a high shelf, nearly invisible in the shadows, a small wooden box marked with clan symbols that probably meant nothing to anyone who didn't know what they were looking for. I dragged over a shelf bracket and climbed, my hands barely able to grip the wood. The box was heavier than expected, and the weight of it, both physical and symbolic, settled into my palms. Whatever was inside, it had been important enough for someone to seal away. I opened it in the sunlight. Blank sealing paper. Brushes. ink made from ingredients I couldn't identify, and a ledger with entries in my father's handwriting. Personal seals, family techniques, things that went beyond what the academy taught. I took the ledger and one sheet of the paper. I left everything else. Outside, the sun was starting to angle downward. The sky above the compound held that particular quality of light that only happened in late afternoon. Golden, but edged with purple. Beautiful. Innocent. The same sky that would soon reflect fire. I walked back to the main house, moving slowly, deliberately. My body felt foreign, my movements larger and more awkward than my mind expected. This flesh hadn't learned how to respond to what I was thinking. That would take time. Time I might not have after tonight. Mother was in the main room, arranging flowers. She looked up when she heard me, and her expression shifted into something warm and present. She was still smiling that particular smile, the one that would be among the first things the massacre would take. "You're home," she said. "Yes," I said. My voice was too high, too thin. I cleared my throat. "Mother, I'm going to rest in my room for a while. I have homework tomorrow." She nodded, already turning back to her flowers. I climbed the stairs to my room and locked the door. Then I sat on the floor, the ceiling supplies spread in front of me, and started to write. The code took 40 minutes to develop. Simple enough that a child could remember it. Complex enough that no one without specific knowledge would recognize what it meant. I inscribed Fugaku's seal beneath it, my seal now, I supposed, and added a second layer of obfuscation using a technique I'd read in the ledger. Then I hid it in the wooden panel beneath my floorboards, the one this Sasuke, the original Sasuke, would find 3 years from now when he was trying to rebuild. The message was simple. "Father, you survived. Come to the old archive. Follow the seal. You know what to do with it." It was a lie. Fugaku wasn't surviving tonight. But this child, this body, my body, needed to believe that somewhere, somehow, his father had planned for this. Had left something behind. I needed him to believe there was a way forward that didn't begin with vengeance. The sun dropped lower. Outside my window, the compound began to settle into evening. Somewhere in the village, Itachi was preparing. Somewhere else, fate was wound tight as a spring, and I was the only one who knew it was about to break. I lay on my bed and waited for the screaming to start. Or so I thought. Chapter 2. The choice was simpler than I expected, which was the most dangerous part. Sasuke, the old Sasuke, the manga Sasuke, had chosen rage. He'd chosen to let the massacre define every moment after it. Every breath, every jutsu, every relationship carved out of the bedrock of his need for revenge. That choice had been a given in his mind, as inevitable as gravity. The massacre happened. Itachi was the cause. Therefore, kill Itachi. The logic was perfect and poisonous. But I was making a different choice. Not because I was noble or wise or specially evolved. Because I understood that the revenge would swallow me whole, and I didn't want to be swallowed. That was the only real difference between us. The archive had given me leverage. I spent the 3 hours between sunset and the beginning of the massacre doing something almost no child in the Uchiha compound would think to do. I studied. The sealing techniques in the scrolls I'd chosen were complex enough that I probably shouldn't have been able to read them, let alone understand them. But my body carried 7 years of Sasuke's natural talent, and my mind carried something older. The combination meant I could look at the diagrams and follow them in ways that would have taken a normal kid months. There was a sealing scroll stored in the archive. Not just a technique written down, but an actual scroll designed to contain a protective seal, to hold something precious. The instructions said it required a blood seal and a chakra lock, either of which would take years for a 7-year-old to manage. I studied them anyway, not to implement them. I wasn't foolish enough to think I could manage a chakra lock while being 7 years old and terrified, but to understand them, to know where they were kept, to catalog them in my memory the same way I was cataloging everything else. Insurance. That was the word I kept returning to. Not hope. Never hope. Hope was what got you killed. Hope was what made you believe things could be different when they couldn't. Hope was what would turn me into every vengeful shinobi who'd ever made a fatal mistake because they believed their willpower could reshape reality. I was going to get something better than hope. My father's office sat on the second floor, east wing. The door was always locked, but the key hung on a hook inside Mother's tea cabinet, the one place she thought he'd never think to look. I noticed that 3 days ago, or 3 episodes ago, depending on how you counted, when I was still mostly just observing, trying to understand what was possible. Now I moved. The hallway was empty. Itachi was in his room, or had been an hour ago when I heard him moving around. Father was downstairs in the main chamber, preparing the compound for guests who would never arrive. Mother was still in the back gardens, putting away her flowers before night fell fully. I had maybe 10 minutes. The key turned smoothly. Father's office smelled like paper and ink, like the careful preservation of important things. One wall was entirely books, genealogy records, clan history, training manuals, so old their bindings were cracked leather. The other walls held scrolls, shelves of them, organized by some system only he understood. My father was a careful man, meticulous, the kind of person who kept records of things precisely because he understood how easily they could be lost. I'd known that about him in a distant, abstract way before. Now I understood it in the way of actual recognition. This was who he was, carved out in his choice of objects and placement. The thought hurt, so I shelved it. There were documents in the desk drawer, personal records, notes written in Fugaku's precise handwriting about clan politics and strategic marriages, and the slow, grinding pressure of being caught between the village and family loyalty. Some of them dated back decades. One folder caught my attention. It was labeled with a symbol I recognized from the sealing scroll. A protective mark. Inside were letters. Multiple sets of them. One set to Itachi, written and sealed but never sent. The others to Mikoto. To me, to Sasuke, to the clan elders. Written and sealed and hidden away like they were contingency plans, like my father had known something was coming. I had maybe 3 minutes left. I took the letters to Sasuke and the ones to father. I took the folder with the protective seal symbols. I took a small blank book I found in a drawer, something that looked like a personal journal, and I took the genealogy record that showed the family tree going back 6 generations. Then I heard it. The first scream. It came from the outer edge of the compound, from somewhere near the training grounds, and it cut off abruptly. The sound of it was nothing like the videos or the manga had prepared me for. It was real and wet and final, and my hands went numb. I stopped moving for exactly 1 second. Then I closed the drawer, locked the office, and ran. The servants' staircase was the fastest route to the basement. My small body moved through it with surprising grace. All that child coordination carrying me down 3 flights in almost complete silence. Behind me, I could hear voices rising in alarm. Someone shouting orders. Someone else crying out a warning. The basement was cool and dark, lit only by what moonlight came through the high windows. Storage was down here. Old weapons, supplies, things the clan had accumulated over decades. But there was more. Father had kept the sealing chamber here. It was a small room, warded with symbols that I probably shouldn't have been able to read, but which my eyes parsed anyway. The genetic luck of being an Uchiha, the accumulated knowledge in my bones answering questions my conscious mind hadn't asked yet. I placed the documents inside a clay container I found on a shelf. Sealed it with my blood. Easier than it should have been, my small hand making a clean cut with a kunai I found lying nearby. The blood was bright red, almost shocking in the darkness. I whispered the sealing formula, copying the pattern from the scroll I'd studied. The clay container hummed. The seal took. I buried it beneath the stone floor of the chamber, in a space I identified by touch alone, and I covered it with the same clay tiles that made up the rest of the floor. No one would find it unless they were specifically looking, and no one would be looking because no one knew it existed. The screaming had spread to the interior of the compound now. Multiple voices. The smell of smoke beginning to drift down through the ventilation. I moved to the deepest corner of the sealing chamber and pulled a heavy shelf in front of me. The space behind it was barely wide enough for a child, and dark enough to hide me from all but the most thorough search. Then I sat in the darkness and waited. The massacre took approximately 47 minutes to complete. I know because I counted. Because staying silent meant counting breaths and tracking footsteps and cataloging the exact moment when each scream stopped being a sound and became a silence. Because I was 7 years old with an adult mind, and the only way to survive the next hour was to treat it like a problem to be solved rather than a horror to be survived. The sounds told me things. I could track Itachi's movements by the pattern of what happened after he appeared. First the older warriors, the ones who could fight back, then the younger ones, then the civilians trying to hide in the same places I'd considered. His chakra control was absolute. His speed was inhuman. He was a wound carved through my family that bled everything out and left only absence. And I understood, sitting in the darkness, that this man, my brother, the only person who shared my blood in exactly this way, had chosen this. Not because he had to, not because he didn't have a choice, but because on some level, no matter how deeply buried, he had decided that this was the answer to whatever problem he was solving. I hated him for that, but I hated myself more because part of me understood the logic. When the footsteps finally came to the sealing chamber, I was ready. I had my breathing controlled. I had my fear locked down. I had my position selected for defense, and I had a kunai in my hand, and I had made peace with the possibility that this was where it ended. But the footsteps passed. Itachi walked past my hiding place as though the shelf concealing me was just another piece of furniture, and the mercy of that, if you could call it mercy, was almost worse than the alternative. He knew I was here. He chose to leave me alive. I remained motionless for another hour after the footsteps faded. I waited for the screaming to stop completely. I waited for the fires to start eating through the wooden structures of the inner compound. I waited for the smell of smoke to become thick enough that breathing hurt, and then I waited some more. When I finally pulled the shelf aside and crawled out, the sealing chamber was still intact. The symbol on its walls had protected it, just like they were supposed to. But everything else was ash and blood, and the broken architecture of a clan that no longer existed. I stood in the ruins of the basement and did not scream. Or so I thought. Chapter 3: The night had a color. People never talked about that. In the stories, in the videos, in the versions of the Uchiha massacre that played out across screens and pages, it was just an event. A tragedy compressed into episodes or chapters, given a kind of narrative weight, but not a physical reality. It was something that happened to Sasuke, not something that Sasuke experienced. Now I understood the difference. The night was orange. It was red. It was the particular shade of black that only existed when you were looking at shadows cast by fire, so bright you had to squint to see anything at all. The air tasted like copper and ash and something chemical, something wrong. Every breath felt like inhaling the compound itself, the wooden beams and the paper walls and the carefully tended gardens, all being converted into smoke. I moved through the corridors I'd studied. The architecture of the Uchiha compound had been designed centuries ago by people thinking about defense, about containment, about creating spaces that made sense to clan members and confused everyone else. I'd spent the last few days mapping it in detail, understanding the flow of roofs and the placement of walls and the hidden routes that servants used to move through the space unobserved. Now those routes were my lifeline. The nursery was burning on the east side. I could see the glow through a high window, could hear the collapse of interior walls as the fire ate through them. The training grounds were an open square now, or what was left of one, the wooden dummies reduced to charred stakes sticking up from ash. The main residential buildings were all fully engaged, flames climbing toward the sky like they were trying to escape. I stayed in the spaces between buildings, where the shadows were deepest. The old training wall, the one where Sasuke had been forced to face Itachi before the massacre, in all the retellings, still stood partially intact. It was made of stone, old enough that fire couldn't touch it, and it provided a vantage point from which I could see almost the entire compound without being seen. I climbed it carefully, my small hands finding purchase in the gaps between stones. From the top, I could track Itachi's movements. He was methodical. That was the thing no one ever mentioned about the massacre. It wasn't frenzied. It wasn't desperate or chaotic or emotional. It was the work of someone moving through a checklist, making sure each item was completed before moving to the next. I watched him appear at the edge of the compound's central courtyard, watched him move across open space without any attempt at concealment, watched him phase through walls like they weren't there because his speed made them irrelevant. The pattern was consistent. He'd appear. Someone would attempt to fight, the older clansmen mostly, the warriors who'd trained long enough to think they had a chance. And then there was a moment of contact so brief I almost couldn't see it. And then there was blood, and then it was over. No prolonged combat. No dramatic duels. Just execution. The horror of it was the clinical quality. The absence of any kind of emotionality in how he conducted the massacre. This wasn't someone driven by rage or hate or even desperation. This was someone solving a problem, and my family was the problem being solved. I understood Itachi better in that hour than I understood anything else. And understanding him was worse than hating him, because it meant I couldn't dismiss him as just evil. Evil was easy. Evil was something you could fight and overcome. But Itachi wasn't evil. Itachi was something else, something that had made a calculation and determined that genocide was an acceptable answer. That was the kind of thing that broke worldviews. I shifted position on the wall, moving deeper into shadow. The smoke was getting thicker now, rolling across the compound in waves. It hurt to breathe. My eyes watered. But I stayed motionless, staying silent, staying small. Sasuke had hidden too, in the original timeline. The manga had never specified where, had never shown this part of the story, because the manga was written from Sasuke's perspective and Sasuke had chosen to forget. But he'd hidden, and he'd watched, and he'd survived. I was doing the same thing. Except I was watching with a different kind of attention. I was trying to understand the genjutsu. Itachi's dojutsu, his eye technique, had to be visible somewhere. The Mangekyo Sharingan didn't hide itself. It would have a particular signature, a specific way it manifested in the chakra flow. I needed to understand that signature because I was reasonably certain that at some point tonight, it would be turned on me, and I needed to be ready. A group of clansmen broke through the burning wall of what used to be the eastern barracks. There were 6 of them, all adults, all armed with swords or kunai. They moved in formation, The kind of unit training that only came from years of working together. For a moment, I actually thought they might have a chance. Then Itachi appeared, and it was over in the time it took me to blink. One stroke. The sword, that sword, the one that would become iconic, moved through all 6 of them in a single motion. The Sharingan must have been active, must have been helping him predict the movements, anticipate the positions. But more than that, it was the speed. Superhuman speed. Speed that made ordinary human reactions look like they were moving underwater. I cataloged it anyway. The way his body moved, the angle of his shoulder, the particular way his eye moved before each stroke, the subtle shift that meant the Sharingan was tracking trajectories no normal I could follow. This was the technique that would eventually burn out my eyes if I tried to use it. This was the power that every Uchiha coveted, the thing that made us special and cursed in equal measure. And watching it work on my family, watching it reduce people I'd known to statistical problems to be solved, it hit me that the Sharingan wasn't a tool. It was a trap. Every moment of power it gave you was a step toward the blindness that would eventually come. Every technique you learned with it was a debt you'd have to pay. The Uchiha hadn't dominated the shinobi world by being stronger than everyone else. They dominated it by being willing to sacrifice everything, including themselves, for victory. The night showed me that very clearly. I stayed on the wall until the fires had consumed most of the wooden structures. I stayed until the screaming had stopped being a constant background noise and started being occasional. I stayed until I was certain that Itachi had moved past the place where I was hiding, that his attention had shifted somewhere else. Only then did I climb down. The compound was unrecognizable. The careful organization, the distinct zones of training grounds and residential buildings, and the central courtyard where clan meetings happened, it was all just rubble now. The fires were beginning to slow, burning through the last of the fuel, leaving behind only the stone foundations and the memory of what had been. I moved through the remains like I was walking through a dream. My feet took me toward the central residence, the old part of the compound where the original Uchiha had built their home, back before the clan had expanded enough to need all these buildings. The structure was still mostly standing, though the interior walls were collapsed and the roof had fallen through in several places. Father would have gone there. If he was trying to protect something, if he was trying to buy time for anyone to escape, he would have made his stand in the heart of the compound, in the place that held the most meaning. I found him in what used to be the main chamber. There was no way to identify him at first. The fire had done too much work, but I knew it was him because of where he was positioned, in front of the sealed family records, between the entrance and the place where the most important documents were kept. He died trying to protect something, just like I'd expected he would. I did not cry. I did not scream. I did not let the grief that was clawing at my throat break free and become something visible. Instead, I knelt down beside what was left of him, and I whispered, "I'll take it from here." Then I moved deeper into the residence, toward the training chamber where the final confrontation would happen, the one I knew was coming. Or so I thought. Chapter 4 Itachi was waiting for me. He stood in the center of the training chamber, the old one, the deepest part of the residence, the place where the clan had tested its warriors for generations, and his expression held something I couldn't quite name. Not satisfaction, not sadness, just a kind of calm certainty, like he'd been expecting me all along. Maybe he had been. "You were hiding," he said. Not a question. "Yes," I said. My voice was steady, which surprised me. I was hiding, in the sealing chamber. He moved toward me with casual grace, and I understood with sudden clarity that Itachi had known about that hiding place for years, had probably studied it, had filed it away in his meticulous mind as a contingency. "You're more clever than I expected." That doesn't change anything. I forced myself to meet his eyes, to not look away, even though part of me was screaming at the wrongness of seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan up close. Even though the symbols in his irises were burning with a kind of light that seemed to exist outside normal space. "The clan is dead." "Yes," he said. "The clan is dead. And you did it." "Yes, I did it." He tilted his head slightly. "Do you want to know why?" I did. Part of me was desperate to know why. But I understood that wanting to know was exactly what he wanted, because that want could be weaponized. That want could become the seed of everything he needed me to become. So I said, "No, I want to know what you're going to do with me." That caught something in his expression, a flicker of surprise, or maybe respect. I couldn't tell which. "I'm going to teach you something," he said. "About power. About loss. About the burden of being an Uchiha." He moved closer, and I could see the strain around his eyes, could see the way the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning through something in him, the cost of using it so extensively. "I'm going to ensure that you have no choice but to seek me out, to make me your purpose, your goal, your entire existence. And in doing that, I'm going to ensure that you become strong enough to be useful when the time comes." And if I don't want that? I asked. Then I'll kill you, he said simply. And it will end here. But you don't want that. Because you're an Uchiha, and Uchihas don't choose death when power is available. He was reaching for something, some technique, some jinjutsu that would bind me the way he wanted. I could feel it coming, could sense the way the Sharingan was preparing to activate something deep and fundamental in my mind. So I did the only thing I could think of. I closed my eyes. It sounds foolish. In a fight with someone who has the Sharingan, losing your sight seems like a death sentence. But jinjutsu, true jinjutsu, the kind that worked through chakra and not just visual stimulus, required a connection. It required understanding what your opponent could see so that you could warp their perception of it. If I couldn't see, the connection would be incomplete. I heard him move, heard the shift in the air as his chakra intensified, but I kept my eyes shut. I could feel the jinjutsu trying to establish itself. There was a moment of pressure, of wrongness, like something was trying to force its way into my mind against its will. But I'd done something in the sealing chamber. Something the old Sasuke never would have thought to do. I'd studied the clan records. I'd read about the foundational sealing techniques. And I'd spent the hours before the massacre deliberately memorizing the structure of the Uchiha's anti-jinjutsu meditation, the method they used to center their minds against emotional destabilization. I built the structure in my head like I was constructing a physical thing. A wall. Stone. The old foundations of the residence, the bedrock that the compound was built on. I placed it between the pressure that Itachi was applying and the core of my consciousness, and I held it there through sheer will, through the kind of desperate determination that only came when you were truly out of options. The jinjutsu hit the wall and fractured. I opened my eyes. Itachi's expression had changed. For the first time, he looked genuinely surprised. How did you? He began. I studied, I said. My hands were shaking, but my voice wasn't. I've been in this body for 3 days. I read everything I could find about anti-jinjutsu meditation. I prepared for this specific moment because I knew it was coming. Because I've seen this story before. I know what you wanted to do with that technique. And I'm not going to let you do it. He stared at me for a long moment. You're not the Sasuke I expected, he said finally. No, I agreed. I'm not. He raised his sword, and I thought for a moment that he was going to kill me. That despite everything, despite my resistance and my preparation and my refusal to break the way he wanted me to break, he was going to end this here. But he didn't. Instead, he lowered the sword. And he smiled. Good, he said. That's far more interesting. Then he was gone. Not disappeared in the way that Sharingan speed should allow. There was no burst of velocity, no disruption of air. He just left, walked out of the training chamber like the massacre was over, like his mission was complete, like whatever purpose he'd come here to fulfill was already satisfied. I stood in the ruins of the chamber for a very long time. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My mind was racing through the implications of what had just happened, cataloging the ways it deviated from the story I knew. Itachi had been supposed to trap Sasuke in a jinjutsu, supposed to burn the image of his own Sharingan into his brother's mind, supposed to create a wound so deep it would take nearly 20 years to heal. Instead, I'd broken free. Instead, I'd surprised him. Instead, I'd forced him to leave, which meant that whatever plan he'd been executing, whatever reason he'd had for leaving Sasuke alive in the first place, that plan was now in jeopardy. I understood, in that moment, that I'd already changed things. The story was no longer the story. The path that everyone expected, that Orochimaru and Itachi and all the forces moving in the background had prepared for, that path was no longer viable. And that meant everything that came next would be different. Or so I thought. Chapter 5. The sun came up on a dead clan. I didn't know that until the fires had burned themselves out and the smoke had cleared enough to see the sky. All night I'd been moving through the ruins, finding the places where people had hidden, finding the places where they'd been found, understanding the full scope of what had happened, documenting it in my mind with the same clinical precision Itachi had used to implement it. The Uchiha were gone. 342 members of the clan, all but one, reduced to corpses and ash in the span of a few hours. The records would say it was a tragedy. They would say it was a loss. But standing in the ruins at sunrise, I understood that it was worse than that. It was an erasure. It was the systematic removal of an entire segment of the village's power structure, accomplished with such efficiency that the village itself hadn't even woken up to it. I found Kakashi near the center of the compound, standing in front of what used to be the central residence. He'd arrived early, earlier than he should have, according to the timeline. The sun was still gray, that uncertain light that meant the sky was just thinking about turning blue, and he was already there with a small contingent of ANBU, already starting to understand what had happened. When he saw me, his expression shifted through several things very quickly. Shock, sadness, and then something else. something in his eyes that made me understand he was looking for the trauma, looking for the break, looking for the fractured, destroyed child that Sasuke was supposed to be. I tried to give that to him. I tried to look lost, to look devastated, to look like a 7-year-old who'd just watched his entire family die. But I don't think I was very convincing, because Kakashi's expression shifted to something more complicated. "Sasuke," he said, and even though he was someone I'd never actually met, even though this was the first time I'd heard his voice outside of anime audio, I recognized something in the way he said my name. Care. Sadness. A kind of professional gentleness that came from having seen too much death. "Everyone's dead," I said. It was the truth, so it was easy to say. "Yes," he said. "They are." He didn't ask how I'd survived. He didn't ask where I'd been hiding or why I hadn't been killed like the rest. He just stood there for a moment, processing, and then he gestured for me to come with him. I did. The medical compound was still intact. The fires hadn't reached this far into the village, and the ninja who worked there were already in a state of controlled chaos, getting ready for the cascade of casualties that hadn't yet arrived. Kakashi brought me to one of the examination rooms and had me sit down while a medic checked me over. I wasn't injured. Not physically. Psychologically, I was supposed to be shattered, but I learned in the sealing chamber that there was power in refusing to break the way people expected you to break. The medic cleared me for release. Kakashi took me somewhere after that. Not back to the ruins. Somewhere quiet. He gave me food that I didn't eat and water that I drank in small, careful sips, and he sat across from me in a way that suggested he was prepared to wait as long as it took for me to talk about what had happened. I didn't talk. I just sat, and I let him think I was processing grief that I was actually using to organize information. What did I have? The sealing documents, hidden in the sealing chamber. The letters from my father. The journals. The genealogy records. A personal journal I'd taken from his office. The memory of every moment from before the massacre, cataloged in perfect detail. And the knowledge that I'd broken Itachi's plan. That instead of a grief-broken child who lived only for revenge, I'd become something else. Something he wasn't expecting. In the days that followed, I would learn about what was happening in the village. The shock. The investigation that would go nowhere, because Itachi had made sure there was no evidence that could lead to him. The conspiracy at the top of the shinobi hierarchy that had orchestrated this. The names and faces and hidden agendas that I wasn't supposed to know about, but that the story had revealed to me. I would learn about the academy, about the training, about the path that Sasuke was supposed to follow. And I would have to make a choice. Follow it, or carve out something different. But for now, I just sat in the quiet room and let Kakashi think whatever he wanted to think. The story was supposed to be about a boy destroyed by revenge, about a clan that was erased, and the way that erasure defined everyone it touched, about loss so absolute that it became the foundation of everything that came after. But I was rewriting that story. I was taking the fixed points, the massacre, Itachi's escape, the village's official denial of what had happened, and I was choosing not to let them define me. I was accepting the grief, acknowledging its weight, and then setting it down and walking forward anyway. The old Sasuke had never learned to do that. But I wasn't the old Sasuke. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and I sat in the quiet room, and I waited for what came next. Or so I thought. Chapter 6. The empty house. The wooden floorboards creaked under feet that no longer belonged to him. Sasuke stood in the center of what the village had designated as his residence, a modest dwelling on the southern edge of the Uchiha compound, selected precisely because it sat far enough from the massacre sites that no one would have to watch a 7-year-old child walk past his own family's bones. The kindness was suffocating. He moved through the rooms with deliberate steps, cataloging everything. A bed too large for his body. A table with a chair built for the average adult, not a child. The village had stocked rice, dried fish, pickled vegetables. Kakashi had left instructions for the academy secretary. There was sympathy in every detail, and Sasuke found it exhausting. What drew him, though, was the sealed room beneath the floorboards. He'd discovered it the first night, a section of wood that sounded hollow under his small foot. It took an hour to find the mechanism, another 2 to extract the boards without leaving marks. The village seal was old, maintained, but not recently refreshed. Either they'd forgotten it existed, or the Uchiha records keeper had hidden these documents well enough that even the military police couldn't locate them during the clan's cataloging. Inside were scrolls. Sasuke unrolled the first on his too large table, his hands comically small against the parchment. The handwriting was in his own clan's formal script, jutsu arrays, sealing formulas, detailed notes on genjutsu theory. Some documents were dated back 2 centuries. Others had margins filled with observations from recent generations. He recognized his father's handwriting in several. Unmistakable, the same angular precision that had defined the man Sasuke had never actually known. The knowledge here was dense and dangerous. Foundational Jinjutsu frameworks that the Academy wouldn't teach for years. Sealing principles that suggested the Uchiha had understood chakra architecture far deeper than their public reputation acknowledged. Notes on the Sharingan's true mechanics. Not the legend, but the mechanics. How the eye tracked, how it recorded, how the neural pathways rewired themselves during activation. Sasuke read through the night, his adult mind processing what a 7-year-old's body was only barely equipped to survive. His eyes burned. His back ached from hunching over the table. But he didn't stop. One scroll was different. Older than the others, the paper fragile, the ink faded. It was a philosophical treatise on Uchiha history written by someone named Uchiha Takashi, dated nearly 400 years prior. The author had attempted to divorce the clan's identity from the cycle of vengeance and pride that seemed to consume them. The tone was weary. The conclusions were pessimistic. Takashi had written, "We are bound by our eyes to see only what we have lost. Perhaps in another age, an Uchiha will be born with the clarity to look forward instead. This is my hope. I will not live to see it." For 100 years. And nothing had changed. Sasuke set the scroll down with shaking hands. Not from emotion. He could still access those compartments of feeling like filing cabinets he'd chosen to leave sealed. But from the weight of understanding. Takashi had identified the exact trap that had ensnared his entire clan across centuries, and no one had listened. Itachi had listened, perhaps, and chosen to slaughter them anyway because listening wasn't enough to break the cycle. Or so he believed until he met a 7-year-old with an adult's understanding of probability and game theory. By the time dawn crept through the windows, Sasuke had cataloged the major scrolls. He created a mental index, not written down, too dangerous, and returned them to their hiding place. He reset the floorboards. He sat at the kitchen table as the sun rose and ate cold rice with a precision that felt like armor. The house was still empty. Still would be. But now he understood the architecture of his own mind in ways that no one his age should. Understood the traps his clan had built into their own genetics, the ways their strength bred weakness. Understood that knowledge, while not sufficient for survival, was at least a weapon that remained true when everyone else inevitably proved false. He was 7 years old, had no legal guardian, and possessed knowledge that would make him valuable or dangerous depending on who discovered he had it. The logic was simple. Tell no one. Trust nothing. Build methodically, carefully, without the emotional volatility that had destroyed his clan for centuries. As the morning light expanded across his too small chair, Sasuke made a decision that felt almost peaceful. He would survive this. Not because he needed to kill anyone. Not because of vengeance or pride or the weight of the Uchiha name. But because someone, centuries ago, had hoped that an Uchiha might be born different. Might be born willing to look forward. He would not waste Takashi's hope, even if no one knew he was using it. Chapter 7. Academy restart. The classroom smelled like chalk, dust, and fear. Sasuke returned to the academy on a Monday, exactly 7 days after the massacre. The village had done what it always did, allowed a measured period of mourning, then insisted the world continue rotating. Life moved on. Orphans learned taijutsu. He'd braided his hair the way he used to, worn the same style of clothing, made himself appear normal in the ways that mattered. What he couldn't control was the way the other children looked at him. Sympathy had texture. It was in the bright, strained smiles of classmates who were too young to understand death, but old enough to recognize something had been taken. It was in the way they fell silent when he entered a room. It was in how they suddenly became hyper-aware of him during partner drills, careful not to hit too hard, apologetic about everything. It was suffocating. The academy instructor, Mizuki, had been briefed. He moved through his lessons with careful precision around Sasuke's presence. Today's focus was basic chakra control, leaf-sticking exercise. Simple for most children. Tedious. Sasuke had understood chakra architecture since reading the scrolls, but he performed the exercise at the expected level. Not flawless. Not remarkable. Adequate. Behind him, Naruto was having the opposite experience. The blonde boy was struggling with the leaf, cursing quietly when he thought no one was listening. His chakra control was abysmal, which made sense, given that he had a tailed beast sealed inside him and no one had bothered to help him manage it. From a clinical perspective, Naruto's chakra reserves were enormous but entirely untrained. It was like giving a child a fire hose and asking them to water plants. Naruto noticed Sasuke watching. The blonde's expression shifted, surprise, maybe, or confusion. Before the massacre, Sasuke had been arrogant and competitive, always jockeying for first place in rankings. They'd maintained a rivalry that was more about ego than any genuine dislike. Now Sasuke was just quiet, distant, cold. What? Naruto asked, his voice carrying that bright, almost aggressive edge that seemed to be his default mode. You looking for a rematch? Sasuke turned back to his leaf exercise without answering. Hey, I'm talking to you. Naruto's frustration was genuine, but somehow innocent. He hadn't yet internalized that the world had shifted. For him, everything was still the same. Same competition, same rivalries, same assumptions about how tomorrow would look. Sasuke envied that ignorance while having absolutely no desire to return to it. Later, during taijutsu drills, they were paired. Mizuki had clearly intended this as some sort of restorative gesture. Let the two most talented students spar, restore normalcy. What he got instead was something else entirely. Naruto came at Sasuke with his typical wild energy, no real form, just determination and ridiculous reserves of stamina. Sasuke moved through the motions with mechanical precision. He blocked, dodged, responded to the predictable patterns that Naruto had learned through endless self-training. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't arrogant. It was just empty. When Sasuke finally let himself be pushed backward, when he allowed Naruto's strike to land, safely, at the shoulder, even that felt like a performance. The falling, the pretense of lost balance. It was all theater. Naruto stood over him, breathing hard, triumphant. Told you, I'm getting stronger. Sasuke accepted the offered hand, small palm, calloused from training, and let himself be pulled up. Congratulations. The word was wrong. Too formal. Too empty. Naruto had expected arrogance in defeat, some sarcastic jab about luck or technique or the need for more training. What he got instead was nothing. Acknowledgement without investment. Something flickered in Naruto's eyes. Confusion, maybe. Or the first awareness that the person he'd been competing with was no longer quite the same person. The day ended. Sasuke walked home alone while other children clustered in their ordinary hierarchies, navigating their ordinary problems. He passed through the market where vendors offered condolences they'd already grown tired of giving. He entered the empty house and descended to the sealed room, where the scrolls waited with their 400-year-old wisdom. By evening, he understood 3 new Genjutsu principles and had mentally mapped the theoretical structure of a sealing array that the Uchiha had perfected in the 15th century. It was better this way. Safer. Knowledge didn't betray. Knowledge didn't die. Knowledge didn't look at you with confusion born of sudden distance. Naruto could keep his warmth and his triumph. Sasuke had something quieter, harder, and infinitely more reliable. Or so he thought. Chapter 8. The accident. The training ground was empty except for the intermediate students and their assigned instructor, a chunin named Tenzu who mostly supervised drills and didn't ask too many questions. Sasuke was practicing taijutsu form against a wooden post, working through the disciplined movements that the academy taught. His body was still small, still fighting against the inefficient lever systems of childhood, but his mind knew exactly what it was trying to achieve. Precision, muscle memory, foundation. Naruto was across the field, loudly attempting to master the clone jutsu. His attempts were explosive disasters, chakra bursting uncontrolled, failed forms scattering like leaves. Each failure earned a laugh that was mostly directed at himself. The boy seemed constitutionally incapable of shame. Behind them, at the edge of the training ground where the forest began to slope downward, a group of older academy students were engaged in aggressive sparring. One of them was Kiba Inuzuka, built like a barrel, with the kind of confidence that came from having a partner animal and a clan that raised children for combat. The boy next to him was smaller, weaker, jealous of every metric by which shinobi measured themselves at that age. His name was irrelevant. What mattered was that Sasuke had walked between them and the downslope path without thinking about it. A calculated route from the practice post to the water station. Efficient. Logical. The jealous boy was watching Kiba, absorbing the criticism of his technique. He turned without looking, his next movement already forming in his mind. Elbow strike. Poorly controlled. Too wide. Designed for impact rather than precision. His arm caught Sasuke square in the chest. Sasuke felt the impact even before he understood it. Small body, large force. The mathematics of collisions worked regardless of his inner composition. He stumbled backward, his feet already finding empty air because the training ground dropped away at the cliff's edge, and there was nothing between him and the rocks below. In the moment of falling, Sasuke's adult mind ran calculations that his body couldn't execute. Height of cliff, approximately 30 meters. Velocity at impact, terminal. Injuries sustained. Unsurvivable for a 7-year-old frame. Probability of rescue, minimal, given height and speed. He'd been dead the moment the boy had pushed him. The wind roared past. His small hands grasped instinctively at nothing. His eyes, wild, no longer controlled, tracked the approaching rocks with stark clarity. And then something blonde and impossibly fast crossed his vision. Naruto. The boy had been 50 meters away, practicing jutsu. He'd seen Sasuke fall. Not why, not how, just the fall, and his body had simply acted. No calculation, no strategy. Naruto had launched himself off the edge after Sasuke like falling was a choice that could be reversed through sheer determination. In the moments before impact, Sasuke understood several things simultaneously. That Naruto was going to die trying to save him, and this was mathematically senseless. That he did not want Naruto to die. That being alive meant something different than he'd thought it meant 4 hours ago. His Sharingan activated. It wasn't the careful opening that some Uchiha achieved through meditation or emotional control. It was violent. A rupture of chakra through his optic nerves, his body forcing the evolution that fear had initiated. Pain split his skull like lightning. His vision inverted, then clarified into something that could see the invisible threads of chakra themselves. A single tomo spun in each iris. With eyes that could see and hands that suddenly understood angles and momentum, Sasuke reached. His small arms locked around Naruto's chest, and with the last reserve of chakra that the activation had burned through him like fire, he twisted their trajectory. They hit the slope hard. Not the rocks. The slope. Harder than rocks in some ways because it was uncontrolled impact against unforgiving earth. Rolling, tumbling, bones finding every stone on the way down. Sasuke felt his ribs crack. Possibly 2, possibly 3. His vision swam. Naruto's arms were locked around him, refusing to let go even as they came to a stop in the riverbed below. Everything was pain and silence, and the singular fact that he was still alive. Naruto was breathing above him. Whole, bleeding from his forehead, crying without sound. Stupid, Naruto gasped. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why did you let me? I couldn't. For the first time since the massacre, Sasuke felt something in his chest that wasn't calculation. It felt like drowning. Chapter 9. Recovery. The hospital room smelled like antiseptic and something else, something ancient, like the building had been absorbing pain for so long that it had become a scent. Sasuke woke to white ceiling and Naruto asleep in the chair beside his bed. His ribs were bound. His left arm was in a sling. Various minor abrasions had been treated and bandaged with the efficient care of a medical nin who'd seen far worse than a fall. The assessment: 2 broken ribs, severe contusions, a dislocated shoulder, now reset, and a concussion. Recovery time: 3 weeks, with careful movement. Nothing permanent. Nothing that wouldn't heal. Naruto had a bandage across his forehead, another along his shoulder blade. Lesser injuries overall. He'd somehow managed to avoid the worst of the impact by absorbing it into his body, curling around Sasuke like the boy weighed more than mountains. It made no strategic sense. Sasuke studied the blonde child with the careful observation of a scientist examining something that had violated a fundamental law of physics. Naruto was sleeping roughly, his hand still loosely wrapped around the edge of Sasuke's blanket. Even asleep, he was holding on. A medical nin checked on them in the afternoon, a woman named Rin who'd known Kakashi when he was younger. She examined Sasuke's breathing, listened to his heart, tested his reflexes. "You're very fortunate," she said. "That fall should have killed you." Sasuke didn't mention the Sharingan activation. Didn't mention that he'd caught them mid-fall and altered their trajectory. The activation had been wild enough that he couldn't trust its mechanics yet, couldn't explain it without raising questions about why a 7-year-old boy had suddenly unlocked a dojutsu under such circumstances. Instead, he said, "Naruto jumped after me." Rin's expression shifted. Something soft and painful. "Yes, he did. That boy is many things, but he doesn't know how to leave people behind." After she left, Naruto woke. He bolted upright in his chair, his head whipping around until he found Sasuke conscious. The relief that flooded his face was so total, so unguarded, that Sasuke had to look away. "You're awake." Naruto launched into rapid-fire questions. How did he feel? Did anything hurt worse? Could he remember what happened? Why had Sasuke been so stupid as to fall off a cliff? Didn't he know that Naruto had to be the one doing dramatic rescues? It was exhausting and energizing in equal measure. "You shouldn't have jumped," Sasuke said finally. The observation emerged in his clinical voice, which was wrong because Naruto's eyes widened like he'd been struck. "What? You wanted me to let you die? I wanted you to remain alive. But you were falling, yes. And now you are injured as a result of attempting to prevent an outcome that was already determined by the laws of physics and gravity." Naruto stared at him. Then he laughed, the kind of laugh that had an edge of hysteria. "You're the most messed up person I've ever met. You almost die. I save your life, and you give me a lecture about physics? Who does that? Someone with an adult mind in a 7-year-old body. Someone who understood exactly how much Naruto's survival mattered and had no context for expressing it through channels other than logic. Someone who was terrified that this boy would keep throwing himself into falling forever, And the only way Sasuke knew how to prevent that was to be useful enough that living was the rational choice. But he didn't say any of that. Instead, he said, "Thank you." The words felt wrong coming out, too formal, too small. But Naruto's expression cleared. He nodded, satisfied with that minimal acknowledgement. They sat in silence, Naruto still holding the edge of Sasuke's blanket. For the first time since waking in the ruins of the Uchiha compound, Sasuke understood that being alive for relationship's sake was not illogical. That Naruto had done something mathematically unsound, because that's what you did for people who mattered. That perhaps, his isolation wasn't a strength, but a limitation he'd imposed on himself because it was easier than learning to live alongside another person. The knowledge didn't change the fear. The fear didn't diminish the understanding. But something in his chest, which had been sealed shut like those hidden scrolls, cracked open just slightly. Chapter 10. The training ground was different now that Sasuke knew what his own limits were. He'd spent the last 2 weeks recovering, initially confined to light movement, then carefully extending range of motion. His ribs still ached, but the pain was becoming background noise, manageable, instructive. It told him where his body was weak. The Sharingan activation told him where his mind was vulnerable. Activation under duress. Driven by emotion. Fear, primarily, the fear of Naruto's death triggering something that had been dormant in his genetics. The Tomo had been unstable initially, spinning with erratic speed, his eye practically burning from the overload of information. But in the weeks since the fall, he'd practiced control in the privacy of the empty house. He'd learned to activate and deactivate at will. Learned to read the flow of chakra in the leaves the way the Uchiha scrolls described. Learned to project images into the minds of training posts during Jinjutsu practice, watching the way the world distorted under his ocular control. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. One evening, as he was practicing isolated jutsu in the training ground's far corner, Kakashi appeared. The man had a way of materializing without apparent transition. One moment, empty space. Next moment, silver-haired Jonin, eye crinkling in what might have been amusement. "Thought I'd find you here." Sasuke didn't activate his Sharingan, didn't show the work he'd been doing. Instead, he simply waited, letting Kakashi's eye, his singular visible eye, evaluate him. "Your instructors mentioned the fall. Also mentioned you performed remarkably well for a child with 2 broken ribs and no apparent training." "Not a question. Observation." "I was fortunate," Sasuke said. "Naruto was fortunate. You were something else." Kakashi crouched down, bringing himself closer to eye level with Sasuke's 7-year-old body. "The teachers said your eyes changed color during the impact. Just for a moment. Like a reflection." Sasuke allowed a pause. Calculated honesty, in small doses. The Sharingan activated. Kakashi didn't seem shocked. Maybe he'd been expecting that answer. "Show me." Sasuke opened both eyes, drew on the thin reserves of chakra he'd recovered, and let the Tomo manifest. One rotation in each iris, the world suddenly crisp with visible chakra. Kakashi's own chakra became a pale blue shimmer, controlled, vast, the reserves of someone who'd been using jutsu since childhood. The Jonin studied him for a long moment. Clean activation. Stable. No signs of overload or uncontrolled burning. He stood. "The Uchiha archives have information you should be reading, if you can access them. The theoretical foundations of Sharingan development. Or so I thought I had," Sasuke said quietly. The village cordoned them off. The public archives were sealed. The personal family documents. Kakashi's eye crinkled again. "Well, the Uchiha were always better at hiding things than the village was at searching. I imagine if you're sufficiently motivated, you might discover what needs discovering." Kakashi left then, with no formal arrangement, no promise of future instruction. But over the next week, he began to appear at the training ground during Sasuke's practice sessions. Not to teach directly, but to observe. To correct a stance with a gesture. To suggest, through careful silence, which jutsu theory Sasuke should prioritize. It was almost adoption by another name. Sasuke practiced in disciplined sessions, never long enough to draw attention, never flashy enough to seem accelerated. He copied jutsu using his new Sharingan clarity. He read from the hidden scrolls with more purpose than before, understanding now that knowledge was a bridge between himself and Kakashi, a way of communicating that didn't require the vulnerability of direct conversation. He trained to understand his heritage, not to become a killer. The distinction mattered, even if no one else would notice it. One evening, as the sun was setting orange across the training ground, Sasuke managed to hold a basic Jinjutsu projection for 7 seconds, long enough to momentarily confuse Kakashi's sensory perception. The Jonin nodded, once satisfied. "You're going to be exceptional," Kakashi said. "The question is what you'll do with it." Sasuke considered this. Most Uchiha would have assumed that exceptional power meant exceptional glory, exceptional vengeance, exceptional legacy. But Sasuke had read Takashi's 400-year-old hope, had felt Naruto's arms around him mid-fall, had learned that being alive for relationships' sake was not a surrender, but a choice. Something different, he said finally. I will do something different. Kakashi's eye crinkled. Good. Difference is harder than continuation, but it's the only thing worth doing. Listener CTA, if you're watching this, then you already know what it means to stand at a crossroads. The path of continued cycles. The path of learned behaviors and inherited expectations. And the quiet, terrifying path of choosing something different. In the Naruto world, choosing a different path means defying the very nature of the ninja itself. It means refusing vengeance when power has made you capable of claiming it. It means building something with others when isolation would be easier. That choice, to pursue strength not for its own sake, but for what it protects, that is the real story. Not the battles. Not the legacy. The choice. Subscribe to follow Sasuke's journey as he learns that the most dangerous jutsu he'll ever master is the simple art of living forward. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss when he proves that an Uchiha can be something other than what they were always meant to be. Like this story if you believe in the power of paths not taken. Chapter 11. Naruto's persistence. Naruto appeared at the training ground 3 days running before Sasuke acknowledged it was deliberate. The first day, it was easy to categorize as coincidence. The blonde boy was supposed to be at the academy in the afternoon, running drills with the other students. Instead, he showed up at the edge of the empty field while Sasuke was practicing taijutsu forms, and his energy was different. More focused, like he'd come with purpose instead of just wandering and looking for sparring partners. He didn't approach Sasuke immediately, just watched from a distance, his expression serious in a way that seemed unnatural on his face. After 20 minutes of observation, Naruto left without saying anything. The second day, he was back. This time, Naruto waited until Sasuke finished his form work, then called out from across the field, "Spar with me." Not a question, not really a request. More like a statement with question marks attached, because Naruto was still learning the difference between demanding and asking. Sasuke stopped mid-movement, his breathing steady from the practice, and considered refusing. It would have been easy. A simple no, and Naruto would sulk but likely accept it. The blonde boy had learned, over the past weeks, that Sasuke didn't respond to persistence the way the other children did. But there was something in Naruto's posture that made refusal feel like the wrong choice. So Sasuke walked over to the center of the training ground and assumed a ready stance. Naruto came at him with his usual wild aggression, no real form, just determination and speed that came from somewhere deep in his reserves. In the past weeks, Sasuke had noticed the boy was getting faster, not more controlled. Naruto still flailed like a child learning to move his limbs for the first time, but faster at the fundamental level. Raw speed that suggested his body was developing differently than normal children's bodies developed. The Nine-Tails chakra accelerating his growth, making him burn through childhood like it was temporary. Sasuke blocked, dodged, responded to the predictable patterns. He could have hurt Naruto easily. His Sharingan could read every movement before it happened. But instead, he let the spar play out like a dance where both partners knew the steps. When Naruto finally landed a strike, solid contact to Sasuke's shoulder, all that developing strength behind it, Sasuke felt it and didn't fall. Didn't pretend. Just absorbed the impact and stepped back, conceding the point. Good, he said. Not condescending. Not even really complimentary. Just factual. Naruto's grin was enormous. The third day, Naruto brought food. 2 rice balls wrapped in seaweed, still warm. He thrust them at Sasuke without preamble, looking defiant about it. You don't eat enough. I can tell. You're getting skinnier or something. And that's stupid because how can you get strong if you don't eat? Sasuke looked at the rice balls, then at Naruto's face, which had flushed because he'd apparently used up all his courage in making that speech. He took them. They sat on the training ground's edge while Sasuke ate and Naruto talked. The boy had a lot to say. About his day at the academy, about Mizuki's latest lesson, about how Kiba's dog was annoying but also kind of cool, about how he wanted to become a stronger shinobi than Kakashi eventually. Not because he wanted to hurt people, but because being strong meant you could protect things. The philosophy was simple and direct in a way that made Sasuke's chest feel strange. Why do you keep coming back? Sasuke asked when Naruto finally paused for breath. Naruto blinked, like the question had never occurred to him, or like the answer was so obvious it didn't need explanation. Because you need people, Naruto said simply. Even though you don't want to admit it. Even though you're always acting like you're fine by yourself. You're not fine by yourself. Nobody is. The statement was too direct, too perceptive for a 7-year-old who'd never received any formal training in reading people. But Naruto had lived an entire lifetime of being alone before the massacre, before Sasuke had fallen, before anything changed. He'd learned what loneliness looked like because he'd worn it like a second skin. Now he was refusing to let anyone else wear it. "I don't need anyone," Sasuke said. It was the response he'd been giving since the massacre. The safe response. The correct response based on all available evidence. Naruto shook his head with absolute certainty. "You needed me when you fell, and I needed you when I jumped. That's what people do. We need each other. Trying to be strong by yourself is just being scared." The accusation hit something true, and Sasuke hated that it did. "You should find other people to train with," Sasuke said. "People your age. Your peers in the academy. I don't care about them." Naruto's voice had an edge now, something darker underneath the usual brightness. "They don't get it. They have families and clans and all these people they belong to. They look at me like I'm wrong. But you don't. You just look at me like I'm a person." It was the most vulnerable thing Naruto had ever said in his presence. The most true thing. Sasuke understood then that Naruto's persistence wasn't about Sasuke at all. It was about Naruto refusing to be invisible, refusing to let loneliness become a permanent state, using Sasuke as proof that connection was possible because Sasuke was the only one who'd looked directly at Naruto when he was falling and had thought, "I cannot let this person die." The bond from the fall had been temporary, urgent, formed in the space between gravity and impact. But Naruto was trying to make it permanent through the simple act of showing up, over and over, refusing to let Sasuke disappear into his own isolation. Sasuke stood and returned to the center of the training ground. "Again," he said. Naruto followed, grinning. They sparred until the sun dropped low enough to make training dangerous. They sparred until Sasuke's small frame ached with good, clean fatigue. They sparred until Naruto's chakra reserves burned through, and he was operating on pure determination, his movements getting sloppier as exhaustion caught up with his enthusiasm. And when they finally stopped, both breathing hard, Sasuke found himself saying something he hadn't planned to say. "Come back tomorrow." Naruto's smile went supernova. The persistence continued. The next day, the day after that, every afternoon, Naruto would appear at the training ground with food or just with his presence, and they would spar or practice together or sometimes just sit in comfortable silence while Naruto talked about whatever had filled his day. Sasuke told himself it was useful, that understanding Naruto's training methods would help him understand the Nine-Tails chakra better, that this wasn't about connection at all, just strategic observation. But somewhere between Naruto's 4th appearance and his 7th, Sasuke realized he was lying to himself. The truth was simpler and more complicated. Naruto's refusal to let him disappear into obsession was working, where Sasuke's isolation would have led him toward the same vendetta cycle that had destroyed his clan for centuries. Naruto's presence was pulling him towards something else. Something messy, but also less final. Naruto wasn't training to help Sasuke kill Itachi. Naruto was training because he wanted Sasuke to be alive, to be present, to be part of a story that didn't begin with revenge. It was annoying. It was exhausting. It was also the thing that prevented Sasuke from disappearing entirely into his own mind. The persistence worked because it was simple and honest and demanded nothing except that Sasuke show up and keep living. By the time 2 weeks had passed, Sasuke didn't bother telling himself it was anything other than what it was, friendship. Messy, complicated, formed in the rubble of loss, but real. Or so he thought. Chapter 12. The bond. The training exercise wasn't supposed to be dangerous. Kakashi had set it up as a beginner's challenge for the intermediate students. Find a hidden ceiling scroll in the forest before sunset. Avoid the junior instructor's attempts to tag you. Return to the starting point. It was designed to teach pursuit, evasion, and basic survival skills in a contained environment. Sasuke was good at it. His Sharingan could track movement through the undergrowth. His understanding of the forest's topology made evasion intuitive. The ceiling scroll was found within 40 minutes. Naruto, predictably, had a harder time. The boy wandered the forest in roughly the right direction, his chakra control still too unstable to move quietly. When the junior instructor, a chunin named Hayato, caught up with him near a ravine, Naruto panicked. Not because he was afraid, because his emotions were never that simple. The Nine-Tails chakra surged in response to stress. Red, violent, utterly uncontrolled. The trees around Naruto exploded outward like they'd been hit by a shockwave, and Hayato was flung backward hard enough to hit a stone outcropping. Sasuke felt it the moment it happened. It wasn't telepathy. It wasn't some mystical connection between their souls. It was more like proximity to a chakra source so vast and wild that it created a perceptible disturbance in the air. And Sasuke, who'd learned to read chakra the way the Sharingan taught you to read everything else, recognized it immediately. Naruto was in trouble. And Naruto's trouble was Sasuke's problem, which was a development that his logical mind found both irrational and unavoidable. Sasuke moved. The forest was difficult terrain, but his body had gotten slightly more efficient at this age. Still too small, still too slow, but faster than a week ago. Faster than yesterday. The improvement was measurable if you were the kind of person who measured everything. Sasuke was exactly that kind of person. He found Naruto about 200 meters from the ravine. The boy crouched behind a fallen log, his entire body surrounded by visible chakra distortion. The Nine-Tails chakra was flaring erratically, not under control, but not fully unleashed either. Somewhere in between, like Naruto's body, was a container trying to hold back a flood. Hayato was limping back toward them, checking his injuries. When he saw Sasuke, he waved him back. "Stay clear," he said. "Naruto's unstable. I'm calling for backup." But Naruto had already seen Sasuke. The blonde boy's eyes were half closed, pupils blown wide, his focus inward in the way of someone experiencing pain that wasn't purely physical. When he met Sasuke's gaze, something shifted. It was hard to describe. Not a connection that was created. More like a connection that had always existed but suddenly became visible. Sasuke could feel Naruto's fear like it was his own. Not metaphorically. The Nine-Tails chakra had spiked enough to create a kind of resonance between them, a frequency at which their energies aligned. Naruto's fear. Naruto's instability. Naruto's desperate need to not hurt anyone, to not become the monster that everyone thought he was becoming. And underneath that, something that looked like acceptance. The moment lasted maybe 5 seconds. Maybe longer. Time got strange when you were experiencing another person's emotional state directly. When you could feel their heart rate spiking, and their breath becoming shallow, and their entire consciousness trying to hold something back from the inside. Sasuke moved closer. "Don't," Hayato said sharply. "That's not safe." But Sasuke's Sharingan could see something that Hayato couldn't. Could see the structure of the Nine-Tails chakra, the way it was trying to escape Naruto's control, the exact pressure points where the seal was beginning to crack under the stress. It was like looking at a sealed scroll that was starting to fail. And Sasuke understood sealing in ways that most children his age didn't. He reached out and found Naruto's hand. Physical contact made the resonance sharper, more precise. For a moment, Sasuke could read the exact shape of Naruto's panic. The specific fears, the specific shame, the specific terror about becoming something destructive. All of it laid out like a blueprint Sasuke could navigate. He didn't try to fix it, didn't try to make it better or tell Naruto it was fine or offer false comfort. Instead, he did something simpler. He made sure Naruto knew that he was not alone. The sensation transmitted backward through that same resonance. Fear became shared fear. Burden became distributed burden. The weight of holding back the Nine-Tails became something that didn't have to be carried solo anymore, because there was another presence in Naruto's mind that understood the shape of that weight. Slowly, the chakra stabilized. It didn't go away, didn't get sealed back down cleanly, but it stopped flaring, stopped trying to escape, stopped looking for ways to destroy everything in the immediate vicinity. Naruto's eyes refocused. Color returned to his cheeks. His breathing became something closer to normal. He was looking at Sasuke like he'd just been shown something impossible. "I felt you," Naruto whispered. "In my head. Like you were inside." "I felt you," Sasuke said back. "Your fear. Your control breaking. Your need to not hurt anyone. That's not. People can't." Naruto struggled for words. "Did I hurt you? Your Sharingan. Did the chakra?" "No." Sasuke's hand was still wrapped around Naruto's, and he was becoming aware that this kind of physical contact would normally make him deeply uncomfortable. But the resonance from the chakra interaction made it feel necessary. Like pulling his hand away would create a worse imbalance. "I felt what you felt. That's all." Hayato was backing away now, his expression somewhere between confused and awestruck. "I'm going to get Kakashi," he said finally. "Don't move. Don't do anything else unusual." After he left, Naruto and Sasuke sat in the forest in that place between two bodies where the air itself felt somehow different. "Changed. Tell me what you felt," Naruto said quietly. "Not the Nine-Tails part. The rest. My part. Tell me what you felt for me." Sasuke considered the question. It required honesty of a kind that was difficult and necessary. That you care about being good despite everyone telling you that you're not. That you're terrified of becoming destructive. That you don't want to hurt anyone, but you're scared you can't help it. And underneath all of that, that you believe people are worth protecting even when they make it hard. Even when you're alone doing it. Naruto's eyes went wet. He didn't cry, but his hand gripped tighter around Sasuke's. Like if he let go, Sasuke would disappear, like the resonance would break and he'd be alone with the Nine-Tails again. "I could feel you too," Naruto said. "Your part. You know? I felt you trying to understand instead of being scared. Felt you standing there even though I could hurt you. Felt you deciding that I was worth the risk. It was a complicated gift, that resonance, because it had revealed something that Sasuke had been hiding from himself. That his commitment to isolation was a choice made in fear, and that love was sometimes a larger force than fear. But it wasn't a comfortable gift. It was intimate in ways that made his 7-year-old brain struggle with processing what his adult mind understood instantly. When Kakashi appeared, moving through the forest with speed that suggested he'd run directly from wherever he'd been, he found them sitting hand in hand in the aftermath of something that didn't have a name yet. Something unprecedented. The unusual bond between a container for a tailed beast and the last survivor of a clan that had prided themselves on superior eyes. Kakashi studied them for a long moment without saying anything. "Don't tell anyone," he said finally. "About the resonance. About what happened here. This kind of connection is rare. And there are people who would want to exploit it or weaponize it or break it because they don't understand it." Sasuke nodded. Naruto nodded. They didn't let go of each other's hands. Later, when they were both back at the village and the medical nin had verified that neither of them had sustained any chakra damage from the interaction, Naruto asked Sasuke the question that had probably been building since the resonance. "Do you think we're supposed to be this close?" It was the kind of question that admitted no simple answer. The logical response was that bonding wasn't supposed to happen this way, that it was accelerated by unique circumstances and might not have occurred under normal conditions. But Sasuke had learned from Naruto, through weeks of persistence and presence, that logic wasn't always the most important tool. "I think," Sasuke said carefully, "that we needed to be. And now we are. Whether we're supposed to be is a question that assumes there's a supposed to outside of what we've already chosen." Naruto considered this with the serious attention he gave to important things. "So we're stuck with each other?" "Yes," Sasuke said. "We're stuck with each other. And that's not as bad as I thought it would be." It wasn't agreement or resolution. It was acceptance. The kind of acceptance that came from understanding that the bond had changed them both in ways that made separation logically impossible. Or so he thought. Chapter 13. The first mission. The assignment was a delivery. Not a dangerous one. Mizuki, who'd been assigned as their instructor for the intermediate students, had selected a low-rank mission from the village registry. Transport a sealed crate from the merchant district to a warehouse on the northern edge of the village. Payment, 300 ryo. Time estimate, 2 hours. "This is beneath your level," Mizuki told them conversationally as he walked them through the task. But the Hokage believes in starting with fundamentals before advancing to something more challenging. Sasuke understood the subtext. They were 7 years old. Mission assignments at this age were designed to test competence and attention to detail, not genuine shinobi skill. Even a failed delivery wouldn't create real danger. What made Sasuke's adult mind sit up and pay attention was the fact that Naruto was visibly excited about it. "Our first real mission," Naruto kept saying, "is energy barely contained. Our first actual job. This is it. This is when we start becoming real shinobi." The energy was infectious and also fundamentally childlike. Naruto didn't understand yet that the real significance of a mission wasn't the mission itself, but the fact that it represented a transition point. That success on this task would lead to slightly harder tasks, which would lead to missions with actual stakes. Sasuke understood it perfectly, and he was reasonably sure it troubled him for all the right reasons. They collected the crate, heavier than expected, sealed with a simple lock rather than anything genuinely protective, and set out through the village toward the northern warehouse. The route was straightforward. No obstacles. The afternoon sun was clear. The roads were busy with regular merchant traffic. Naruto treated it like an expedition into uncharted territory. "We should scout ahead," he suggested. "Take out any potential threats before they know we're here." "It's a delivery in broad daylight," Sasuke said. "In the middle of the village. The only threat is dropping the crate. But what if someone's trying to stop us? What if this is some kind of test, and we're supposed to fight our way through?" Then the mission description would have mentioned it. Naruto looked disappointed by this logic, but he accepted it. They continued through the streets, and Sasuke observed the way people reacted to them. The looks. The way merchants assessed their quality through the lens of their clans or their potential. Except Naruto didn't have a clan, which meant people assessed him based on whatever internal categories they used for dealing with the unknown and unwanted. Sasuke noticed the ways their body language shifted when Naruto was close. The subtle rejection. The careful avoidance of meeting his eyes. The way that despite being a child, despite being no genuine threat to anyone, Naruto was treated like he was somehow dangerous. The prejudice was thin and barely visible if you weren't looking for it. But it was there. When they reached the warehouse, the supervisor, a chunin named Riku, examined the crate, verified it was intact, and handed Mizuki the payment slip. The whole interaction took maybe 3 minutes. "You did well," Mizuki said as they walked back toward the academy. No complications. Clear completion of objectives. That's the foundation of good shinobi work. But Sasuke was thinking about the way Riku had barely looked at Naruto. About the way the supervisor's eyes had slid past the blonde child like he was trying to look through him rather than at him. That was the real learning from the mission. Not how to transport cargo. Not how to navigate the village. But how to recognize the small, constant ways that people made others invisible. Later, when they were alone, Sasuke said to Naruto, "Did you notice how people treated us?" Naruto considered. "They looked at you like you were important. Because you're Uchiha. Because you have the Sharingan and clan status. And they looked at you like I was something they'd rather not see," Naruto said. It wasn't bitter. Just factual. That's normal. That's been normal my whole life. Sasuke understood then that Naruto's persistent optimism wasn't ignorance. It was a choice made in the face of constant, daily rejection. It was defiance in its purest form. The refusal to become what people wanted you to become when they refused to see you as anything but a danger. "When we're stronger," Sasuke said, "I'll make sure they look at you differently." Naruto laughed. It was a sound without edges. You can't make people see what they don't want to see. But you can be strong enough that it doesn't matter if they see you. That's good enough. It wasn't acceptance exactly. It was something between acceptance and refusal. Naruto would not be destroyed by other people's invisibility because he'd learned to make himself real through his own actions. Sasuke filed that understanding away with all the other things Naruto had taught him about living forward instead of backward. Or so he thought. Chapter 14. Early suspicion. The Uchiha clan had been large once. Diverse. Not just one unified family, but a network of collateral branches, distant cousins, marriages that had spread the bloodline across multiple smaller houses. The massacre had ended the direct line, but the collateral branches had been distant enough to survive Itachi's systematic cleansing. The first relative to approach Sasuke was an older cousin named Uchiha Takashi, or so he claimed, though Sasuke was reasonably certain this man was a distant branch rather than close family. The man was in his early 30s, with the dark eyes and black hair that marked him as clan, but without the weight that came with proximity to power. He found Sasuke at the training ground on a day when Naruto was absent, sick, down with something minor, recovering in his apartment. Sasuke was practicing alone, working through a kata with deliberate precision. Takashi waited until Sasuke finished, then approached. "I'm your cousin," the man said. His voice was cultured, with an edge underneath it that suggested preparation for this conversation. "My family line was exiled 7 years ago for pursuing what the clan elders deemed an inappropriate alliance. We've been living on the outskirts of the village, maintaining the bloodline in secret." Sasuke stopped his movements and turned to face the man fully. "I don't remember you," Sasuke said. "You wouldn't. Your parents were protecting you from the knowledge of us. But I'm here now because the clan needs continuation." Takashi's expression was carefully neutral. "You're the last direct heir of the Uchiha main line. There are certain responsibilities that come with that, such as reviving the clan, taking a wife from the collateral branches, producing heirs to ensure the bloodline doesn't disappear entirely." Takashi moved closer, his tone becoming more insistent. "The Uchiha cannot be allowed to vanish. Our power, our prestige, our place in the shinobi world, these things require rebuilding." Sasuke felt something cold move through his chest. It wasn't surprise. It was recognition. He'd read enough clan history to understand that this was inevitable, that the survivors of genocides always faced pressure to rebuild, to create new members, to ensure continuation. It was a reasonable impulse in its way, the desire to prevent erasure. But it was also exactly the kind of thinking that had trapped the Uchiha in cycles of pride and vengeance for centuries. "No," Sasuke said. Takashi's expression hardened. "You don't understand what you're refusing. You're a child. You don't have the perspective to make this decision. I understand exactly what I'm refusing. I'm refusing to rebuild a clan that destroyed itself through generations of the same mistakes. I'm refusing to take a wife I don't know in order to create children to continue a legacy that's already broken. I'm refusing to let the massacre define what the Uchiha do next." Takashi stared at him like Sasuke had spoken in a language he didn't understand. "You sound like an adult," the man said finally. "A terrified adult who doesn't want to accept responsibility." "I am an adult," Sasuke said. "Just not in a way you would recognize. And I'm not running from responsibility. I'm choosing which responsibilities matter." The cousin left angry. He made threats about the clan council, whatever council actually existed among the survivors, and about Sasuke's duty to the bloodline. The words bounced off Sasuke's comprehension like they were meant for a different person entirely. That night, Sasuke descended to his hidden scrolls and pulled out the genealogy record. He traced the branches that had survived: cousins, uncles, aunts, distant relations who'd lived on the periphery of main clan authority. 37 confirmed survivors, scattered across different villages or living in hidden locations. None of them had approached him before Takashi. None of them seemed particularly interested in the boy who'd survived the massacre. But Takashi represented something larger, the pressure to return to established patterns, to rebuild rather than reimagine, to see the massacre as a problem to be solved through continuation rather than transformation. And that pressure would come from many directions. When Naruto returned to training, Sasuke told him about the encounter. Naruto listened with unusual seriousness, his expression growing darker as Sasuke described the man's demands. He wanted you to what? Naruto asked sharply. Get married? You're 7 years old. Eventually, Sasuke said. The pressure is to establish partnerships that would create the next generation of Uchiha. That's messed up. Naruto's indignation was absolute. You just survived. People should be letting you breathe. The clan pressure isn't about letting me breathe. It's about preventing the Uchiha from disappearing entirely. From a certain perspective, it's logical. Logic is stupid if it hurts people, Naruto said with the certainty of someone who'd been hurt by logic his entire life. You need time. And space. And people who actually care about you instead of just your bloodline. Sasuke realized then that this was the primary difference between himself and people like Takashi. The cousin saw bloodline as the essential unit, the thing that mattered most, the thing that organized meaning. But Naruto had no bloodline, no clan, no family structure at all. And he'd learned that connection was about choice and presence, not about genetics. If they keep pressuring you, Naruto said, you can tell them you're not interested. You can refuse. And I'll help you refuse if I need to. It wasn't a solution. Pressure from the clan survivors would likely continue regardless of Naruto's support. But the willingness to stand with him against the weight of expectation, that mattered in ways that clan logic couldn't quantify. Or so he thought. Chapter 15. Kakashi's observation. The training ground had become a place of ritual. Every afternoon, at the same time, Kakashi would appear. Not to teach directly, never to teach directly. Just to observe. To correct a stance with a gesture. To suggest, through careful silence, which approach was more efficient. It was almost a form of adoption that didn't require paperwork or official declarations. One evening, as the sun was painting the sky orange and Sasuke had finished his final set of Jinjutsu projections, Kakashi sat down beside him on the training ground's edge. Not dramatically, just like he'd been there the whole time. Like sitting beside a 7-year-old after hours of watching him practice was the most natural thing in the world. You're handling the loss very well, Kakashi said. It wasn't a compliment exactly, more like an observation that carried weight. Sasuke didn't know how to respond to that, so he waited. I've seen shinobi destroyed by less. I've seen grown adults come apart at the seams when they lost a single important person. Kakashi's eye was distant, looking out toward the tree line. And I've seen children become hardened and vengeful and broken in ways that the village would call appropriate grief. I haven't seen many children simply continue, without the performance of being okay, without the destruction, just continuing. The performance would be exhausting, Sasuke said. Yes, it would. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. I want you to understand something. The path you're on, the path of not letting the massacre define you, that's harder than the path of revenge. It requires confronting grief every single day and choosing not to let it become your purpose. Most people can't do that. Most people choose the simpler thing. Revenge is simple. Revenge is simple. Revenge is a story that's already been written. You inherit a goal and spend your entire life pursuing it. Every moment of doubt can be pushed aside because the goal is clear. The purpose is predetermined. Kakashi turned to look at Sasuke directly. It's easy compared to the work of actually building something new. Sasuke understood what Kakashi was saying beneath the words. That the Jonin had expected Sasuke to become a revenge seeker. That the village expected the last Uchiha to become defined by the Uchiha massacre. That Sasuke, choosing something different, was both harder and rarer. I'm not special, Sasuke said. No, you're not. Kakashi's eye crinkled. You're just unusually stubborn. Which is its own kind of special, even if it's not the kind most people recognize. They sat in silence while the light continued to fade. Kakashi didn't try to push him to talk. Didn't try to extract information about his feelings, or his plans, or his healing process. Just sat with him in the space that had opened between the massacre and whatever came next. Finally, Kakashi said, the boy Naruto. He's important to you. It wasn't a question. Yes, Sasuke said. Keep him. It's rare to find someone who refuses to let you disappear into obsession. You'll want to at some point. You'll want to close yourself off and make everything about training, about strength, about the next goal. And when you reach that point, Naruto will make it harder to do that. And you should be grateful for that difficulty. Kakashi stood, his movements slow enough that it seemed deliberate. I'm going to talk to the Hokage about advanced training for you and Naruto. You're both progressing faster than normal children. I want to see how far you can go if given proper instruction. He left before Sasuke could respond. That night, alone in the empty house, Sasuke descended to the hidden scrolls and read again from Takashi's 400-year-old journal. The entry that had first caught his attention. We are bound by our eyes to see only what we have lost. Perhaps in another age, an Uchiha will be born with the clarity to look forward instead. This is my hope. I will not live to see it. Sasuke had read those words in the hospital, in the immediate aftermath of the massacre, and understood them as philosophy. But Kakashi's observation gave them new weight. Because looking forward required more than just survival. It required refusing the simpler paths, refusing revenge, refusing the rebuilt clan cycle, refusing to let himself become the thing that the story expected him to become. It required someone, or multiple someones, willing to stand beside him and remind him what forward actually looked like. Naruto. Kakashi. The persistent refusal of other people to let him disappear entirely into his own mind. That was the real continuation. Not the bloodline. Not the clan revival. But the choice to build something different with people who were willing to imagine that different was possible. Sasuke rolled up the scroll and returned to the darkness of his house. Tomorrow, there would be more training. More advancement. More of Naruto's persistent presence and Kakashi's careful observation. More pressure from clan survivors trying to rebuild the old way. But tonight, Sasuke allowed himself to acknowledge what Takashi had never been able to understand. That the Uchiha massacre had ended one story, but it had also opened the space for a completely different one. A story where the last Uchiha didn't become a killer or a revenger. Where he became something else entirely. Something that the village hadn't prepared for. Something that 400 years of hoping had finally made possible. Or so he thought. Chapter 16. Kakashi arrived at the academy training grounds on a Tuesday morning. His single visible eye already scanning the assembled genin with the flat disinterest of someone who'd seen 1,000 teams before. I stood beside Naruto and Sakura on the grass, watching the silver-haired Jonin materialize from what I assumed was a legitimate Shunshin rather than another one of his notoriously terrible late arrivals. He was 40 minutes late, and somehow that felt on brand. Team 7, he announced without preamble. I'm your sensei. We'll be meeting daily at Training Ground 7. Show up at 6 tomorrow morning. Naruto's hand shot up immediately. What kind of training? Are we doing combat? Do we get to learn new jutsu? What's your strongest technique? Kakashi's eye crinkled in something that might have been amusement. Enthusiastic. That's a start. He glanced towards Sakura, who was fidgeting with her hair, then at me. The rest of you, are you ready to work? I nodded once. Sakura eagerly confirmed. Naruto had already moved on to theorizing about whether Kakashi's covered I had a secret jutsu. What Kakashi couldn't have known, what I was only beginning to understand myself, was that pairing me with Naruto and Sakura was going to be entirely different from the original timeline he might have expected. I wasn't the elite prodigy with something to prove. I was something more dangerous, an adult mind in a child's body, and I wasn't interested in dominance. The first real training session was worse than I anticipated, but not in the way I'd expected. Sakura's initial fascination with me was nearly suffocating. She kept finding excuses to position herself near me during drills, offered opinions clearly calibrated to sound impressive, and her eyes went wide whenever I performed a technique correctly. It was flattering in the abstract and utterly exhausting in practice. I had no interest in encouraging it. Naruto, conversely, was hostile in his own way, not aggressive, but pointed. He'd spent months before the team assignment watching me in the academy, and there was a specific quality of resentment in his voice when he addressed me. Like I represented something he'd never have, no matter how hard he worked. Both of them were waiting to see if I'd treat this team like a pyramid, with myself at the apex. When Kakashi had us run a 3-on-1 taijutsu drill, I made my choice. I took on Naruto while Sakura and Kakashi squared off. Come on, I said evenly, dropping into a basic stance. Show me what you've got. Naruto came at me with reckless enthusiasm and surprising speed. His form was sloppy, typical of someone teaching himself through sheer determination rather than proper instruction, but there was genuine power behind it. I could see what he might become in a few years, if someone actually bothered to shape that raw energy. I took his hits on my arms and legs, let him feel the contact, then stepped aside to a range where he could see what he'd missed. Your stance opens your left side, I said. When you pivot here, your weight shifts forward too much. If someone with actual speed wanted to, they'd drop you. He bristled. So what? You're stronger, we get it. I'm faster right now, I corrected. Strength is something you can build if you train deliberately. Speed is learned. I reset my stance. Come again. Same combination. I'll show you where your openings are. We drilled for 10 minutes. By the 5th cycle, Naruto was adjusting his footwork. By the 10th, he was almost graceful. His frustration had transformed into focus, and somewhere in there, something shifted in his face. He was no longer angry at me for being better. He was angry at himself for not being better yet, which was a significantly more productive emotion. When the session ended and Kakashi assigned us to report back the next morning, Naruto fell into step beside me as we walked away from the training ground. That wasn't how I expected that to go, he said, not quite looking at me. What did you expect? You laughing, making it obvious how much stronger you are, making Sakura fawn over you while I struggled. I considered that. He wasn't being sarcastic. He was being honest, in his blunt way. You're stronger than you think, I said simply, and not in ways that matter yet. Give it time. Over the next 2 weeks, the shape of the team became apparent to everyone except, possibly, Kakashi, who I was beginning to suspect noticed everything and said almost nothing. Sakura started coming to our training sessions with actual strategic insights. I made a point of asking her opinion on tactical problems, how to coordinate our positioning for a 3-person formation, what she'd observe about enemy movement. Her initial starstruck observations transformed into genuine analytical thinking. She began to respect herself more, which made her respect me less as some impossible standard and infinitely more as an actual teammate. Naruto, meanwhile, was soaking up instruction like he'd been waiting his entire life for someone to give him one. I worked with him on fundamentals that should have been drilled into him at the academy. Footwork, breathing patterns, the kinds of unglamorous details that actually made the difference between a competent ninja and an exceptional one. He was physically gifted in ways that surprised me. His chakra reserves seemed almost bottomless, and whatever had happened to him in his infancy had left him resilient in ways that defied standard physiology. I didn't ask about that. It wasn't my place, and he would tell the team when he was ready. Or he wouldn't. But he was part of something here, and I wasn't going to make him feel like an outsider. Kakashi watched all of this with an expression I couldn't read. On the 15th day, he pulled me aside while the others practiced a weapons drill. You're not what I expected, he said without preamble. Your file said you were arrogant, driven, believed you had something to prove. People change, I said neutrally. 8-year-olds don't change that rapidly. Not without something causing it. He paused, his visible eye searching my face for something. What are you protecting yourself from, Sasuke? By being kind to them. The question was so direct, so psychologically astute, that I almost responded with the truth. That kindness wasn't a defense mechanism, that it was actually the only rational choice when you understood that isolation and pride were poisons that would eat you alive. That I'd been given a second chance at being young, and it would be morally bankrupt to waste it recreating the same cycles of pain and arrogance that broke people. But Kakashi didn't need that information. He needed to know that his team was stable. The alternative is worse, I said. For all of us. He studied me for another moment, then nodded once, as if I'd confirmed something he'd already suspected. Don't let them rely on you so completely that they forget how to survive on their own. I won't, I said, and I meant it. Chapter 17 Training Ground 7 became strange in the way that only happens when people stop performing and start actually working together. We met at 6 o'clock every morning, and Kakashi had us run through increasingly complex scenarios. Combat drills evolved into tactical positioning exercises. Chakra control work became a meditation on efficiency. By the 4th week, we were doing 3-on-3 simulations against Kakashi's shadow clones, and Kakashi himself watched from the perimeter, occasionally making notes on a small pad. Naruto was, without question, the most physically gifted of the 3 of us. His chakra output was extraordinary, and his recovery time between exertions was genuinely superhuman. What he lacked was precision. He had an engine, but no transmission, all power and no finesse. I spent a significant portion of our time working on that problem. Your chakra scatters, I said, holding his wrist after a particularly explosive failed attempt at a fireball jutsu. Sakura was sitting off to the side, reviewing notes on chakra pathways. It's like you're trying to contain an ocean in a cup. You have to shape it, guide it, make it obey. Naruto's face scrunched up with frustration. I don't think about it. It just comes out. Exactly. Which is why you're burning chakra like a forest fire. You can do better. I pulled up my own chakra, let it manifest along my arm in a thin, controlled flow. Watch the pathway. Don't watch the result. Control the route. He tried again, and this time his concentration was absolute. The fireball he eventually produced was small and uneven, but it held together, and more importantly, he wasn't gasping for breath when he finished. Sakura made a note. His reserve-to-output ratio is interesting. Normally that much chakra from someone his age would fragment during control. His pathways are unusually clear, I observed. Like his body, learned to handle excess capacity early. That was true, though I didn't understand why. Whatever Naruto's history was, it had left him physically configured for something that couldn't be entirely natural. But it also meant that with proper training, he had genuine potential. Not just the theoretical kind, the actual, buildable, real kind. Over the following weeks, I watched Naruto's taijutsu improve not just in speed or power, but in awareness. He started anticipating movements instead of reacting to them. His combinations became fluid. And crucially, he started thinking about what he was doing instead of simply doing it with force. Sakura, meanwhile, had gone through her own transformation. She'd come to the team as a genin who excelled at knowledge and theory, but believed she was physically weak. I made a point of changing that perception. Your chakra control is actually exceptional, I told her during a water-walking exercise. She'd managed to hold her focus for longer than Naruto, though with less total power. That matters more than raw strength at this stage. You're thinking, building. That's rarer than you'd think. She straightened visibly. Really? Yes. Naruto has power. I have the Sharingan. But you have precision. In actual combat, precision wins. It was partly performance, the kind of thing a good team leader says to keep morale stable. But it was also true. Sakura's mind was organized in a way that Naruto's wasn't, and it gave her a distinct advantage in planning and execution. By the 5th week, when Kakashi finally called an end to conditioning and announced we were ready for real missions, something had shifted fundamentally. We weren't 3 individuals who'd been assigned to work together. We were a unit. We moved together. We anticipated each other. And more importantly, we trusted each other in ways that went beyond the surface. After the final session, Kakashi walked with me back toward the village while Naruto and Sakura argued about whose turn it was to carry the training equipment. I've been reviewing your file, Kakashi said conversationally. Your father was noted as a prodigy. Exceptional talent, but rigid in his thinking. Limited by his own expectations of what strength was supposed to look like. I said nothing, waiting. You're not like that, Kakashi continued. You're doing something different. I'm trying to understand what, and I'm having difficulty, which is unusual. Does it matter? I asked. The team is functional. We work together. That's the goal. It matters if it's a breaking point waiting to happen. He came to a stop, and I stopped with him. You're building them up. Deliberately. Which suggests you're protecting something. Some part of yourself that's vulnerable. And eventually, they'll find it. Or you'll have to choose between the team and your own preservation. It was an observation so precise that I had to physically compartmentalize before responding. That's true for everyone, I said finally. We all protect something. The question is whether we protect it by isolating or by being selective about who we let close. I'm choosing the second option. Kakashi looked at me for a long moment. Then, don't let that cost you. Selflessness is admirable. Martyrdom is just another form of selfishness. He walked away before I could respond, and I was left standing alone on the bridge, watching Naruto and Sakura bickering over the training bag, and wondering if Kakashi had somehow seen all the way through to the fundamental loneliness of being exactly what I was. A person made of memories that didn't belong to this body, trying to navigate a life that had been given to me by chance rather than choice. I caught up with them before they noticed I'd fallen behind. Chapter 18. Our first real mission came 3 days later. It wasn't the bridge of heaven and earth. It wasn't Zabuza and Haku and all the canonical trauma of the early arcs. Instead, Kakashi brought us a C-rank escort mission for a merchant named Daichi, who ran a small caravan between Leaf Village and the Western Trade Post. Bandits have been hitting this route, Kakashi explained, showing us a map marked with 3 reported attacks over the past month. You'll provide protection for the caravan. Stay alert, assess threats, and respond appropriately. I'll be with you, but you'll be taking point on threat assessment. Naruto grinned. Sakura looked nervous but determined. I studied the map, noting the terrain features, the timing of the attacks, and the likely patrol routes of any organized bandit group. They're not random, I said. The attacks are spaced 4 to 5 days apart, always on the western leg of the journey. They know the merchant's schedule. Kakashi's eye crinkled. Correct. What does that suggest? Someone in the caravan is informing them, Sakura said quickly. Or someone who works with the caravan. They wouldn't be able to predict the schedule otherwise. Possible, I agreed. But also likely they've observed the route multiple times. You don't need inside information if you're patient. A bandit crew with discipline could have worked out his patterns just by watching. We arrived at the caravan's camp early the next morning. Daichi was a man in his 50s, weathered and practical, with the kind of calm that came from handling risk as a matter of routine. He showed us the caravan's composition. 3 heavy wagons loaded with bolts of silk and spice, 14 hired guards of varying competence, and a handful of staff members. I watched everyone carefully, not looking for obvious signs of treachery, Anyone capable of that level of deception would hide it well, but assessing capability. Which of the hired guards were actually dangerous? Which ones were there for show? Where the weaknesses in the caravan's defensive perimeter would be. The first 2 days of travel were uneventful. We moved through foothills at a steady pace, and I used the time to survey the terrain. The road wound through a valley with steep sides, defensible positions for an ambush. I marked them mentally. If I were organizing bandits, this is where I'd strike. On the evening of the second day, Kakashi pulled me aside. "What's your assessment?" he asked. "They'll hit tomorrow, around midday," I said. "The valley narrows 2 hours ahead. Multiple escape routes to the north. They'll come from the hills on both sides. Try to box the caravan in. Focus on overwhelming the guards through superior numbers. Then they'll take what they want and scatter before anyone can call for backup." "And how do you respond?" "I'd been thinking about this. Spread our people. Naruto and Sakura take forward positions with high ground. I'll stay with the caravan center for mobility. When they commit to the ambush, we collapse inward and compress them. We don't let them scatter. We contain." Kakashi regarded me steadily. "That requires assuming you can move faster than they can disperse." "I can," I said simply. The ambush came exactly when I predicted, exactly where I expected. 20 bandits emerged from the hills with weapons drawn and chaos on their minds. They'd done this before. They moved with the confidence of people who'd never faced serious resistance. That confidence lasted approximately 12 seconds. Naruto and Sakura triggered a coordinated distraction from the high ground while I moved through the caravan formation with precise efficiency. My Sharingan was only at 1 tomo, but that was enough. I could see the bandits' movements a fraction of a second before they made them. I could follow the arc of their weapons and position myself to block the paths they wanted to take. More than that, I could see how their jutsu worked. One of them threw a mud wall technique to create cover for withdrawal. I watched the chakra flow, understood the hand seals, and improvised a counter technique that disrupted the mud wall's formation before it completed. When he tried the technique again 5 seconds later, I was ready with the exact same counter. The bandit froze, confusion crossing his face. That single moment of hesitation was enough for one of Daichi's experienced guards to end the threat. By the time the dust settled, 17 bandits were on the ground, 4 were fleeing, and 1, the leader, was pinned by Kakashi with a kunai at his throat, looking genuinely bewildered about how so young an opponent had neutralized his entire formation strategy in under 30 seconds. After the cleanup and the celebration from Daichi, after we'd escorted the caravan safely to the western trade post and collected our payment, Kakashi dismissed us back to the village. But as Naruto and Sakura headed back through the gates, Kakashi pulled me aside one more time. "The mud wall technique," he said. "You didn't know it before." "No," I admitted. "But you countered it. Twice. Perfectly. My Sharingan lets me copy jutsu," I said. "You knew that when you assigned me to the team. There's a difference between mechanical copying and understanding," Kakashi said quietly. "You were analyzing. You understood why the technique failed the first time you countered it, so you knew exactly how to fail it again. That's not genetic talent. That's strategic thinking." "It's useful," I said. "It's more than useful. It's rare." He paused. Then, "Don't let that become a weakness. The tendency to analyze, to think 3 steps ahead. It can make you hesitant when hesitation costs lives." I nodded, though I disagreed with him fundamentally. Analysis was never a weakness. It was the only real armor any of us had. But I understood what he was trying to say. There was a difference between strategic thinking and overthinking, between caution and paralysis. It was a balance I was still learning to strike. Chapter 19. 4 days after the caravan mission, Naruto appeared at my home without warning. I was in the secondary garden, practicing fire release techniques in the early morning, when he vaulted over the wall with the kind of enthusiasm that could only come from an 8-year-old with no respect for property boundaries. "You're different," he announced, dropping to the ground in front of me. "From what people say you're supposed to be like." I didn't stop my practice. "Am I?" "Yeah. Everyone said you were cold and mean and only cared about being the best. That you'd push everyone else down to stay on top. But that's not what you actually do." I completed the jutsu sequence and released the chakra control. People make assumptions based on limited information. That's not it, though. He was frowning, thinking hard in that way that meant he was trying to articulate something that didn't have an obvious shape in his head. "You're stronger than everyone expects. But not in the way they think." I turned to face him fully. "Explain." "You could dominate the team. You could tell us exactly what to do and we'd listen because you're the strongest and fastest. But you don't. You help us get better. You actually listen to Sakura's ideas and you give Naruto advice instead of just being better than him." He paused. "It makes you stronger, not weaker. And I don't think other people get that." It was absurdly perceptive for an 8-year-old, and it took me a moment to respond. Isolation is fragile, I said finally. Strength built on needing to be alone doesn't survive contact with other people. But strength built on choosing how you interact with others, that's something different. That's something that endures. So you're choosing not to be mean, Naruto said, like he was confirming his understanding. I'm choosing to understand what strength actually is, I corrected. Meanness is easy. Anyone can be cruel. It takes intelligence to be kind without becoming weak. Naruto sat down in the grass, looking satisfied with that answer. Most people wouldn't understand that. Most people haven't thought about it, I said. We sat in silence for a moment, and then Naruto said something that caught me off guard. I'm glad I'm on a team with you. Even though I was angry about it before. For the second time in our conversation, I didn't have an immediate response. The admission was simple and genuine, and it made something in my chest that I'd assumed was locked away twitch with almost human emotion. You're a good teammate, I said, which wasn't what I felt but was what he needed to hear. I'm going to be the strongest ninja in the village, he said with absolute certainty. But I'm going to do it the right way. Not like, he stopped himself, but I understood what he'd been about to say. Not like some broken person obsessed with revenge. That's a better goal, I agreed. After he left, with the same enthusiastic vault over the wall he'd used to enter, I sat in the garden for a long time, thinking about choices and autonomy and the strange miracle of having been given a second chance at being young. I was not the person the tragedy was supposed to have made me. I was not the person drowning in revenge or obsessed with proving myself. And standing in that garden, knowing that Naruto had seen that truth and chosen to acknowledge it, I understood something that the previous version of Sasuke had died learning. That the greatest strength you could have was the strength to choose who you wanted to be, even when everyone expected you to be someone else. Chapter 20. The letter arrived on a Thursday. It was waiting on the table when I returned from a solo training session, placed carefully in the center of the dining surface like it had been set there by someone who understood precise symbolic gestures. There was no seal, no marking on the envelope. Just paper, carefully folded. My hands shook as I opened it. I've always wondered what that would feel like. A physical response to psychological shock. My hands were literally trembling as the paper unfolded, revealing a single line written in precise, deliberate handwriting. Asterisk, I left something for you, in the ceiling vault. You were smart to understand what I was. Find it when you're ready. Itachi asterisk. The letter burned in the brazier within 30 seconds. I watched it char and curl and dissolve into nothing, and the smoke rose into the evening air carrying with it the profound weight of a single terrible understanding. Itachi had known. About the ceiling vault. About my decision to study the clan's archives instead of pursuing power through raw training. About my deliberate choice not to become defined by revenge. He had known. Which meant this, all of this, had been part of something larger. Something planned. The implications cascaded through my mind like an avalanche, each one building on the last. Each one eroding the certainty that I'd been making free choices rather than following a path that had been laid out for me by someone with 8 years of preparation and the kind of strategic thinking that came from pure intelligence untempered by morality. What had Itachi left in that vault? More importantly, how far ahead had he been thinking when he committed the massacre? Had he predicted that I would find the sealed archives? Had he anticipated that I would choose a different path? Or was this something else entirely? A backup plan? A contingency? A piece of himself that he'd left behind for reasons I couldn't yet comprehend? I stood in the kitchen of my home, the house of Sasuke Uchiha, the sole survivor of a clan, the boy who'd woken up 8 years ago from a nightmare he couldn't remember into a tragedy he was still learning to process. And I felt the terrible weight of understanding that nothing, absolutely nothing, had been as simple or autonomous as I believed. I thought I was choosing my own path, building my own future, making decisions independent of the revenge narrative that every other person in the village expected me to fulfill. But Itachi had left a letter. Itachi had known about the vault. Itachi had left something for me to find, which meant that everything I'd done, every choice I'd made, the decision to train differently, to build a team instead of dominating it, to find meaning beyond vengeance, might have been exactly what he'd predicted, exactly what he'd planned. The question wasn't whether I could become strong. The question was whether I'd ever had the freedom to become anything at all. I lit the brazier again and burned the ashes of the letter until there was nothing left but smoke and the fading certainty that I'd ever been truly in control of my own life. Chapter 21. The Uchiha compound ruins weren't actually ruins. That was the first thing most people got wrong. The village had cleaned them up, after clearing away the bodies and the broken structures, leaving behind carefully maintained gardens and preserved buildings that stood empty. It was respectful in a way that felt like erasure. The place where an entire clan had died was now a memorial to the fact of their death, stripped of all the messy reality that had made them actual people. I stood at the gate and looked at the stone walls. My hands felt steady, which was its own form of deception. Some kinds of weight don't shake you physically. They settle into your bones instead, becoming part of your baseline existence until you can almost forget they're there. Itachi knew. That was the thought I kept returning to. Not anger, not grief, just a cold recognition of tactical positioning. Itachi had known about the sealing vault, had known I would understand what it contained, had left a scroll alongside mine as a deliberate statement. A challenge. The sealing vault was buried 15 feet beneath what had been the main archive building. Now it was simply a section of the compound that had been cordoned off during reconstruction, marked with warning signs about structural instability that nobody really believed. Nobody questioned it either. The Uchiha clan was dead, and dead people's property wasn't worth investigating. I'd memorized the location 3 years ago when I was 7, which meant the coordinates were locked into my body's muscle memory. That particular form of foreknowledge was either brilliant or stupidly reckless. I was still deciding which. The old entrance had been sealed, so I approached from the eastern edge, using the maintenance tunnels that ran beneath the compound. They were dry enough, the village's reconstruction teams had maintained basic drainage, and dark enough that even with my one-tomo Sharingan, seeing required concentration. I could have used a light source, but visibility worked both ways, and I didn't want to announce myself to anyone monitoring the compound. Not that anyone was likely to be watching at midnight. Still, caution was the only thing that had kept me alive this long. The secondary entrance to the vault was exactly where I remembered Fugaku's records indicating it should be, concealed behind a false wall, sealed with a combination lock that required specific knowledge of Uchiha clan symbols to open. My father had been paranoid about security in a way that suggested he'd expected something to go wrong. Maybe he had. Maybe he'd known, in some small distant way, that the massacre was coming. The thought hurt, and I shelved it for later processing. The lock took me 3 minutes to work through. My hands, older now, stronger than they'd been at 7, moved with precision through the necessary hand seals and chakra manipulation. The wall shifted, grinding against something that sounded like ancient machinery, and the entrance opened onto darkness that felt almost solid. I stepped inside. The vault itself was smaller than I expected, or perhaps my memory had simply inflated it to epic proportions. The walls were lined with sealed containers, all of them marked with that protective symbol I'd seen in Father's office. The air was cool and perfectly dry, maintained by sealing arrays that had apparently been maintained after the massacre by someone, probably the Hokage's order, ensuring that the clan's research remained safe even if the clan itself didn't. My scroll was in the third container from the entrance. I knew it immediately by the weight and the particular way I'd sealed it, using a pattern that existed nowhere else in Uchiha records because I'd invented it on the spot 3 years ago, combining standard techniques in a sequence that shouldn't have worked, but did. The clay-sealed container was exactly where I'd left it, undisturbed, waiting. But there was another scroll beside it. This one was older. The sealing marks were in Itachi's precise script, and the container itself bore the Uchiha symbol written in what looked like his own blood. It was carefully placed, positioned as though he'd been deliberately creating a conversation by leaving it here. A statement made in the language of sealing and blood, and the kind of deliberation that suggested he'd known I would come. I picked both scrolls up and held them, one in each hand, feeling the weight of different versions of my future pressing against my palms. For a long moment, I stood in the darkness of the vault and let myself feel it. The rage, the violation, the sense of having been played by someone who understood his own brother better than that brother understood himself. Itachi had left this deliberately, had walked through a massacre with the presence of mind to place a challenge inside a sealed vault, knowing that someday I would be brave enough or desperate enough to come retrieve it. That knowledge burned. But burning changed nothing about what needed to happen next. I unsealed my scroll first. The message was exactly as I'd written it 3 years ago, preserved in the kind of condition that only perfect sealing could achieve. My 7-year-old handwriting written with an adult mind, informing a future self that the clan had possessed sealing technology far in advance of what the village assumed, and that somewhere in the archives, there existed knowledge about protection wards and recursive sealing patterns that could be applied to Sharingan development. Useful, but not surprising. Itachi's scroll was different. I unsealed it slowly, carefully, half expecting some kind of jinjutsu trap. My Sharingan caught nothing. No subtle chakra patterns, no mental architecture waiting to hook itself into my consciousness. Just paper and ink and handwriting that I recognized from the letter he'd sent. The contents were a history, not the official history, not the sanitized version they taught in the academy about the founding of the Uchiha clan and Indra's legacy as one of the 2 founders of all ninja. This was the real history, written in Itachi's careful script, detailing something that I'd suspected but never confirmed: the existence of a cycle. An actual, measurable, repeated pattern in which the heirs of Indra and Ashura would inevitably come into conflict, driven by something deeper than personal motivation or clan politics. It explained the massacre. Not justified, I wasn't going to make that mistake, but explained. The Uchiha clan's obsession with power, their isolation, their tendency toward internal conflict and darkness. None of that was accidental. It was architectural. It was written into the clan's genetics and spiritual lineage the way fate itself was written into the world. And that meant the revenge, the obsession with power, was inevitable, predetermined, something that the universe itself was actively trying to force him into. Below the history, in a separate section, Itachi had written something personal. Asterisk, you were smart to understand what I was. You chose sealing arts instead of power, observation instead of hatred, connection instead of isolation. The cycle can be broken. It requires choosing something other than hatred, other than the path fate has laid out. I don't think you can do it. The cycle is too strong. But if you're reading this, then you've at least understood that there was a choice to make. Prove me wrong, little brother. Be something other than what we are supposed to be. Asterisk, or come find me when you realize that you can't. The scroll dropped from my hand. It fell slowly. Or rather, I fell slowly, my mind needing time to process what I was reading. The vault seemed to tilt around me, and I understood with absolute clarity why Itachi had done this. Because he'd looked at this cycle, understood it completely, and had concluded that the only way to break it was to be so monstrous that his brother's natural human response would be hatred rather than vengeance. To drive me so hard that I would either break completely or fight back with something purer than revenge. To give me a choice. I sat on the floor of the vault, cold stone, perfect preservation, the air tasting like nothing because nothing had ever corrupted it, and I let myself feel it. Not rage. Something deeper. A kind of cold crystalline certainty that every assumption I'd made about my own autonomy had been contingent on my brother's strategic planning. But here was what Itachi hadn't accounted for. I was not the person he was designed to manipulate. I was an adult in a child's body, someone with decades of perspective on how manipulation worked, how cycles perpetuated themselves, how people convinced themselves that cruelty was inevitable. And I understood, sitting in that sealed vault with two scrolls in my hands, that Itachi's challenge was itself part of the cycle. He was trying to force me to prove him wrong, which meant I was supposed to spend my life trying to be worthy of that challenge, trying to prove my specialness, trying to break a fate that I was supposed to transcend. The cycle didn't end by refusing to hate. The cycle ended by refusing to play the game at all. I sealed both scrolls carefully, placing them in a new container that I marked with my own blood and my own deliberately unmarked symbol. Then I left the vault, sealed the entrance behind me, and climbed back through the maintenance tunnels. The Uchiha compound was exactly as I'd left it, beautiful and empty and carefully maintained as a memorial to absence. I was not going to become a memorial. I was not going to spend my life either consumed by revenge or defined by its opposite. I was going to do something quieter and more dangerous. I was going to build a network of people who understood me, and I was going to create a life so completely at odds with the mythology of the suffering avenger that the entire prophecy would have to collapse around me. Itachi had given me a choice. I was choosing to redefine what the choice even meant. And that, I thought as I climbed out of the maintenance tunnels into the cool night air, was the only way to prove him wrong. Chapter 22. The weight of the vault's contents sat in my chest, like a physical thing, for approximately 4 days before I managed to process it into something approaching functional analysis. This was the difficult part of having an adult mind in a child's body. Emotions that should have taken minutes to experience were stretched across hours. Rage that should have burned hot and fast instead settled into my bones and refused to leave. The sense of violation, not sexual, but something deeper, something about the fundamental autonomy of being manipulated by someone I'd respected, had nowhere to go because I was 10 years old and children weren't supposed to experience that kind of betrayal. I managed it by compartmentalizing. During the day, I trained with Team 7. Kakashi pushed us through a new set of exercises focused on tactical positioning, and I noted with something approaching clinical interest that both Naruto and Sakura were improving faster than canon suggested they should. Kakashi was also different, more engaged, more present, spending actual time on their development instead of treating them like an obligation. Maybe it was because I wasn't presenting myself as the tragic prodigy who needed no real instruction. Maybe he was just relieved to have a teammate who didn't require constant emotional management. During training, I demonstrated the new applications of my Sharingan that I'd been developing. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would alarm Kakashi or trigger any of the village politics that surrounded potential clan revival. Just small optimizations, better copy speed, more efficient chakra use, a subtle improvement in prediction that could be attributed to experience rather than any fundamental change. Naruto noticed immediately. "You're different," he said one afternoon, when Kakashi had sent us on a supply run and briefly left us unattended. We were sitting in a training field, eating rice balls that Sakura had somehow convinced a local vendor to give us as inspiration for future clients. "I'm the same person I was yesterday," I said, which was technically true even if every layer beneath the statement was false. "No, you're thinking about something. Like, really thinking. The kind of thinking that makes people do weird things." He paused. "Are you going to do something weird? Because I'm pretty good at weird things. I can help." For a moment, I was tempted to tell him everything. To explain about Itachi and the vault and the cycle and the fundamental realization that I was being played by my own brother as part of a larger game that had been designed before my body was even created. Naruto had this quality of absolute acceptance that made people want to trust him, even when trust was probably a mistake. But that was exactly the trap. That was the way the cycle perpetuated, by pulling people in, making them into part of your story, turning them into both anchors and liabilities. "I'm deciding what comes next," I said instead. "Everything before this point has been reaction. Responding to the massacre, responding to being assigned to Team 7, responding to Kakashi's training. But now I'm going to make actual choices instead of just accepting what's given to me." Naruto considered this with the intensity of someone who'd spent a lifetime having choices taken away and was therefore unusually good at understanding their importance. "That's good," he said finally. "I did that too. When I decided I wasn't going to be what everyone expected. The village people thought I was just going to be a screw-up forever, but I decided I was going to be the strongest Hokage instead." He paused. "Is your thing about being stronger than everyone?" "No," I said. "My thing is about not letting anyone, including myself, decide who I have to be." He nodded like that made perfect sense, and maybe it did, in the way that Naruto's straightforward understanding of the world sometimes cuts through complexity just by refusing to acknowledge that complexity exists. That night, I sat in my room and made a list. Itachi's challenge was designed to work if I responded to it. Either I would hate him, fulfilling the cycle, or I would spend my life trying to prove him wrong, which was its own form of enslavement, just one dressed up in the language of transcendence and breaking free. The only way to actually break the cycle was to refuse both options simultaneously. I needed to, 1. Understand the true history Itachi had shown me without being defined by it. 2. Develop my power base independently, not in reaction to his expectations. 3. Build relationships that weren't contingent on my role as the tragic avenger or the one breaking the cycle. 4. Create a future that was so far removed from the prophecy that the prophecy itself became irrelevant. The first was already in progress. I'd read Itachi's scroll carefully enough to understand the theological and political architecture of the cycle, and I could see now how both Indra and Ashura had been trapped by it, both believing themselves to be making free choices when they were actually following a script written by forces larger than individual will. But I also understood something Itachi apparently didn't, that cycles could be broken simply by refusing to participate, not by heroically overcoming them, not by struggling against them with exceptional willpower, just by stepping outside the game entirely and choosing something different. The second required strategy. I'd spent the first decade of my life in this body learning Sharingan techniques and basic jutsu, because that's what a young Uchiha prodigy did. I'd focused on sealing arts because Itachi had indicated they were important. But the truth was that I had no idea what I actually wanted to become. I'd been so focused on not becoming the canonical version of Sasuke that I hadn't considered who I might become instead. Sealing arts were actually interesting, now that I examined them without the pressure of cosmic destiny. They represented a way of thinking about problems that was fundamentally different from combat jutsu. Instead of direct confrontation, sealing involved creating systems that could work on their own, that could contain and protect and preserve. It was strategic in a way that combat never could be. I decided to pursue it seriously, not because Itachi had suggested it, but because it was interesting and because the village had a significant gap in their sealing knowledge that meant I could develop genuine expertise instead of just copying what had been done before. That was something Itachi couldn't have anticipated, that I would choose the same path for completely different reasons. The third and fourth were intertwined. I had Naruto and Sakura, not because they were essential to my survival, but because they were genuinely interesting people who were becoming better versions of themselves by being given the space to think. I needed to expand that circle without making it into something that defined me. The solution presented itself on a Thursday afternoon when I was researching sealing arrays in the village library. There was a librarian, Chunin-level archives specialist named Yuki, probably mid-20s, with the kind of analytical mind that suggested she'd chosen library work because it genuinely interested her instead of as some alternative to actual shinobi work. She'd been watching me work for approximately 2 weeks before approaching. "You're researching recursive ceiling patterns," she said, not as a question. "Yes," I said, not bothering with deception. There was no way to hide from someone whose job was literally organizing information. Most people don't start with those. They start with basic protection seals or communication arrays. She paused. "You're starting with them because you already understand the foundational concepts, and you're trying to figure out how they scale." I looked up at her. She was serious, genuinely engaged with the intellectual problem rather than trying to figure out why a child was researching advanced ceiling theory. "Yes," I said. She pulled up a chair. "I have some older texts that aren't cataloged in the General Archive. Clan records, mostly. People donated them after the last war, thinking the village should maintain backup copies. Some of them have pattern sequences that might help you understand how recursive structures actually stabilize under load." Over the next hour, she showed me texts that existed in that liminal space between public and private knowledge. Old Uchiha records, yes, but also Hyuga materials and documents from smaller families that had been absorbed into the village over generations. She didn't ask me why I wanted this knowledge. She just provided it, the way someone would provide water to someone who was thirsty. When I left the library that day, I understood that I'd just gained something more valuable than Itachi's challenge, an actual mentor who cared about the knowledge itself rather than what I would do with it. That evening, I sat under the stars and felt something shift in my chest. Not peace. I'd learned early on that peace was a luxury I probably wouldn't get, but something like acceptance. Itachi had given me a choice between predetermined outcomes, and I'd chosen a third path by simply deciding that the choice itself was optional. The cycle could be broken, not through exceptional willpower or cosmic significance, but through the simple, quiet act of building a life so deliberately disconnected from the prophecy that the prophecy became meaningless. The real rebellion, I was learning, wasn't heroic. It was boring. Chapter 23 Team 7 training took on a new quality once I made the decision to stop treating my teammates like obligations and start treating them like actual strategic assets. This wasn't callousness, though Kakashi seemed to think it might be when I began systematically explaining my thought process to both Naruto and Sakura instead of just demonstrating superior performance. "Naruto, your chakra control is still loose," I said during a mid-morning drill session where Kakashi had assigned us shadow clone practice. "Not because you're bad at it, but because you approach every jutsu like it needs to be as loud as possible. You'll be more effective if you put that same energy into precision." Naruto looked genuinely interested rather than offended, which suggested that my previous dismissals of his abilities had been unnecessarily harsh. "How? How do I be loud and precise?" I showed him, not just told him, by having him create shadows at different intensities while I observed with my Sharingan. After 40 minutes of this, he'd improved noticeably. His chakra control was still nowhere near mine, but he'd moved from aggressive and barely contained to controlled with strategic aggression. "That's actually useful," he said, which was high praise from Naruto. Sakura was a different problem. She was smarter than anyone gave her credit for, smarter than Naruto, possibly smarter than me in areas that required pure logical processing rather than instinct. But she'd internalized the narrative that she was the weak link of the team, and she performed down to that expectation almost automatically. "You're wasting your intelligence on trying to be useful in combat," I told her during a strategy discussion where Kakashi had us planning approach tactics for a hypothetical mission. "You're better at prediction and resource management than both of us. If you'd stop trying to force yourself to be the fast one or the strong one, you could actually become invaluable." She looked at me like I'd suggested she could fly. "You want me to not fight as much?" "I want you to use the thing you're actually good at," I said. "Naruto's good at overwhelming force and adaptation. I'm good at copying techniques and pure speed. You're good at seeing systems and understanding how things interact. Those are not less valuable. They're just not traditionally shinobi skills." Over the next week, I deliberately created scenarios where Sakura's analytical thinking would matter more than physical prowess. Group missions where the three of us had to coordinate around obstacles. Training sessions where I deliberately fed her information and asked her to explain what she was seeing. Tactical problems where the optimal solution required patience rather than aggression. By the end of the week, she was approaching every problem differently, not asking if she could help, but actively thinking about how her specific skill set could solve problems that Naruto's strength or my speed couldn't address. Kakashi noticed. "You're deliberately developing your teammates' abilities in ways that complement each other," he said to me after training, dismissing Naruto and Sakura first. "Yes," I said, not bothering to pretend otherwise. We're stronger as a unit if everyone plays to their actual strengths instead of the strengths they think they should have. There was a long pause. Kakashi studied me with his visible eye, and I was aware that he was watching me with the part of his attention that most people didn't know how to look at, the analytical assessment of threat and capability. That's not how genin usually think, he said finally. Most prodigies want to be the strongest. Most want to prove themselves against others in their age group. You are building. Building what? I asked, genuinely interested in how he would characterize what I was doing. A network, he said. People who understand that they're stronger together. People who have specific roles and have been convinced that their roles matter. He paused. That's not a common instinct in ninja training. Most ninja training assumes scarcity, I said. Assumes that there's a limited amount of power and prestige and everyone's competing for it. But actually, power scales exponentially if you think about it in terms of systems instead of individuals. A team where everyone's doing exactly what they're best at and nothing else can accomplish more than a team of 3 people all trying to be well-rounded. Kakashi's eye crinkled slightly, which I'd learned was his version of a smile. You've thought about this seriously, he said. I've thought about what kind of future I want to build, I corrected. And it involves people who understand their own value instead of measuring themselves against mine. That night, I sat in my room and realized that what I was doing with Team 7 was the opposite of what Itachi's challenge had been designed to make me do. Instead of proving my exceptional nature through isolation and superior willpower, I was proving my value through systematic development of everyone around me. If I was special, it would be because I could recognize other people's excellence, not despite it. The paperwork Kakashi assigned us over the next few weeks reflected this shift. Instead of high combat missions, we were sent on assignments that required coordination and problem-solving. A missing cat that had apparently gotten stuck in an extremely complex gutter system. Sakura figured out the architecture. Naruto provided the brute force necessary to move obstacles. I figured out timing. A dispute between merchants that required understanding the logical flaws in both their arguments. That was all Sakura. A training assignment with some younger academy students where we had to teach them proper form. I led it, but Naruto and Sakura did most of the actual instruction because they were better at translating foundational concepts. By the time we were assigned our 3rd C-rank mission, protecting a merchant's caravan on a short trade route, we were functioning less like a team of individuals and more like a single organism with 3 specialized parts. And I realized, watching Naruto and Sakura execute their roles with increasing confidence, that this was actually more transgressive than anything Itachi could have imagined. He'd challenged me to break the cycle of revenge by being exceptional. I was breaking it by making everyone around me exceptional too. The cycle required an isolated, brilliant prodigy consumed by a need to prove himself superior. I was systematically becoming the opposite, someone whose strength was measured entirely by how much stronger I could make everyone else. It was possibly the most subversive thing I could have done, and nobody, not Kakashi, not the village, not Itachi, would probably recognize it as rebellion at all. Chapter 20 for the Konoha Archive occupied an entire wing of the administrative building, organized in layers from commonly requested materials on the ground floor to restricted clan records and security documents 3 levels below ground. I'd been working in the public sections for approximately 3 weeks before Yuki mentioned the deeper archives. If you're serious about understanding recursive ceiling patterns, you need to see how they were actually applied, she said, leading me through a series of corridors that progressively seemed to be getting older. The stone changed from smooth modern construction to the kind of weathered brick that suggested the building had been standing for several centuries. The restricted sections? I asked, though I'd suspected this was coming. The restricted sections, she confirmed. Though restricted is complicated. Some of it's restricted because it's dangerous. Some because it's politically sensitive. Some because it's just so old that people forgot it was important. The archive specialist on duty, a jonin named Rue who looked like she'd been guarding documents since before I was born, took one look at Yuki and waved us through without paperwork. You vouching for him? Rue asked. He's serious, Yuki said. That seemed to be sufficient. What I found in the deeper archives was a history of sealing that was genuinely different from what the Uchiha clan had preserved. The Uchiha focus had been on personal sealing, containment, protection, creating bounded spaces. But the village's older records showed a different philosophy, sealing as a way of understanding the underlying structure of chakra itself. There were documents about the Uzumaki clan's technique, destroyed and lost during the wars, but recorded here in enough detail that their theoretical approach was preserved. There were Hyuga notes on chakra point mapping and how it related to sealing patterns. There were even a few fragments from the Founders' era that seemed to contain ideas about sealing that predated the formal categorization of techniques. And embedded in all of it was something that most people would have missed, evidence that that the Uchiha clan believed they were bound to might actually be a sealing construct rather than something genetic. I found it almost by accident. I was researching recursive patterns when I noticed that certain seal structures appeared in clan records with unusual frequency. Not Uchiha seals. These were older, predating the clan structure itself. They showed up in Uzumaki documents, in ancient Hyuga notes, in texts from villages that no longer existed. The pattern was identical to the one Itachi had drawn to illustrate the Indra/Ashura cycle. I brought the documents to Yuki without explaining my thinking. This sequence, I said, pointing to the pattern, appears in these 5 different documents separated by centuries and cultures. What does that mean? She studied the documents with the kind of focus that suggested she actually enjoyed the intellectual puzzle rather than seeing it as a curiosity. It means either this is a fundamental principle of sealing that multiple civilizations independently discovered, she said, or it means someone was deliberately embedding this pattern in historical records, teaching it across time. She paused. The second option doesn't make practical sense unless the pattern itself was the point, I finished. Unless the pattern was what mattered more than any individual application of it. You think the Indra/Ashura cycle is a seal? She asked, and the way she said it suggested she wasn't asking it as a joke. I think something that appears in this many documents with this much consistency probably isn't random, I said carefully. And if it is a seal, then it's something that could theoretically be disrupted. Yuki sat back in her chair, considering. There's a scholar, she said finally. Jiraiya, the one who writes those terrible novels everybody reads. He's actually a serious researcher when he's not being insufferable, and he's been investigating foundational seal theory for years. If you wanted to understand whether the pattern is actually a construct that could be disrupted, he'd be the person to ask. How would I even find him? I asked. Luck, mostly, Yuki said. But if you wait long enough, he usually shows up in Konoha eventually. He's got connections with the Hokage. That wasn't as helpful as I would have liked, but it was a direction at least. Over the next 2 weeks, I continued researching in the archives, carefully cross-referencing the pattern Itachi had shown me with everything the village had on record about foundational sealing theory. And the more I studied it, the more I became convinced that the cycle wasn't a prophecy or a curse or something written into the genetic material of the Uchiha clan. It was a seal. A recursive, self-perpetuating seal that had been designed so carefully that people didn't even realize they were trapped in it. They thought they were responding to their nature when they were actually responding to constraints embedded in their chakra by forces that predated their individual existence. Which meant it could be broken. Not by exceptional willpower or cosmic significance or proving myself better than the previous iterations of the pattern, but simply by identifying the seal and choosing not to activate it. I was sitting in the public archive section, working through a particularly complex text about seal rupture and maintenance, when Yuki appeared with 2 cups of tea. You've been here for 14 hours, she said. You're going to exhaust yourself. I'm 10, I said. I have a decade before exhaustion actually becomes a meaningful biological constraint. That's not how bodies work, she said, but she sat down anyway. We were quiet for a moment, and then she said, You're looking for something specific. Not just knowledge in general. You're looking for an answer to a particular problem. I considered lying. Yuki would have accepted it. Instead, I decided that having one person who actually understood what I was doing might be worth the vulnerability. I think there's something constraining my family's development, I said carefully. Something that makes certain outcomes feel inevitable. I'm trying to understand if it's real, or if we've just convinced ourselves it's real. And you think the answer is in sealing theory? She asked. I think the answer is in understanding whether constraints are constraints, or just patterns we haven't learned to break, I said. Yuki nodded, considering this like it was the most normal philosophical question anyone had ever asked her. If you find that the constraint is real, she said, you're going to need help disrupting it. And you can't do that alone. She paused. Just so you understand what you'd be getting into. If what you think is true is actually true, then you'd be unmaking something that's been part of the village's fundamental structures for centuries. That has political and philosophical implications beyond just your own future. I know, I said. Good, she said. Then we should talk to Jiraiya as soon as possible. I'll send out some contacts. She left me with the tea and the documents, and I sat in the quiet archive, understanding for the first time that I wasn't going to be able to solve this alone. Which was fine. I'd stopped expecting to solve things alone a long time ago, but it meant I was going to have to trust people with the knowledge that I was fundamentally different, fundamentally working towards something that might be at odds with what they'd been taught to believe. It meant I was choosing to be visible, even at the cost of safety. And that, I realized, was exactly what Itachi's challenge had been trying to prevent. Chapter 25. Akira Uchiha arrived on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after I'd begun seriously researching the sealing archives. She came through the main gates with Kakashi escorting her, which immediately flagged her as someone official. She was 16, branch family lineage written in the angle of her eyes and the specific precision of her Sharingan markings. A two-tomo, still sharp, still actively developing. She wore travel-worn clothing and moved with the careful economy of someone who'd learned to fight in conditions where wasting energy meant dying. Behind her, in a small cart, were what looked like the entirety of her possessions. "This is Akira Uchiha," Kakashi said, presenting her to me with something approaching formality. We were in the administrative building, in a meeting room that suggested this was official enough that the Hokage had probably already signed off on it. She's a branch family survivor from a settlement near Suna. She reached out requesting asylum and mentorship from the main family heir. I examined her without showing obvious examination. She was being equally careful with me, not defensive, but alert. Watching. "I'm Akira," she said, bowing slightly. "Branch family, but trained to respect the hierarchy anyway. I know this is unexpected. If you'd prefer not to work with me, I understand, but..." She paused, choosing words carefully. "I want to rebuild the Uchiha, and I can't do it alone." Kakashi left us in the room with careful instructions about how to file the necessary paperwork for mentorship approval. Once he was gone, Akira relaxed slightly, though she didn't sit down. "You're not what I expected," she said. "Neither are you," I said. "You're not here because Itachi sent you. And you're not here because you've absorbed the revenge narrative that most Uchiha survivors do." I paused. "You're here because you actually believe the clan can be rebuilt, and you think I'm the tool to do it." For the first time, she smiled, brief, acknowledging. "You're blunt. I thought Uchiha were supposed to be more subtle." "Main family training," I said. "Encourage emotional restraint. You learn to communicate precisely. We learn to communicate dishonestly," she said. "But I appreciate that you're not wasting my time." She sat down, finally, settling into the chair across from the table that separated us. "I'm aware that I probably just created a major complication in your life. The Hokage is going to expect you to mentor me. The village is going to expect clan rebuilding. I'm asking you to do something that you probably don't want to do." "Why would you do that?" I asked. "Because the alternative is watching the clan completely die," she said. "My family, the entire branch settlement, was wiped out during a land dispute 5 years ago. I was traveling for training when it happened. By the time I came back, everyone was dead, and there were maybe 15 Uchiha left in the entire world. I know our clan is problematic. I know we have a tendency toward isolation and darkness, and the kind of internal conflict that destroys us." She met my eyes directly, and I recognized something in that gaze that was familiar. She was someone who'd had to remake herself after loss. "But I also know that the Uchiha developed sealing arts that nobody else has, and chakra manipulation techniques that could genuinely help people if we weren't so focused on destroying each other. I don't want to rebuild some tragic revenge-obsessed clan. I want to rebuild something that could actually be useful." I studied her in a way I'd have been obvious about with anyone else. But with the Sharingan, I could examine her without it appearing like I was particularly interested. Her chakra flow was tight, well-controlled, the kind of development that came from serious training. She was being sincere, not because she was incapable of deception, but because deception would be strategically pointless. She needed me to actually believe in what she was asking, which meant honesty was the appropriate tool. "What would rebuilding look like?" I asked. "Joint training initially," she said. "You teach me what the main family knows about sealing and Sharingan development. I contribute knowledge from the branch family techniques. They're different, less focused on raw power, more focused on practical application. We recruit other survivors if we can find them. Eventually, maybe something that looks like a clan again, but deliberately different from what we were before." "You're asking me to participate in clan reconstruction," I said. "That's not a small thing. I'm asking you to help something good grow instead of letting the clan myth die completely," she said. "And I'm aware that I'm making this request at a time when you're probably dealing with a lot of your own heritage issues." The words hung between us, and I realized that despite her relative youth and the fact that we'd only just met, she understood something fundamental about the position I was in. That inheriting Uchiha identity meant inheriting both power and profound complexity. That there was no version of being Sasuke that didn't involve other people wanting things from you based on your clan identity. "If I agree to this," I said, "it's not because I believe in clan restoration or bringing back Uchiha glory. It's because you're right that the techniques are worth preserving, and it's because I actually believe I can help prevent the worst impulses that destroyed us before. That's all I'm asking," she said. "And you understand that I'm not going to be a symbol," I continued. "I'm not going to be the main family heir that everyone defers to. If we do this, it's going to be collaborative, and it's going to involve me teaching you how to actually think instead of just copying my techniques. A slight smile crossed her face. I can work with that. We talked for another hour, outlining the basic structure of what mentorship would look like. Twice weekly training sessions focused on cross-pollinating techniques between main and branch family styles. Access to the sealing archives. She had legitimate reasons to want that knowledge, and Yuki could probably expedite her admission. Discussions about potential recruitment of other surviving Uchiha, though we both agreed that recruitment would be handled carefully, with an understanding that the clan we were building would be fundamentally different from the one that had been destroyed. When she left the administrative building that evening, something fundamental had shifted in the trajectory of my future. Itachi's challenge had been designed to make me prove my specialness, to build my identity around being exceptional. Instead, I was systematically filling my life with people who forced me to be normal, to work collaboratively, to accept input, to build something that depended on everyone's contribution rather than my individual brilliance. Akira represented another layer of that, the possibility of building something with actual clan structures, but deliberately designed to prevent the isolation and darkness that had characterized the Uchiha for centuries. I spent that evening in the training fields, pushing through basic exercises while I considered what I'd just agreed to. Naruto and Sakura were training with Kakashi on the other side of the village. Yuki was probably still in the archives. Akira was probably settling into whatever temporary housing the Hokage had arranged. I was standing in the middle of the training field with a one-tomo Sharingan and a plan that was becoming increasingly complicated when I understood something that made me stop moving entirely. I wasn't broken anymore. The massacre had happened, and the weight of it would probably never fully leave. The knowledge of what I was supposed to become and the effort it took to refuse that destiny was going to be exhausting. The complexity of managing multiple people's expectations while trying to build something genuine was going to be challenging. But I wasn't the person who'd crawled out of the ceiling vault 3 years ago, traumatized and alone. I was someone who'd deliberately chosen to not be alone anymore, who'd built a network of people who understood their own value, who was working towards something that might actually matter. Itachi's letter, sitting in the vault, still contained his challenge. Prove me wrong. Become something other than what we are supposed to be. I was doing it, not through exceptional strength or cosmic significance, but through the quiet, boring, difficult work of building a life so deliberately different from the prophecy that the prophecy became meaningless. And standing in the training field as the sun dropped below the horizon, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. Something approaching contentment. Not peace. Never peace. But something like purpose. Something like home. Chapter 26. The tea was expensive. I could tell by the way Akira held the cup, with the casual precision of someone used to actually valuable things, not the rough clay the training grounds supplied. She'd arranged to meet me 3 days after our first encounter. Same tea house. Afternoon when the crowds were thin. I'll be direct, she said, which was her style. The branch family scattered after Itachi's night. Survivors aren't actually that many, maybe 60, if you count everyone. But scattered doesn't mean lost. It means they're each trying to establish themselves independently, which is inefficient and keeps us weak. I listened, not interrupting. My tea was cooling. The main family is gone except you, Akira continued. That's politically inconvenient, but it's also opportunity. In Konoha's eyes, legitimacy comes from bloodline. You're the last main family Uchiha, and you're a shinobi. That's leverage we can use. Leverage for what? I asked, though I suspected I already knew. Reorganization. Authority. If we can establish a formal clan structure again, even a limited one, we can petition for resources the village is already obligated to provide: training grounds, archives access, funding for a clan center. Right now everyone's scattered in civilian housing or military barracks. It's wasteful. She set down her cup. You'd be the figurehead, the symbol of restoration. It legitimizes the whole structure and gives you actual political voice in the village. I could see how well she'd thought this through. It was exactly the kind of practical reconstruction that would work. But I could also see what came after it. What always comes after successful pragmatism. You want me to become the Uchiha, I said. Akira's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind her eyes. I want the Uchiha to exist again. That requires one. Akira, that's... I set down my own cup, trying to find the words. That's the entire cage I don't want. You're asking me to take the thing that almost killed Itachi, almost killed you, and make it my identity. On purpose. I'm asking you to be strategic about what you already are. I'm also 10 years old, I said flatly. I'm also learning sealing arts from a library. I'm also part of a team that doesn't define me by my last name. And I'm going to be part of this village as more than a clan symbol eventually. I met her eyes. The fact that I'm Uchiha is useful. But if I make it my primary identity before I know what my primary identity actually is, I become what I don't want to be. That's not strength. That's just accepting the trap a few steps earlier. Akira was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice had lost some of its professional smoothness. Do you know what it's like to have to hide what you are? To build a small life and tell yourself it's enough because there's nothing larger waiting for you. I did actually. Not as acutely, maybe. But I understood the undertow. That's why I said no, I told her. Not because your idea is wrong. Because I watched Itachi try to carry everything the Uchiha were, and I watched it break him. And I'm not going to volunteer to walk the same path he did. Not for legitimacy. Not for leverage. Not for efficiency. So that's just a no, she said. It's a no to what you're asking specifically, I corrected. But I meant what I said about you staying. If you want to stay in Konoha, I mean, figure out your own thing. Not clan restoration. Not hiding. Not defining yourself by what the Uchiha were. Just, Akira, surviving. Building something that's actually yours. She stared at me for long enough that I thought she might leave. Instead, she let out a breath that sounded like she'd been holding it for 16 years. You're very young, she said finally. I'm aware. And somehow older than any of us. I didn't have a good response to that, so I sipped my tea instead. It was cold now. I'll stay, Akira said. But not because you need a clan restored. Because it might be useful to not be alone for a while. I can find work with the village. Security. Something practical. She looked at me directly. And because I want to see if you actually mean that. If you stay interested in people instead of just clan symbols long enough to become interesting yourself. High bar, I noted. You said it by existing, she said. Might as well meet it. We finished the cold tea together, and she told me where she was staying, a small apartment in the civilian district, and said she'd handle her own registration with the village. No clan announcement. No political reorganization. Just staying. It was more honest than I'd expected. Chapter 27. The sealing scrolls in the library were older than I'd anticipated, which meant they were harder to parse. Not because of the language. The script was standard, but because sealing theory had evolved significantly over the past century, and older documents preferred to reference established frameworks rather than explain them. You've been staring at that scroll for 40 minutes, Naruto said, not looking up from his own reading assignment. I can feel the frustration. Sealing arrays require specific geometric precision, I said. The older documents don't include measurements. They assume you already understand proportional scaling. Then copy a newer scroll. The newer scrolls use different foundational assumptions. The scaling won't transfer directly. I set down the scroll. It's like trying to use another person's shorthand in your own notes. It works until it doesn't. Sakura looked up from whatever advanced medical text Kakashi had assigned her. You could ask the librarian. The librarian already said she doesn't have cross-reference materials for pre-Reformation sealing theory, I replied. I checked. Then maybe sealing isn't the right training focus for a 10-year-old, Naruto offered, which was actually reasonable for him. You could go back to working on sword techniques or speed drills. Why would I do that? Because they're easier? I considered this. He wasn't wrong. Chidori was also easier. Straight injection of high-velocity chakra, no precision required beyond ramming it into someone's chest. Pure destructive capability, learned through repetition and increasingly violent sparring. But that wasn't what I wanted anymore. Sealing arts require understanding relationships, I said, trying to articulate something I'd been working through internally. Between chakra flows, between physical space, between intention and outcome. Destructive power is simpler. You learn it by breaking things and noticing the patterns. But sealing requires you to understand how things connect. Sakura was actually listening now, rather than just being polite about my study habits. That's why they're harder to learn, I continued. Anyone can break something with enough force. Understanding how to constrain, redirect, or contain requires thinking about how things relate to each other. And, I paused. That's actually more useful than just being able to destroy things. That's a change from, I need to be stronger, Naruto observed. I still need to be stronger, I said. But stronger at what? Stronger at fighting is one version. Stronger at understanding the systems underneath fighting is a different version. The second one scales better long-term. Kakashi appeared behind us with no warning, as was his habit. Interesting thesis, Sasuke. Show me. I pulled out the scroll I'd been struggling with and walked him through the proportional scaling problem. He read it in about 30 seconds and pointed to a specific line. Pre-Reformation notation. See here? The geometric scaling was built into the seal class designation itself. If you cross-reference the historical seal classification index, you can extrapolate the measurements. I stared at him. There's a historical seal classification index. Restricted section, he said calmly. I'll get you access tomorrow. Also, You're thinking about sealing correctly, not as force application, but as relationship mapping. That's a philosophical framework most shinobi never reach. Keep developing it. He left before I could respond, but not before I caught the slight tension around his eyes. Kakashi was worried about something. Probably the fact that a 10-year-old had decided that understanding relationships was more important than raw destructive power, which was not the standard trajectory for clan survivors. That night, I worked through the historical seal index in the restricted section, and Kakashi was right. The geometric proportions were baked into the classification system. Once you understood that, everything else fell into place. By the time I left the library, I'd sketched out 3 different sealing array variations and understood why the older documents hadn't needed to explain them. They were designing for people who already knew the notation language. Akira was waiting outside the library gates, which surprised me. I found an apartment, she said. 3 rooms, decent light, close enough to the commercial district that I can pick up security work without commuting too far. Congratulations, I said. I start with the village guard tomorrow, she continued. 10-day rotation, standard pay. Boring work, but it's honest and it keeps me here. She looked at me directly. I meant what I said before. You didn't have to extend the invitation. I could have left. You should have, I said, which was true. It would have been the practical choice for her. Probably, she agreed. But I'm tired of being practical about surviving. I want to try being practical about living. We walked back to the civilian district together, and she told me about the apartment and the people in the guard unit and her plans to eventually take on private security contracts. She talked about building something small and solid, something that was just hers, not the echo of what the clan had been. It was the first time I'd heard her sound like an actual person instead of a survivor. Chapter 28. The written portion of the Chunin exam started on a gray morning, and I noticed immediately what most of the other genin didn't. The questions weren't designed to be answerable. They were designed to measure how you handled impossibility. Question 1 was straightforward factual recall. Questions 2 through 5 were increasingly obscure historical references. Questions 6 and 7 had answers that were technically possible, but would require knowledge from classified shinobi training that civilian school didn't teach. Questions 8 and 9 were paradoxical. They asked you to identify situations that couldn't exist simultaneously. The point wasn't the answers. The point was observing who panicked, who tried to cheat, who remained calm, who attempted to reason through the impossible as if it were solvable. I could see the Sharingan copying happening around me. Not the actual visual technique, but the behavioral signature of genin recognizing they could just look at neighbors' answers. Most didn't actually do it. The test proctors were specifically watching for exactly that. I wrote my actual answers, which were mostly accurate because I'd studied. Not because I had some secret knowledge advantage, but because I'd spent the last 3 days in the library learning the actual material instead of assuming shortcuts would work. Naruto looked panicked next to me, which was stupid because he'd also studied and he'd actually done reasonably well on the theoretical material we'd covered in training. He just didn't believe he'd done well. Sakura was focused and precise, which meant she'd probably place in the top 5, assuming the written test was actually measuring what she'd prepared for. Halfway through the 3rd section, I leaned over and whispered to Naruto, "The test isn't about answers." He glanced at me. "They're reading how we respond to impossible demands." I continued quietly. "Panic, cheating, giving up, reasoning through it anyway. They're sorting us by decision-making patterns under pressure. The actual content is secondary." Naruto's expression shifted. Not to confident, but to thoughtful. He went back to his test, and, I noticed, actually thought through the remaining questions rather than just filling in blanks. When the written exam ended, we walked out and Kakashi was waiting, which meant he knew exactly what I'd figured out and had been tracking whether I'd figure it out. "You understand test architecture," he said calmly. "I understand that tests are information-gathering events," I replied. "This one is about observation more than evaluation." "And you didn't tell Naruto until halfway through, which means you weren't trying to ensure he passed," Kakashi noted. "You were trying to ensure he understood what was actually happening. Different priorities." "He's on my team," I said. "If he's being evaluated on decision-making under pressure, he should know it. That way his decisions are actually his instead of just panicked reactions." Kakashi was quiet for a moment, and that way he had that suggested he was rethinking something. "The Chunin exams will test a lot of things," he said finally. "Combat capability, strategic thinking, endurance, teamwork. But the real test for you 3 will be whether you can maintain your actual values under pressure. Most genin lose that early on. They decide survival is more important than integrity." He looked at me directly. "Keep noticing what the tests are actually testing. And keep remembering that the results matter less than the process that creates them." That was a much more philosophical answer than I'd expected from him, and it suggested he already understood that I wasn't going to be a standard shinobi. The Forest of Death phase started 2 days later. Chapter 29 The Forest of Death was exactly as chaotic as advertised. Teams entering simultaneously, scrolls distributed randomly, territorial hostilities developing immediately. Standard survival test mechanics. Team 7 managed to secure a heaven scroll within the first 2 hours by spotting a smaller team of genin from Kumo who had been injured by one of the many ecological hazards the forest contained. Instead of fighting them, we helped them back to a safe area and traded them a meal we'd brought for their heaven scroll. They were confused by the exchange, but appreciated not dying in a thicket of carnivorous vines. That was weird, Naruto said as we set up camp in a clearing bordered by natural stone formations that would be defensible. Efficient, I corrected. We eliminated a threat without expending chakra, which means our reserves stay higher for everything else. Kakashi was already asleep in a branch above us, because Kakashi did whatever he actually felt like doing, and no one was going to stop him. Sakura was organizing our supplies with her typical precision. So we just wait here for 9 days? We explore nearby territory, I said. Map the area, identify water sources, confirm there aren't other teams approaching this quadrant. Standard camp security procedures. You're treating this like actual military strategy, Sakura observed. It is actual military strategy, I replied. The test framework is just the wrapper. The actual survival dynamics haven't changed. What I didn't mention was that I felt we were being watched. Not by another team, by something more patient. There was a presence in the forest that wasn't rushing, wasn't attacking, wasn't reacting to our activity. Just observing. On the 4th day of our camp hold, I caught a glimpse of black hair moving through the canopy 300 meters out. Too distinctive to be coincidence. I didn't mention it to the others, but I started tracking the movement patterns. The observer was skilled enough to avoid direct detection, but not interested in hiding the fact that someone was there. He wanted us to know we were watched. The question was why. Sasuke's doing something, Naruto said to Sakura, not quietly. He's always doing something, Sakura replied, which was fair. No, like, awareness thing. He's tracking something. I didn't deny it. There's someone in the forest watching us. Skilled. Patient. Not interested in engaging directly. Kakashi opened his eye from apparently deep sleep. Describe. Black hair, tall, moves like someone used to combat, but choosing not to engage. Following our position for the last day, approximately. Avoiding direct line of sight, but not hiding the presence, I continued. He wants us to know he's there. Kakashi was already moving, dropping from his branch with no apparent effort. That's enough information. I'll handle perimeter security. You 3 secure the camp. Standard defensive positions. He vanished into the forest with the kind of finality that suggested he didn't want to be followed. What I didn't know then was that Orochimaru had been watching our team specifically since we entered the forest. Not for the survival test itself, but to understand something he'd been thinking about since the written exams. How Sasuke Uchiha actually thought when he wasn't performing rage. The answer was disappointing him. This Sasuke didn't have the dark hunger that usually characterized prodigies from powerful clans. He was calculating, cooperative, focused on actual survival. No hatred. No desire to prove anything through destruction. Just pragmatism and analytical thinking. Orochimaru marked it as a problem to solve later. This Sasuke would need different leverage than the standard fear and power approach that usually worked on clan prodigies. He'd need something more specific. For now, though, he was interested enough to keep watching. Team 7 didn't see him again during the forest phase, which was exactly as intended. Chapter 30 By the 7th day in the forest, we'd established a routine. Morning perimeter check, midday resource gathering, evening defensive review. Naruto was handling short-range scout work with surprising competence. Sakura was managing our medical supplies with obsessive precision, and I was mapping territory and identifying terrain advantages. We hadn't encountered another team in 3 days, which was unusual but not alarming. The forest was large enough that avoidance was possible if you stayed mobile and didn't broadcast your location. The presence we'd felt earlier had faded into a background awareness. Someone was still there, somewhere, but they weren't moving closer. They weren't hunting. They were just noting that we existed. Do you think they'll come out eventually? Sakura asked on the evening of day 7. If they do, they'll have a specific reason, I said. Right now, they're gathering information. They could engage us at any point and probably win, but they're not. That suggests they want something other than just our scroll. Could be multiple people, Naruto offered. Like, a whole team just watching a whole team. Possible, I agreed. But the movement pattern suggests a single observer. High skill level, confident in isolation. Kakashi appeared beside Sakura with his standard lack of warning. The Chunin exam's formal phase ends in 2 days. Other teams will become more aggressive as the deadline approaches. Stay close to camp, maintain watch rotation, and don't take unnecessary risks. The observer? I asked. Handled, Kakashi said, which could have meant anything. That night, I actually slept instead of running scenarios, which meant either I was getting more tired than I'd realized or my subconscious had decided the present threat level was manageable. The next morning, we found a second scroll, an earth scroll this time, left deliberately at the edge of our camp perimeter. Placed carefully, not threatening, clearly intended for us. That's not normal, Sakura said immediately. I picked it up. No trap seals, no hostile markers. Just a message attached in clean handwriting. Survivors rarely waste energy fighting survivors. Consider this a courtesy, a friend in the forest. That's from the Watcher, Naruto said. Almost certainly, I agreed. Kakashi appeared as if summoned. He was more courteous than I expected. You know who that is, I said. It wasn't a question. I have hypotheses, Kakashi replied evenly. None of them are immediately relevant to your survival. What's relevant is that you have both scrolls and 72 hours until the exam formally ends. Return to the center platform. Surviving the journey back is the final test. Team 7 broke camp efficiently, and we started moving toward the center of the forest. Behind us, in the depths of the trees, Orochimaru watched us go with something that might have been approval or might have been simple acknowledgement. This Sasuke wasn't broken, wasn't hungry, wasn't defined by hatred or clan pride or the desperate need to prove something. He was just functional, capable, thoughtful. It would require a different strategy entirely. But Orochimaru was nothing if not patient. Chapter 31. The offer came 3 days into the Forest of Death exam, delivered by a Chunin with silver eyes and a scar that split his upper lip. Sasuke was alone, having sent Team 7 to secure a secondary camp while he gathered water. It was deliberate isolation, the kind that looked accidental but required preparation. Kakashi had taught him that much about reconnaissance. Sometimes you had to make yourself look vulnerable to see what wanted to bite. The Chunin emerged from the tree line with no attempt at stealth. That was the first interesting thing about him. Uchiha, the man said. His chakra signature was controlled, lean, efficient. Not from Konoha. You've impressed certain people. Sasuke didn't stop filling the water containers. Which people? The kind who invest in potential. The Chunin stepped closer, hands visible. Professional courtesy. We have an offer. Real power. The kind your clan sealed away in books and ritual. The kind that actually works. That made Sasuke turn. Go on. Embrace what you are, the man said. That's all. Accept the hunger in your blood. Your clan's hunger for power, for dominance. You're already stronger than the others here. With what we can give you, it won't be close. You could take the Heaven Scroll without negotiation. You could take whatever you wanted. Sasuke set down the water container and really looked at the Chunin. There was something genuinely compelling in the pitch. Not false confidence, but the kind of certainty that came from standing behind people who had proven themselves. The offer wasn't crude or insulting. It was precise. What's the price? Sasuke asked. That's the thing, the Chunin said and smiled. We're not entirely sure yet, but you'd be wanted. You'd have obligations. Some of them might interfere with your current village. Sasuke considered that honestly. He considered the power, actual power, not theoretical sealing knowledge that required years of study. He considered how much simpler everything would become if he simply agreed. The Chunin's chakra was telling him the offer was genuine. Whatever came next wouldn't be easy, but it would be real. Then he said, no. The Chunin blinked. Actual surprise flickered across his scarred face. I need to understand my clan's sealing arts, Sasuke said. Not because they make me powerful, but because they're mine to understand. And I need to keep my team alive through this exam and through whatever comes after. Your offer doesn't help either of those things. It just trades one set of problems for another. You're a prodigy, the Chunin said, and there was real frustration in his voice now. Most gifted ninja would take this without breathing twice. You're what, 11? You don't understand what you'd gain. I understand it well enough to know I don't want it, Sasuke said. But thank you for asking. He'd learned that line from Kakashi, actually. Always be polite when you refuse someone dangerous. The Chunin stood there for another moment, reading him. Sasuke watched the calculation happen in his eyes, trying to figure out if this was a bluff, some kind of reverse psychology. Finally, he nodded. You'll change your mind, he said. When you hit a wall you can't climb, when you find something that needs more than you have, you'll remember this conversation. And will still be interested. I believe that, Sasuke said. But the answer will still be no. The Chunin left the way he came, melting back into the forest without paranoia or haste. Sasuke waited until the man's chakra signature was too distant to sense, then finished filling the water containers. He carried them back to camp, where Naruto was complaining about being bored and Sakura was studying the scroll. Team 7 collected both scrolls by noon the next day. They made it to the tower. Sasuke's answer remained the same. Even after the offer was reported back through whatever channels connected the Forest of Death to the people who'd sent the man. Even after Orochimaru himself took an interest and came looking. Chapter 32 Orochimaru was not what Sasuke expected, which meant Sasuke had learned something important about his own ability to predict danger. He'd imagined someone older. The man who emerged from the tree near their camp during the break between Forest of Death and the preliminary tournament rounds was young, early 20s, Sasuke guessed, with features that would have been beautiful if something in his eyes hadn't been slightly wrong. The wrongness was subtle. It took Sasuke a moment to identify it. Orochimaru's pupils didn't quite track normally, like he was seeing slightly more than the 3 dimensions everyone else used. Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru said. His voice was quiet. That was worse than if it had been loud. I wanted to meet you personally. Sasuke stood slowly. Kakashi had warned him specifically, that if a certain kind of ninja approached during the exam, to fight and retreat. Orochimaru's name had come with a threat level that exceeded even Itachi's, at least in Kakashi's measured opinion. I declined your offer, Sasuke said. And your refusal was interesting. Orochimaru tilted his head. I've studied talented ninja for years. I know what they want. The patterns are reliable. Strong ones want to be stronger. Ambitious ones want to prove themselves. The ones with trauma want to fix it through power. You have talent, strength, and trauma. You should want what I offered. Maybe I'm not as predictable as the others. Obviously, Orochimaru said and smiled. It was the smile of someone who'd just found a puzzle that wouldn't solve itself easily. Let me test that hypothesis. The attack came without warning, but Sasuke had been ready for it. Orochimaru moved like water. Not the literal water-style jutsu, but with a kind of fluidity that made Sasuke's eyes water trying to track him. The man's hands were faster than anything Sasuke had faced, except perhaps Kakashi at full speed. Sasuke moved backward, hands already forming seals. Fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. It was fast enough that Orochimaru had to step back, and in that moment of separation, Sasuke understood something. Orochimaru wanted to see how Sasuke would react to pressure, not to kill him. For some reason, that was more terrifying. They fought for perhaps 90 seconds. Sasuke was outmatched and knew it. But he didn't panic. He didn't break form. He made decisions, when to defend, when to retreat, when to counter. He used his Sharingan to predict movement 3 steps ahead, even when his body couldn't quite execute 3 steps ahead. Orochimaru broke contact the same way the Chunin had, cleanly and without exhaustion. So you're not desperate, Orochimaru said, breathing normally, genuinely pleased. Interesting. Tell me, if you ever face your brother, if you ever have the chance to kill him, wouldn't you want my power? The power to surpass an Uchiha genius. Sasuke's Sharingan was still active. He studied Orochimaru's face, looking for the trap in the question. No, he said finally. If I fight Itachi someday, it'll be because I chose to, not because I hate him. And I chose that a long time ago. Something flickered in Orochimaru's expression, genuine disturbance, buried under the curiosity. You're not grieving, Orochimaru said. It wasn't quite a question. I am, Sasuke replied. But grief isn't the same as vengeance. One is something that happens to you. The other is something you choose. Orochimaru was quiet for a long moment. Sasuke realized he was being studied more thoroughly now, as though the physical fight had been only the opening to a different kind of assessment. You're unusual, Orochimaru said at last. I don't encounter unusual very often. It's refreshing. But you should understand, everyone has a breaking point. Everyone reaches a moment where they need something they can't achieve alone. When that happens, when you need something, come find me. I'll still be interested. I'll remember, Sasuke said. See that you do, Orochimaru replied. He disappeared, not by moving away, but by simply ceasing to be in the space he occupied. A teleportation seal, Sasuke realized. High level. Kakashi found him 10 minutes later, instantly aware that something had happened. Orochimaru, Sasuke confirmed. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. Did he mark you? No. He didn't try. Kakashi seemed to process that with some difficulty. What did he want? To understand why I wasn't what he expected, Sasuke said. That was enough for Kakashi to nod slowly, as if that made sense in some way Sasuke didn't yet fully grasp. Later, Sasuke would realize that Kakashi had just recognized he'd trained someone who was genuinely difficult to manipulate, a rarity that concerned people like Orochimaru not because it was strong, but because it was unpredictable. Sasuke spent the rest of the day waiting to see if Orochimaru would return. He didn't, but the sensation of being watched never quite faded. Chapter 33 The curse mark appeared while Sasuke was meditating, 3 days after the preliminary tournament began. It manifested as a creeping sensation at the base of his skull, like ink bleeding through cloth. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. He was alone in Kakashi's training clearing, and he immediately reached for the seal array he'd been studying. His hands formed the containment position, not panicked, but methodical. The mark spread across his shoulders and down his spine, but slowly, deliberately. Orochimaru had designed it that way, Sasuke realized. Not a violent corruption, but a steady introduction to something foreign. Sasuke didn't try to rip it out or suppress it through pure will. Instead, he observed it. The curse mark was a sealing construct, similar to but fundamentally different from the seals he'd been studying. Where Uchiha sealing arts were about creating stable structures for power to flow through, Orochimaru's mark was designed to be parasitic, to suggest avenues of expansion, to whisper about what Sasuke could do if he just accepted it fully. Sasuke spent 2 hours analyzing it in silence, his hands forming micro-seals, his Sharingan burning to track its structure. The mark itself was elegant, he had to admit. Dangerous, yes, but elegantly constructed. It was the work of someone who understood how power moved through a human body. By the time he opened his eyes again, he'd already designed 3 countermeasures. He didn't remove the mark. That would risk triggering whatever payload Orochimaru had built into it. Instead, he reinforced his own internal sealing structure, creating isolation paths that would prevent the mark from expanding without exerting pressure on his actual life force. It was like building dams around a flood. The water, the curse, could stay, but it wouldn't spread. Kakashi found him in the evening, sensed the mark immediately, and very nearly killed him. "It's stable," Sasuke said quickly. "I'm suppressing it through discipline and sealing knowledge. Don't attack." Kakashi's hand froze above a kunai. His Sharingan was active, reading the mark, and his breath came hard. "Orochimaru gave you the curse mark," Kakashi said flatly. "During meditation, I didn't resist it. I contained it instead." Sasuke showed him the internal sealing pattern, the deliberate architecture he'd built. "The mark itself isn't consuming my chakra. It's just present. I've treated it as a construct to understand, then to compartmentalize." Kakashi studied him for what felt like an hour. "You are perhaps the most disturbing student I have ever taught," Kakashi said finally. "Explain to me why you think that works." "Because panic leads to worse decisions than acceptance does," Sasuke said. "Orochimaru wanted to see if I'd break under pressure. If I tried to rip the mark off or collapse into fear, I'd have failed his test. This way, I'm still myself. The mark's just something I carry while I decide what to do about it." "And what will you do about it?" "Learn from it," Sasuke said. "Every sealing technique is information. I'll extract what I can, then strengthen my containment until it stops being relevant." Kakashi removed his hand from the kunai. He looked almost impressed, which was somehow worse than if he'd been angry. "Tell no one else about this," Kakashi said. "Not Naruto. Not Sakura. Not Akira. If Orochimaru is investing in you this way, drawing attention could trigger his interest to escalate." "Understood," Sasuke replied. He didn't mention it to anyone. But the mark stayed, a constant pressure at the base of his skull, a reminder that he'd made an enemy, or possibly acquired something more complicated than an enemy. Someone who was curious about him in a way that transcended standard ninja politics. Sasuke had no intention of becoming what Orochimaru wanted, but he was genuinely interested in understanding why Orochimaru had chosen this particular test. Chapter 34. Akira found him 3 days into his recovery period, after the Chunin exams, sitting on a rock overlooking the village. She didn't announce herself. Sasuke felt her presence before he saw her, which meant she'd wanted him to notice her. Akira had grown quieter lately, more introspective. She moved through Konoha like someone trying to figure out if she belonged here. "You look like someone who's made a decision you're not sure about," she said, settling on a rock beside his. "What makes you say that?" "Because that's how I look," Akira replied. She was honest in that way, willing to share her own confusion as a way of inviting his. "Also, Kakashi was being strange about you, and you won't use your full power in spars." Sasuke considered how much to tell her. Akira was family, but she was also someone still learning who she was. Still, she deserved some version of the truth. "I have a curse mark," he said finally. "Orochimaru gave it to me to see how I'd respond." Akira didn't react the way Naruto would have. She didn't panic or demand action. She just nodded slowly. "Are you going to try to remove it?" she asked. "Eventually. But first I need to understand it. Treating it as something to fear makes it more dangerous." "That's surprisingly philosophical," Akira said. "Most people would be terrified." "Most people haven't had to think about what terrified means as a choice," Sasuke replied. They sat in silence for a while. Sasuke appreciated that about Akira. She didn't require constant conversation to feel like the interaction was valid. "Why don't you seem scared of the curse mark?" she asked eventually. Sasuke thought about this carefully. Fear of power leads to worse mistakes than accepting it does. The mark is just a warning about what I could become. As long as I know that, I can choose not to. Akira took this in. He watched her work through it the same way she worked through clan problems, analytically, without performing emotion for show. You talk like someone who's already decided who they are, she said. Still deciding, Sasuke corrected. But I know the direction. I'm an Uchiha. I carry that. But I'm not going to be defined by the massacre or by Itachi or by some power that someone else thinks I should want. I'm going to understand what I am, and then I'm going to choose what to do with it. Akira nodded. I'm trying to do something similar. It's harder than it sounds. Because you're trying to be something you're not yet, Sasuke said. You keep looking for permission from people or from circumstances. You won't find it. You have to give it to yourself. Is that what you did? I'm still doing it, Sasuke said. Every day? But yes. I decided early that I wasn't going to wait for someone to tell me it was acceptable to want what I wanted. Akira smiled slightly. That's probably why Orochimaru is confused by you. Sasuke nearly laughed. Probably. Naruto arrived the next afternoon with dumplings and an aggressive amount of cheer. He didn't ask about the curse mark. Kakashi had clearly warned him, but he talked enough for both of them, telling ridiculous stories about his own training and asking Sasuke intrusive questions about whether he was bored of being in recovery yet. It was deeply annoying, and also, Sasuke realized, exactly what he needed. Naruto's presence was like gravity. It pulled him back into the simple reality of being a person in a village with friends, rather than a problem to be solved or a prodigy to be harvested. By the time Naruto left, Sasuke's curse mark felt noticeably less threatening. Not because it had gone anywhere, but because it had been contextualized back into his actual life, rather than existing as some separate crisis. He meditated on it that evening and found his containment structures had solidified further. The mark would stay, for now, but it would stay as something Sasuke controlled, not something that controlled him. Chapter 35 The evolution happened during training with Kakashi, 3 weeks after the Chunin exams concluded. They were working on copy jutsu optimization. Sasuke's ability to watch a technique once and execute it had been improving steadily, but Kakashi wanted to push him toward the point where watching and executing could happen almost simultaneously. Kakashi demonstrated a fire-style technique, fireball jutsu, but modified, a variation that split the fireball into 3 smaller projectiles mid-flight. Sasuke watched it once. His Sharingan recorded every hand seal, every chakra shift, the precise moment of flame ignition and split. Then he executed it. But something was different. The technique didn't just come out of his body. It felt like it was already there, integrated into his muscle memory the moment he understood it. No lag. No translation period between seeing and doing. Sasuke felt it before his mind caught up. His Sharingan blazed, and the second Tomo formed. It didn't hurt. That was the surprising part. When Itachi had evolved his Sharingan, it had come with pain, with power flooding through him like fire. This was the opposite. This felt like something settling into place, like a lock finding its key. Like pieces he hadn't known were scattered suddenly coalescing into something whole. Kakashi went very still. Sasuke could feel the evolution happening in real time now that he was aware of it. The second Tomo wasn't just adding a new eye in the pattern. It was fundamentally shifting how his Sharingan processed information. Faster. Cleaner. He could see Genjutsu the way he saw physical objects now. He could predict movement 3 steps ahead and understand the steps after that. But there was something else too, something that didn't have a name. It was like he'd been running towards something for a long time. Grief, rage, the weight of his clan, the fear of what he could become, and suddenly he'd stopped running. Stopped fragmenting himself into the grieving Uchiha, and the prodigy, and the curse mark, and the one who wants to understand seals. He was just Sasuke, all of it at once. The Uchiha, and the curiosity, and the grief, and the refusal to be consumed by it. The Tomo solidified. 2 circles, rotating. How? Kakashi said. It was not a question about technique. I stopped running from who I was, Sasuke said, and realized as he spoke it that it was true. I accepted being an Uchiha. I accepted the loss. I accepted the curse mark. I accepted that power exists and I don't have to let it destroy me. All at the same time. Kakashi exhaled slowly. Do you understand what you just did? Evolved my Sharingan, Sasuke said. Achieved emotional integration, Kakashi corrected. The first Tomo appears from strong desire and sharp focus. The second comes from something deeper, from accepting your identity completely. Most Uchiha never get here because they're too busy fighting themselves. Sasuke looked at his hands. He could see so much more clearly now. The village had more dimension. Kakashi's chakra signature was visible like a map. What about the third? Sasuke asked. If you ever reach that, you'll understand why the village calls it the Mangekyo, Kakashi said. But that's far away yet. For now, you're something genuinely rare. You've integrated who you are instead of fragmenting into what you fear. Sasuke's Sharingan continued its rotation, two tomos cycling slowly. He could feel the capability humming in his eyes, faster processing, Jinjutsu recognition, techniques that seemed to remember themselves. He thought of Orochimaru, still waiting somewhere for Sasuke to break, and ask for help. He thought of Itachi, wherever he was. He thought of Akira, trying to learn who she was. He thought of Naruto, bringing dumplings and noise and the persistent belief that Sasuke was worth bothering with. "Thank you," Sasuke said to Kakashi. "For what?" "Teaching me that there's a difference between power and strength," Sasuke said. "And that one comes from understanding yourself, not destroying yourself." Kakashi's visible eye crinkled slightly, the closest thing he got to a smile. "You did the hard part yourself," Kakashi replied. "I just showed you where the line was." Sasuke trained for the rest of the afternoon, integrating the new processing speed into his existing techniques. Every copied jutsu became faster, cleaner. Every prediction came easier. By evening, when the sun turned red and the village began to settle into night, Sasuke understood that he'd crossed a threshold, not into power for its own sake, but into something more durable, the integration of grief and hope, loss and purpose, fear and the decision to act despite it. The two-tomo Sharingan blazed red as he moved through the training yard. Behind his eyes, everything made sense. Chapter 36. The training ground was empty except for Sasuke, Kakashi, and Akira. It was early morning. The sun hadn't fully cleared the eastern wall of the village yet, and Sasuke had insisted on this hour deliberately. The sealing technique he'd been studying required precision that daylight alone couldn't guarantee. The chakra patterns had to be visible, and the Sharingan needed clear lines to follow. He stood in the center of a marked circle, a scroll of clan sealing knowledge unrolled beside him. Kakashi stood at what he considered a safe distance. Akira perched on a nearby stone, her eyes narrowed with that peculiar intensity she brought to anything technical. The sealing technique was called Uchiha Kekai, a barrier seal specific to their clan. It required the user to inscribe 3 layers of chakra simultaneously, one with the hands, one with the eyes, and one with the mind itself. The barrier would protect whatever lay inside it from external manipulation, from sensing, from intrusion. It was meant for guarding sacred spaces, protecting family compounds. But like everything Sasuke had learned over the past months, it was also a meditation on balance. The difference between this technique and the curse mark suppression he'd been working on was subtle but crucial. The curse mark work was reactive. It was about identifying corruption and systematically damaging its infrastructure. This barrier work was different. It required him to build something whole, to create instead of defend against destruction. Sasuke took 3 controlled breaths. His hands moved through the seal sequence: tiger, ram, monkey, boar. Then back to tiger. The hand seals weren't complex. Their simplicity was part of the point. The complexity lived elsewhere. As his hands completed the seal, Sasuke's Sharingan activated. The tomo spun, 2 full circles, the Sharingan reflecting the early morning light. With his eyes, he began to trace the barrier's perimeter in the air. Chakra flowed from his pupils like precise brushstrokes, and where his gaze traveled, fine lines of blue-white light appeared. These were not crude. They were elegant, geometric, each angle exactly correct because his Sharingan could perceive and replicate perfect angles. The third layer, the one that lived in his mind, was the most difficult. This required him to maintain the pattern he was creating while simultaneously building a mental architecture to support it. It was like playing an instrument while writing music, while performing the composition and analyzing it all at once. Sasuke's breathing deepened. His body became still. The circular barrier took shape around him, each line flowing into the next, creating a complex geometric mandala that spiraled inward and outward simultaneously. The pattern resembled the Uchiha clan crest at its core, but where traditional clan seals were rigid and declarative, this was flowing and adaptive. The barrier solidified. For a moment, it hung in the air around him, a perfect, glowing cage of his own making, before settling into something less visible but more real. The chakra became embedded in the space itself. The morning air inside the barrier felt different, cleaner, somehow. Separated. Protected. Sasuke released the technique. The light faded. He opened his eyes. His Sharingan was still active, but no longer burning with the effort. For a moment, he was aware of his own breath, his heartbeat, the precise temperature of the morning air. He was aware of being alive in a very specific way, not through danger, not through pushing himself to a breaking point, but through the simple fact of having created something that worked. He heard Kakashi move first. His teacher crossed the space where the barrier had been, his single visible eye wide. Sasuke had learned to read that either way he read his Sharingan read angles. It was the truest part of Kakashi's expression. Again, Kakashi said softly. Sasuke performed the technique twice more. Each time, it came easier. By the third iteration, the barrier formed so naturally that it felt less like creating something new and more like remembering something ancient. The Sharingan wasn't straining anymore. The hand seals felt like breathing. When Sasuke opened his eyes on the fourth attempt, he'd only prepared for 3. Kakashi was standing very close. "Do you understand what you just did?" Kakashi asked. Sasuke considered the question carefully. "Created a sealing barrier specific to Uchiha physiology and—" "No," Kakashi interrupted, and there was something rare in his voice, something unguarded. "You integrated theory and praxis without separating emotion from technique. Most shinobi create barriers out of fear, or defensiveness, or the need to prove they can." He paused. "You created that out of understanding. You weren't afraid of the technique failing. You weren't trying to prove anything." Sasuke looked at his teacher. Kakashi's eye was distant, focused on something beyond the present moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. "That boy, Itachi, he was powerful. But I watched him fight with rage, with a purpose that consumed him." Kakashi turned back to Sasuke, and his eye refocused. "If you keep developing the way you're developing, you will become him. Not the rage, the power." A pause. "But without the path that burns everything around you." Before Sasuke could respond, Akira made a small sound of surprise. Sasuke turned to see her standing now, one hand covering her mouth. Her eyes were bright, wet, he realized, though not with distress. She was looking at him the way she'd looked at the clan archive documents when she'd first found references to Uchiha history that had been thought lost forever. "What?" Sasuke asked. "You were smiling," she said, "while you were doing it. On the third attempt, you were smiling." Sasuke touched his face reflexively. He couldn't feel it anymore, but the memory was there. During the third barrier formation, when the technique had stopped requiring his conscious effort, when it had become something his body understood without his mind directing every motion. Yes, there had been something in his expression that wasn't control or satisfaction or the pursuit of power. There had been joy. The realization was strange. He examined it the way he examined jutsu, looking for its structure, understanding why it was there. The joy came from the elegance of the technique, from watching an idea in his mind become real without distortion, without the necessity of proving himself to anyone or protecting himself from anyone. It was pure craft, pure capability expressed cleanly. "Come on," he said to Akira, and without really planning to, he smiled again, deliberately this time. "I want to try the dual layering variation before breakfast." Akira's expression softened. She jumped down from the stone and fell into step beside him as he walked back toward the circle. From a distance, closer than either Sasuke or Akira realized, Kakashi watched, his single eye thoughtful and grave. He was thinking about trajectories. He was thinking about a boy who trained with deliberation instead of desperation. He was thinking about the difference between surpassing someone and becoming someone better than they ever were. He was thinking, this child is going to change the shape of the world. Not because of what he can do, because of how he's decided to think about what he does. Chapter 37. The Chunin exam tournament bracket was displayed in the exam hall, and Sasuke's first opponent was a kunoichi from the hidden rock village named Ishida Mika. She specialized in earth release techniques and had earned her place in the finals through a combination of defensive strategy and patience. The medical reports indicated she had good instincts but limited offensive variety. Sasuke analyzed the bracket as he waited. 7 opponents minimum if he wanted to win. He wasn't sure he wanted to win. The tournament was a filter, not the goal. The goal was to see how the skills he developed would translate under pressure. When his name was called, he descended the stairs into the arena. The crowd was already building. The Chunin exams drew spectators from across the village and beyond. Kakashi was somewhere in the stands. Naruto, and Sakura too. Akira had mentioned she would come, but he suspected she was still tracking down records in the archive. Some things mattered more than tournaments. Ishida Mika waited in the center of the arena. Her hands were already beginning seals, testing to see if he would respond. Sasuke didn't. He moved calmly into position and waited for the proctor to signal the start. When the match began, Ishida immediately created a wall of stone. It was a defensive move, meant to buy her time to assess her opponent. Sasuke could have used Chidori to pierce it, or any number of aggressive techniques. Instead, he walked toward it slowly. "Stop there," she called from behind the wall. Sasuke stopped. He looked at the stone carefully, then at Ishida over its top. She was sweating already. Fear, not exertion. She was expecting him to charge. "Your foundation is unstable," he said. "If I strike it here," he pointed at a specific location in the stone structure, "the entire wall will collapse. But you already know that. You built it there deliberately because it lets you control the collapse direction. And you plan to use the falling stone to cover an escape or repositioning. Ishida's eyes widened. What I don't understand, Sasuke continued, is why you're defending against something I haven't attacked yet. I haven't used any offensive chakra. I haven't signaled hostile intent in anything except my presence in the arena. He watched her face shift. The fear was fading, being replaced by calculation. You're trying to teach me something, she said. I'm trying to understand how you think, Sasuke replied. If I attack, you stop thinking. You react. But if I don't attack, if I just ask questions, maybe I can see the actual shape of your strategy. Ishida stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she released the wall. The stone sank back into the ground. She stood fully exposed. What do you want to know? She asked. Why did you enter the Chunin exams? It was a question that shouldn't have been asked mid-match. The arena fell silent. The proctor looked uncertain whether to stop the fight. But Ishida answered anyway. To prove I wasn't just a defensive specialist, she said. To see if I could be something more. Then stop defending, Sasuke said. Attack me. Show me what that something more is. And she did. The remainder of the match transformed from combat into something closer to a conversation. Ishida threw combinations of attacks. Earth spears, stone crushes, pressure waves through the ground. Sasuke countered each one, not to win, but to understand her methodology. She was creative within her limitations, and those limitations were partly skill but mostly self-imposed belief. By the time he pinned her, a simple Sharingan-assisted repositioning that left her off balance. She was breathing hard but smiling. When the proctor called the match in Sasuke's favor, she stood up and bowed. Thank you, she said. Next time, I'll remember that. His second opponent was a taijutsu specialist named Kenji from the village hidden in the leaf. This fight was entirely different. Kenji had no defensive strategy. He was pure offense, pure speed. His strikes came from angles that would have been impossible without years of specialized training. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and let it read the patterns. Kenji's taijutsu was beautiful and ruthless, but it had a fundamental limitation. It required perfect balance and timing. The moment Sasuke stopped trying to match his speed and instead exploited a microsecond of his opponent's recovery, the fraction of time after a spinning kick when Kenji's weight had to reset, the fight ended. But before it ended, Sasuke did something that surprised even himself. He mirrored one of Kenji's kicks, perfectly. Not better, not with added power, just exactly the same. Just showing, I can see what you do. I can replicate it. I can meet you at your highest level. Kenji's eyes went wide with shock and respect in equal measure. How? He gasped, even as he was falling. Your form is optimal, Sasuke said, extending a hand to help him up. But it assumes you're always the strongest person on the field. If you ever fight someone stronger, you won't have a fallback strategy. You should develop one. The third fight was against a Jinjutsu specialist. This one took longer because Jinjutsu was about perception, and Sasuke had to carefully break the illusion while also understanding its structure so he could explain what she'd done wrong. His Sharingan could perceive Jinjutsu and disrupt it, but breaking free was only half the problem. The other half was teaching her what he'd seen. You built the illusion around what you thought I feared, he explained after the match. But you based that guess on my reputation as Itachi Uchiha's younger brother. You created an illusion of revenge and power because that's what you expected to find in me. If you want to improve, you need to learn how to read what someone actually is, not what you expect them to be. By the time Sasuke's fourth match came around, people in the stands were talking. The Uchiha was fighting like he was conducting a seminar. He won every time, but he never fought like he was trying to win. He fought like he was trying to teach. Kakashi watched from the stands, very still, his single eye unwavering. Naruto, sitting 3 rows back, leaned over to Sakura. Is Sasuke okay? He's not himself. No, Sakura said quietly, watching the arena. I think he's finally being himself. Chapter 38. Akira was in the third training ground when Sasuke found her after the morning exam rounds. She was sitting under a large oak tree with 2 other people, a man in his early 20s with the distinctive Uchiha eyes, and a woman perhaps 30, with streaks of gray in her dark hair. Sasuke stopped walking when he saw them. Don't, Akira said, standing up immediately. Don't run. They're not here to make demands on you. Sasuke examined the 2 carefully. The Sharingan was automatic now when meeting other clan members. It cataloged everything. The man had the Uchiha eyes, but they were softer than Sasuke's, less sharp. The woman had the clan structure to her face, but carried herself like someone who'd learned to be invisible. Who are they? Sasuke asked, addressing Akira, but not looking away from the 2 strangers. Clan, the woman said. Her voice was careful. Like you. Like Akira. Survivors. Names? Sasuke asked. Isamu, the man said. I was in the merchant corps in the hidden sand village for 6 years. I came back to Konoha 3 months ago, just walking in, trying to see if anything of home was still standing. Chio, the woman said. I was separated from the clan during the Third War. I've been in a small village on the eastern border. I only recently learned that Konoha was accepting Uchiha, who wanted to come home. Sasuke processed this. He turned to Akira. Why tell them to wait here? Why not just bring them to me at home? Because you might have refused, Akira said simply. And also because I wanted you to know that you had a choice about how you met them. You didn't have to, but I thought you might want to. This was characteristic of Akira. She was learning, rapidly, the difference between what clan restoration meant and who Sasuke actually was. She wasn't trying to manufacture a dynasty or resurrect something he'd already decided he didn't want. She was introducing him to fragments of his family as people, not as obligations. Walk with me, Sasuke said to Isamu and Chio. Not here. Somewhere else. They went to a smaller training ground, one with a river running through it. Sasuke sat on a stone by the water. Akira settled beside him. Isamu and Chio remained standing, uncertain. Tell me what you want, Sasuke said. Isamu looked at Chio. She took a breath. We want to know if there's something left worth being Uchiha for, she said. Not the power. We have that, or we don't. But the name meant something once. It meant being part of something larger than ourselves. After the massacre, she trailed off. Sasuke understood. It was the same question he'd been asking, just phrased differently. I'm not a symbol, he said. I'm not trying to rebuild the clan as it was. I don't know what I'm trying to do yet. I know I'm trying to understand things. I know I'm trying to become someone who can help people understand themselves better. If that's what being Uchiha is now, then yes, it's something worth being. That's not an answer, Chio said, and there was no disrespect in her voice. Just honesty. No, Sasuke agreed. But it's the only one I have right now. Over the next hour, Sasuke and Chio talked. Not about clan history or restoration plans, but about the years she'd spent in the small eastern village. About how she'd hidden her Sharingan because revealing it had meant questions she didn't want to answer. About the small ways she'd learned to help people. Teaching a doctor how to see muscle injuries more clearly, helping a teacher understand a child's learning difficulties through careful observation. Isamu talked about the hidden sand, about how he'd built a life there and found respect, and how coming back had been terrifying, because Konoha was his home, but it had also been the place where everything he was had been taken from him. What made you come back? Sasuke asked. Hope, Isamu said simply. That maybe something was changing. That maybe being Uchiha in Konoha didn't have to mean dying. When it was time for them to leave, Chio approached Sasuke directly. I'm not here to join your mission, whatever it is, she said. But I'm here. If you need us. If you want to know what people who carried this name for longer than you have lived through, I can tell you. Sasuke accepted this with a nod. After they left, Akira remained by the water. Thank you for not refusing, she said quietly. Thank you for understanding, Sasuke replied. That I might have. Chapter 39. Shikamaru Nara was sitting on a bench outside the exam hall during a break between matches, playing shogi against himself and losing deliberately to both colors. Sasuke found him there and sat down without asking permission. You're moving pieces incorrectly, Sasuke said, observing the board. I know. Shikamaru replied without looking up. This game is boring when you know how to win. So I'm practicing positions I could lose from. Might be useful someday. Sasuke considered this. That's inefficient. If you're going to use shogi to study strategy, you should be analyzing positions where you're forced to win against someone who plays optimally. Shikamaru turned to look at him, and for the first time, there was genuine interest in his face instead of his usual laziness. You play? Not well, Sasuke said. But I understand the logic. Show me, Shikamaru said, and he reset the board. They played 3 games. Sasuke won the first convincingly. He'd studied enough to understand fundamental strategy, even if his intuition wasn't trained. Shikamaru won the second by identifying a mistake in Sasuke's middle game and exploiting it ruthlessly. The third game went to a draw because they both understood each other's thinking too well. What do you want? Shikamaru asked, meaning why had Sasuke sought him out? Someone who can think, Sasuke said. Everyone else follows emotional logic. You don't. That's not entirely true, Shikamaru said, lying back against the bench. I follow logical conclusions that lead toward minimizing personal effort. That's an emotion too. It's just called laziness instead of love, or anger, or honor. Sasuke turned to face him. Why did you enter the Chunin exams if effort is what you're trying to minimize? Because doing nothing is suspicious, Shikamaru said. And suspicious means people pay attention. People paying attention means complications. I'm trying to coast through life with the minimum number of complications until I reach an age where I can just be an advisor and let other people do the complicated things. That's a lie, Sasuke said calmly. You could have coasted if you wanted. Instead, you're here. You passed the forest of death. You're in the finals. Shikamaru was quiet for a moment. Yeah, I guess I am. He sat up. Truth? I don't know why. I thought I was just going along with what everyone expected. But somewhere in there. He gestured vaguely at the exam hall. Somewhere I started caring about whether I was good at it. That's troublesome. What changed? Sasuke asked. Kakashi. Shikamaru said the name like it was an answer to a larger question. He keeps acting like we're capable of things we don't think we're capable of. Like he expects us to be better than we expect ourselves to be. It's hard to coast when someone keeps believing you're not coasting. Sasuke understood this. It was exactly what Kakashi had done to him. He'd offered a direction that wasn't revenge, wasn't rage, wasn't the natural path of an Uchiha survivor. He'd offered something that required Sasuke to think differently about himself. I'm going to tell you something no one else knows, Sasuke said. My clan was killed by someone I was supposed to emulate. I was supposed to want revenge. I was supposed to chase him, become like him, prove myself stronger. And I spent months thinking about it in exactly those terms. But you're not thinking about it that way now, Shikamaru said. It wasn't a question. No. Now I'm thinking about becoming someone he wouldn't expect. Someone he can't predict because he already knows revenge. He already knows rage. But someone who understands thinking, actual thinking, strategic thinking. Maybe that's something he doesn't expect. Shikamaru nodded slowly. That's not a bad way to surpass someone. Is it helping? I don't know, Sasuke said. But it feels better than the alternative. That's usually how you know you're choosing right, Shikamaru said, and he reset the shogi board again. Want to play another? They did. And in the quiet of the break room, with shogi pieces moving between them, two shinobi from completely different clans found something unexpected. A person who made sense the way they made sense. Strategic. Curious. Willing to think about why they wanted things instead of just wanting them. When Sasuke left an hour later, Shikamaru called after him. If you ever want to try some of the harder positions, come find me. I could use someone who doesn't play lazy. I will, Sasuke said, and he meant it. Chapter 40. The final match was scheduled for the next morning. Sasuke's opponent was a shinobi from the hidden cloud village named Reidu, a taijutsu and lightning release specialist with a reputation for aggressive, direct tactics. The match was expected to be explosive. The arena was packed. The entire upper village seemed to have turned out. Sasuke could see teachers and jonin, merchants and civilians, everyone curious to see what the young Uchiha would do when forced to actual combat instead of his strange teaching sessions. The match began predictably. Reidu moved fast, chakra flowing through his strikes with controlled electricity. Sasuke met him carefully, reading his patterns, not fully defending but testing, understanding the limits of his strategy. For 5 minutes, they exchanged moves. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked everything. By the midway point, he understood exactly how Reidu fought and what would defeat him. A combination of speed and misdirection that would force him to choose between defense and counterattack, with both options leading to the same opening. Sasuke was planning to use it. He was calculating the trajectory, the timing, the exact moment when Reidu would be vulnerable. He was thinking about the fight as a problem to solve. Then the crowd went absolutely still. Sasuke felt it before he saw it, a presence. Chakra, not hostile, but heavy, old, familiar in a way that bypassed recognition and went straight to the spine. He didn't look away from Reidu. He didn't break the pattern of the fight. But in his peripheral vision, at the edge of the arena where the shadows were deepest, something moved. A figure, tall, dark clothes, Sharingan, 3 tomo, fully developed, a power that made Sasuke's own eyes ache to perceive. Itachi. For just a moment, their eyes met across the arena. Sasuke's Sharingan locked with his brother's, and the connection carried everything. The massacre, the letter, the promise that had been made so long ago. The question of what had changed. The question of who Sasuke had chosen to become. Itachi's expression was impossible to read. No smile. No rage. Just observation. Sasuke felt the pull. The same pull that had driven him for months. The urge to drop the match, to move toward that shadow, to confront what he'd been running from. The voice that said, here is your enemy. Here is your purpose. Here is what you were meant for. He didn't move. Instead, he turned back to Reidu, and without hesitation, he executed the combination he'd been planning. The older shinobi didn't even see it coming. One moment he was fighting, and the next moment he was on his back, airway open, no possibility of recovery. The proctor called the match. Sasuke stood, breathing carefully, and turned back to where Itachi had been. The figure was gone. There was no trace of him, no lingering chakra, nothing to prove he'd been there at all except the memory and Sasuke's own absolute certainty. Kakashi was standing in the stands now, his single eye fixed on the spot where Itachi had appeared. Naruto was looking for the same thing, confused, sensing that something had changed. Akira, sitting several rows back, was staring at the empty shadow with an expression that combined fear and understanding in equal measure. And Sasuke stood in the center of the arena, still breathing, still thinking, and asked himself a question that he'd never asked before. What if Itachi was waiting to see what I became? What if this isn't about proving I'm stronger? What if it's about proving I'm different? The crowd was cheering. They didn't know what had happened. They didn't know that the curse mark beneath Sasuke's skin had trembled at Itachi's presence and then gone still. They didn't know that for a moment, revenge had felt like an ocean trying to pull him under. They didn't know that Sasuke had chosen something else. As he climbed out of the arena, Kakashi was waiting. His teacher said nothing, but his eye carried the weight of understanding. He was here, Sasuke said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Kakashi confirmed. And you chose not to follow. Not yet, Sasuke said. Not like that. When I do, it won't be chasing. It will be meeting him on equal ground. Kakashi's expression shifted, something between pride and concern, like he was looking at a student who had just grown into someone whose future he could no longer fully predict. Then you'd better keep developing, Kakashi said quietly. Because if Itachi is watching, he's watching to see what you become. And you haven't become anything yet. Sasuke knew this was true. The letter's promise still hung over him. We will meet when you have walked your own path. But the path had changed. It was no longer the path of revenge. It was the path of understanding. Both himself and the world he was trying to shape. Itachi was waiting. And Sasuke was going to be worth waiting for. Chapter 41. The aftermath of the finals had a peculiar quality to it, like the moment after a jutsu detonates, when the dust still hangs in the air and nothing quite feels solid. Sasuke walked through the village in the days following Itachi's appearance, aware in a way he'd never been before of the infrastructure around him. Ambu on rooftops, Jonin positioned at irregular intervals, Kakashi shadowing Team 7's movements with the kind of focused attention that suggested he'd stopped bothering to pretend he wasn't doing it. Security had been increased across the board. That was obvious. What was less obvious was what Kakashi actually expected to happen. Sasuke found him 3 days after the finals, sitting on a training ground bench with a weather-beaten scroll and his characteristic reading posture that somehow conveyed both complete relaxation and absolute readiness. The copy ninja had a way of inhabiting stillness that most people never achieved, that bone-deep calm that suggested he could move from complete rest to full combat capacity in less than a heartbeat. You knew he'd come, Sasuke said. Not a question. Kakashi turned a page, the sound deliberate and unhurried. I suspected. Itachi's unpredictable about many things, but he's never been indifferent to you. That's a vector of vulnerability. In tactical terms, you're always going to be a pressure point he might attempt to exploit. He didn't attack. No. Kakashi set down his book with the same careful precision he applied to everything. He looked at you. That's different from what I expected. Different from what I've been training you for, if I'm honest. The admission caught something in Sasuke's chest, not quite relief, but recognition. Kakashi had been building Sasuke for a confrontation, had been layering training and strategy and protection around the assumption of eventual conflict. But Itachi hadn't come to kill. Sasuke had known that the moment their eyes met during the finals, had felt it with the kind of certainty that didn't need explanation. The chakra signature was wrong for simple murder. There was curiosity in it. Assessment. Something that suggested Itachi was calculating a far more complex problem than simple elimination. He wants something, Sasuke said quietly, but not what he wanted when he killed the clan. Then we prepare for something different. Kakashi stood, and there was finality in the movement. Increased patrols until we understand his intent. Barrier seals around the compound. I'll speak with the Hokage about placing additional resources near your training grounds. And you train not for survival, but for equivalence. You need to be able to meet him as something other than a child seeking revenge. The word hung between them, hollow and strange. Revenge. It felt like it belonged to someone else entirely, like a role Sasuke had auditioned for and then politely refused. What if I don't want to meet him at all? Sasuke asked. Then you've already won, Kakashi said. But Itachi won't allow you that luxury. So we prepare anyway. Not because you're seeking confrontation, but because refusing to prepare would be arrogance. That night, Naruto arrived at Sasuke's compound without announcement, moving with the kind of determined purpose that usually meant he'd decided something and wasn't going to be deflected by logic or reason. He found Sasuke in the courtyard, running through ceiling combinations by moonlight, intricate patterns that required both precision and intuitive understanding of chakra flow. You're not doing this alone, Naruto announced, planting himself firmly in front of a completed seal matrix, hands on hips in a posture of absolute conviction. I'm not. Yes, you are. You're doing that thing where you act like everything that happens to you is a personal problem you have to solve by yourself. It's stupid, and I'm not letting it happen. I don't care if Itachi shows up, or if the village goes crazy, or if your whole clan decides to come back at once. You're not facing any of it alone. Naruto's face was set in that expression of absolute certainty that Sasuke had learned to recognize as being essentially immovable. Arguing would waste time. Instead, Sasuke inclined his head slightly, an acknowledgement that felt almost like surrender, a willingness to accept help he would never have accepted before this timeline began. Train with me, then, if you're determined. Naruto's grin was brief and fierce. Already planned to, and I'm getting stronger. No matter what's coming, I'm making sure you never have to face anything alone again. I'm training harder than I ever have. Faster, stronger, better chakra control. I don't care if Itachi is a legendary shinobi. Nobody's hurting you while I'm alive. The certainty in his voice carried the weight of a vow, the kind of absolute promise that Naruto seemed capable of making and actually keeping. Sasuke felt something unfamiliar settle in his chest, not quite relief, but something adjacent to it. Not the burden of solitude, then, but the strange new weight of having someone voluntarily choose to carry part of it with him. It was Akira who appeared in the compound 2 days later, moving with the kind of quiet efficiency that suggested Kakashi had guided her here or at least approved her presence. She'd been apprenticing in barrier techniques with one of Konoha's specialists, work she'd taken on deliberately, Sasuke realized, not because she excelled at offense, but because she understood what Sasuke needed at a fundamental level. I'm not going to be much use in direct combat, she said without preamble, setting down her study materials. I'm never going to be as fast as you or as relentless as Naruto. But barriers are about protection and structure. And you need someone thinking about defense while you're focused on understanding him. You need someone watching from the outside. Sasuke studied her for a long moment. In the beginning, Akira had been an abstract concept. Uchiha clan, blood relation, obligation. But somewhere between the first awkward conversations and the quiet morning training sessions, she'd become something more specific. A person with her own calculations, her own decisions about what mattered and what didn't. You don't have to, I know. Her voice was dry. But I'm choosing to. Same as Naruto. Same as Kakashi. You don't get to claim this as purely your problem anymore, Sasuke. That option ended when you decided to stop hating. She was right. That should have felt like a loss. The surrendering of his solitary fortress, the collapse of the walls he'd built around himself over months. Instead, it felt like something else. Like ground becoming solid beneath his feet. Like foundation that wouldn't shift when pressure was applied. For the first time since childhood, Sasuke was not alone. And he was choosing to let that be true. Chapter 42. The promotion ceremony was conducted in the council chambers, deliberately formal and constrained. Sasuke understood the politics at work immediately. A 12-year-old promoted to Chunin was the kind of irregularity that needed to be contextualized, justified, placed within a framework of legitimacy that wouldn't fracture under scrutiny from more conservative council members or from rival clans who might view this as the Uchiha becoming too influential too quickly. Kakashi spoke, his tone level and factual, detailing Sasuke's performance in the exam with specific examples. He described tactical decisions that had protected teammates. He outlined Sasuke's demonstrated restraint and judgment. 3 other Jonin corroborated, their testimonies converging on the same essential point. This child possessed the judgment, control, and adaptability that the rank required, regardless of age or clan affiliation. There was skepticism in the room. Sasuke could taste it in the careful pauses between speakers, in the weighted glances exchanged across the council table, in the way several council members studied him as though trying to discern whether he was a potential asset or a potential threat to village stability. But skepticism was not the same as outright rejection. The Uchiha clan's return, even in the form of a single child, had political weight. The fact that this child had survived the massacre, learned multiple disciplines beyond what typical genin possessed, and demonstrated genuine skill rather than mere potential inherited through bloodline. That counted for something in the equation. When his name was called, Sasuke walked forward and accepted the promotion with the same analytical detachment he applied to everything else. No exultation. No false modesty. Simple acknowledgement of accomplished fact. He bowed once to the council, then turned and walked out of the chamber with measured steps that suggested this was simply the next logical progression. Naruto was loudly proud afterward, announcing it to every person within earshot, which apparently encompassed most of the younger shinobi population in Konoha. He actually wove it into conversations that had nothing to do with promotions. Sasuke's a Chunin now, did I mention that? He's the youngest promoted, basically. He's amazing. Akira offered a quiet, I knew you would be, with a faint smile that suggested she'd never actually doubted for a moment. Even Kakashi nodded with what might have been approval. It was hard to tell with him, but the gesture seemed genuine. But the real test came 3 weeks later. Sasuke's first significant mission as a Chunin involved leading a 4-person team on a supply escort to the outer settlements. Nothing particularly dangerous, nothing that would have been remarkable for a typical Chunin team, except that Sasuke's team comprised 3 shinobi with more experience than him, each of whom had initially expected to be leading the operation. Each of them had been selected knowing this would create a potential leadership conflict. Sasuke recognized the political move immediately. Someone in the command structure wanted to see whether his Chunin status was earned through genuine capability or granted through political favor and Uchiha clan standing. This was the verification. He handled it by not attempting to prove dominance or tactical superiority. Instead, he asked questions, genuine questions, the kind that demonstrated he was listening rather than simply planning. What supplies were most critical to the settlements? What were the primary vulnerabilities in the distribution network? What security existed on the routes they'd be traveling? Had there been recent bandit activity? What was the political situation in each settlement? He listened to the answers with genuine attention, then built a formation that incorporated each person's existing expertise rather than demanding they conform to his strategy. He positioned Ryoichi, the oldest team member, as a secondary leader, creating a paired command structure that looked suspicious at first until the team realized it actually distributed responsibility and allowed for more flexible adaptation. When they encountered bandits on the second day, nothing serious, but enough to require response and demonstrate team cohesion. His team moved with the kind of synchronized efficiency that suggested they'd been working together for months rather than weeks. There was no posturing, no attempt to demonstrate individual skill or claim credit. Just clean, coordinated work that left all 3 other shinobi standing at the end with all of their objectives completed and minimal resource loss. The escort succeeded perfectly. The supplies arrived ahead of schedule. The settlement's headman thanked them with genuine relief, offering gifts and requests for future escort services. But more importantly, when they returned to Konoha, the 3 shinobi submitted reports that characterized Sasuke's leadership in terms that surprised most of the village leadership except possibly Kakashi. Capable of listening, willing to adapt based on new information, strategic rather than reactive, capable of recognizing when another person's expertise superseded his own. One of them, an older Chunin named Ryoichi, even submitted a formal request to be assigned to Sasuke's unit for future missions, citing collaborative efficiency and adaptive tactical awareness. That was the moment Sasuke understood something fundamental about power. The version that mattered most wasn't the kind that bent others to your will through dominance or intimidation. It was the kind that made them want to follow you because they believed in your judgment and recognized your respect for theirs. He'd spent most of his life moving toward one goal, the power to survive, to rebuild, to stand alone against the world that had taken everything from him. But somewhere in the process, in the training with Naruto, in the conversations with Akira, in the careful guidance from Kakashi, even in the unexpected encounter with the legendary Sannin, he'd begun moving towards something else entirely. Not isolation. Connection. Not dominance. Leadership. Not revenge. Something that looked almost like purpose. That night, sitting in the Uchiha compound with Akira while she reviewed barrier technique texts and Sasuke worked through sealing theory, Sasuke found himself speaking without planning to. "Thank you," he said quietly. She looked up, eyebrow raised with that expression of amused skepticism he'd come to recognize as one of her default responses. "For what, specifically? For the congratulations you already got from everyone else? For the rice I made you this morning? For believing you could lead before you believed it yourself? You're going to have to be more precise." "For understanding," Sasuke said. "What I'm trying to build." Akira set down her text and met his eyes with the kind of directness that suggested she was about to say something true and important. "I understand because I'm building it too," she said. "All of us are. Uchiha that doesn't repeat the same patterns as before. Leadership that doesn't require destroying everyone else to prove itself. Belonging that doesn't mandate absolute obedience. It's not easy. It's actually harder than the alternative. But it's better." She smiled, small and genuine. "You're not alone in this, Sasuke. You were never going to be. You just had to choose to notice." That night, for the first time in years, Sasuke slept without the weight of solitude pressing against his chest like a second heartbeat. Chapter 43. The letters started arriving in the second month of his Chunin status, appearing with increasing frequency in the Uchiha compound's mail system. The first was sealed with the Uchiha crest, the paper itself expensive and well-maintained despite obvious age. Sasuke recognized the handwriting as belonging to someone trained in formal script, someone of status or education, likely a branch family head or someone with significant responsibility. Underscore to the last Sasuke of the Uchiha, greetings from the branch family maintaining safety in the Fire Country's eastern territories. We have survived the massacre through distance and circumstance. We claim connection to your line and request recognition and guidance in these times of transition. Would you consider meeting to discuss the clan's future? Underscore there were 6 letters within a week. Then 12. Then more than 20. Some were polite, formal, requesting aid or recognition. Others were demanding, claiming right of authority based on age or supposed proximity to main family lineage. Still others were suspicious, questioning whether Sasuke truly represented Uchiha interests or whether he'd been compromised by association with Konoha's leadership, as though living in the village that had sheltered him was somehow a betrayal of his blood. Sasuke found himself reading them at odd hours, cataloging the information within each letter with the same analytical precision he applied to strategic problems. The writers represented a scattered network across Fire Country, some truly blood-descended from junior Uchiha branches with documented genealogy, others claiming tenuous connection at best, still others who might have been opportunistically adopting the Uchiha name for its remaining prestige. Some were prosperous, maintaining their own property and influence. Others were struggling, their survival dependent on whatever resources they could access. A few were clearly attempting to position themselves as future leaders, as though Sasuke's existence created a power vacuum that needed filling by someone with traditional authority and ambition. It was Akira who found him at 3 in the morning, surrounded by open letters spread across his work table, looking like someone trying to assemble a puzzle with fundamentally incompatible pieces. "You're going to make yourself sick," she observed, sitting down across from him without invitation. "You're running through them like someone trying to solve an immediate tactical problem, and you're exhausting yourself. The clan scattered. You're trying to figure out what to do about it. That's not a problem that gets solved in one night." "I don't know them," Sasuke said, and his voice carried the weight of genuine frustration. "I don't know if they're actually Uchiha, or if they're claiming connection for advantage. I don't know what they want from me beyond vague statements about guidance and recognition. I don't know what I can actually offer them without rebuilding the power structures that caused so much harm in the first place." "Yes, you do," Akira said, and her voice was steady. "Some of them want recognition so they can prove worth within their communities. They want validation that their bloodline still means something. Some want resources or protection. Some want you to rebuild a hierarchy with them positioned high up, where they can reclaim status they might have lost. And some want to know that the clan that was destroyed and scattered isn't completely erased, that there's still connection possible." She reached across the scattered letters and gathered several of them into a pile, organizing chaos into something manageable. The question isn't what they want. You can't satisfy all of that at once. The question is, what do you want to build? Because that choice determines everything else. Sasuke considered that with the kind of focus he'd usually reserved for strategic problems. In the space of a few months, he'd moved from solitary survivor to recognized Chunin to someone with responsibility he'd never chosen and hadn't anticipated. But that was the reality of his situation, wasn't it? Choice had always been fundamentally illusory. All he could do was choose what kind of person he'd be in response to circumstance. "I want to rebuild the clan differently," he said slowly, each word deliberate. "Not a hierarchy with myself at the top, demanding loyalty based on blood. Not a return to how things were before, to the rigidity and the internal politics and the violence. Something that acknowledges connection without requiring servitude, that allows people to be Uchiha without surrendering individual autonomy." Akira nodded like this was something she'd suspected and had been waiting for him to articulate. "Then we write them back, and we invite them to decide. We tell them what we're building and see who wants to be part of it." They spent the next week drafting a response that Sasuke sent to every correspondent. The core of it was simple but revolutionary. The Uchiha clan had been destroyed and scattered, but it hadn't been erased. Sasuke was exploring what it meant to be Uchiha in this new time, and he was genuinely interested in learning how others were defining it, not imposing his definition on them. There would be no resurrection of old power structures. There would be no demand for loyalty based on blood alone. But there would be connection, open, honest, based on choice rather than obligation. He invited responses. He offered access to himself for correspondence and eventual conversation. He made clear that he was not seeking to lead them in the old way, but to learn who they'd become. The response was not uniform. Some rejected him outright as insufficient to claims of Uchiha authority. They wanted a strong leader who would rebuild the clan's traditional power structure, and Sasuke's openness seemed like weakness. Some were cautiously curious but skeptical, and a small group, perhaps 6 families, began reaching out for genuine correspondence, sharing their circumstances and their questions about identity and belonging. Over the following weeks, Sasuke's correspondence became one of his primary responsibilities. He read about branch families surviving in agriculture and small trade, about individuals who'd hidden their clan affiliation for decades because it was safer than revealing it, about nieces and nephews he'd never known who were growing up in communities far from Konoha with only vague understanding of their heritage. It was Akira who suggested the gathering one evening while they were reviewing his current responses. Not a forced assembly, she clarified immediately, understanding the concern that might arise. Not a proclamation that everyone must come and swear loyalty, but an open door, an invitation. Some of them might come just to see you, to understand what you actually are. Some might come to decide whether they want continued connection to the clan or whether they'd rather let that part of their identity fade. But at least you'd be present to them, and they'd be present to each other. That creates possibility. That's political, Sasuke said, understanding immediately the implications and the strategy involved. Yes, Akira agreed without hesitation. And it's necessary. Leadership isn't just training and strategy, Sasuke. It's about creating space for people to make choices about who they want to be. It's about allowing individuals to determine their own relationship to power and identity. So Sasuke wrote another letter, this time to all the correspondents who'd engaged with him thoughtfully and without hostility. He described his position in Konoha. He explained what he was attempting to build, a clan defined not by dominance or inherited hierarchy, but by shared history and chosen connection. And he offered an invitation. Come to Konoha, meet him, meet each other, explore whether this vision of Uchiha identity had room for you. The response time would be long. The gathering itself might never happen. Some might refuse, deeming it insufficient or suspicious or too radical a departure from tradition. But for the first time, Sasuke understood that the Uchiha clan wasn't something he had to rebuild alone through force of will and superior power. It was something he could help facilitate if he was willing to listen more than command. That was a different kind of power, and somehow, it felt more substantial than anything he'd built before. Chapter 44. The mission to the smaller settlements north of the fire borders was supposed to be routine. Sasuke led a 4-person team, including Ryoichi and 2 younger jonin. They handled a dispute between neighboring communities regarding irrigation rights with careful diplomacy, the kind of work Kakashi had been training him in, understanding that some of the most important shinobi work was political rather than combat-oriented. The mediation succeeded. Rights were clarified. Both communities agreed to a shared management system. It was solid work, the kind of mission completion that built reputation and demonstrated competence beyond simple combatability. They were in the process of returning to Konoha when the unexpected encounter occurred. The man was enormous, not in the muscular, overtly intimidating way that some shinobi cultivated, but in the way of someone who occupied space completely and didn't feel the need to apologize for it or shrink himself down. He was sitting beside the road on a boulder, apparently washing something delicate out of a traveling pack with focused attention. His presence was so casual that Sasuke's team almost walked past him entirely before recognition caught up. Sasuke recognized him from description and reputation before he processed the name, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, though he looked neither legendary nor particularly dignified at the moment. He looked like a wanderer who'd stopped for a practical reason and was going about it with the kind of focused attention usually reserved for significant tasks. He looked up as Sasuke's team approached, and something in his expression shifted. Not alarm, not calculation in the way a fighter assessed threat level. Something deeper, like he was seeing something most people missed, something that existed in layers beneath the obvious. Well, he said, setting down his washing and standing with a fluidity that didn't match his size. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting to encounter this. Jiraiya-sama, Ryoichi said, and his tone made clear this was someone ranked high enough to warrant immediate respect and careful protocol. We didn't expect to encounter you in this region. I'm in most regions eventually, Jiraiya said, and his eyes had not left Sasuke. I follow information where it leads. I'm working on something that requires understanding the entire map of shinobi power and potential, where it's concentrated, how it's moving, what patterns are emerging. He stepped closer to Sasuke with the kind of movement that suggested he could move far faster if necessary, but chose not to. You're the Uchiha survivor, 12 years old and already chunin, involved in some sort of reconstruction project with your scattered clan, studying sealing arts on top of everything else, building relationships with your team members instead of maintaining distance. It wasn't a question. Sasuke understood that Jiraiya had simply collected this information from various sources and was confirming it through observation, reading context, and energy the way experienced shinobi learned to. Yes, Sasuke said simply. You carry yourself differently than most children, Jiraiya said, and his voice had shifted into something more thoughtful. Older internally. You've made choices that matured you in ways that years alone wouldn't accomplish. And more than that, you've made choices against the grain of what would have been easy. Jiraiya settled back on his boulder, as though inviting extended conversation rather than brief acknowledgement. Can I tell you something? As someone who's seen a lot of shinobi rise and fall, and sometimes repeat the same cycles their parents did. Sasuke inclined his head slightly, indicating willingness to listen. The strongest shinobi aren't the ones who repeat the past, Jiraiya said, and his voice carried weight. Not the weight of authority, but the weight of hard-won experience. They're not the ones who say this is what my clan did, so this is what I'll do, locked into inherited patterns of behavior and thinking. They're not the ones driven by revenge or obligation or the weight of what came before. The strongest are the ones who choose something new and hold it when everything around them says to give up. When their own grief says to give up. When their own pain says to give up. When their own instincts say to give up. Jiraiya stood again, and this time his movement was more decisive. He walked to Sasuke and looked at him directly, and there was something in his eyes that suggested he was seeing something most people never noticed. I don't know what path you've decided on, but I can see you're trying to choose. That's rare, and it's harder than the alternative. So I'm going to tell you. If you ever want to study sealing arts beyond what Konoha teaches, if you ever want perspective on power that doesn't come from traditional clan structures or from the village hierarchy, find me. I move around, but information reaches me. Tell anyone in any major village that you're looking for me. I'll come. He turned to leave, then paused and looked back one more time. And if you ever need to talk about the weight of being something other than what everyone expected, about building something new when everyone assumes you'll repeat the old patterns, I've learned a lot about that. More than I ever wanted to. So if you need it, I'm available. Then he was gone, moving down the road with the kind of casual departure that suggested he'd genuinely been just passing through, just happened to stop here at exactly this moment. When the man was out of sight and the road was empty again, Ryochi let out a long breath that suggested he'd been holding it. That was Jiraiya giving you a personal offer, Ryochi said quietly. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand how rare that actually is? A mentor, Sasuke said, processing the interaction. Another one, different from Kakashi. A mentor with the kind of knowledge that most shinobi spend their entire lives trying to access, Ryochi corrected. A mentor who's walked a path similar to what you're walking, apparently. And he sees something in you worth investing in. As Sasuke's team continued back to Konoha, he found himself processing the interaction with the careful attention he gave to all significant events. Jiraiya had been correct. Every choice Sasuke had made since arriving in this timeline had been directly counter to what would have been easy. Easier to hate. Easier to seek isolated power. Easier to demand obedience from scattered clan members. Easier to close himself off and proceed alone. Easier to repeat patterns of anger and darkness. But he'd chosen differently. And apparently, the legendary Sannin had noticed that choice and found it worth acknowledging. That was strange. It was also oddly clarifying. Sasuke wasn't walking an unprecedented path. Others had walked it before him. Others had chosen to rebuild rather than repeat. And some of them were still alive, still available to offer guidance and connection. The burden suddenly felt less like burden and more like possibility. Chapter 45 Itachi appeared in Konoha on a morning that felt like any other morning until it wasn't. There was no dramatic entrance, no violence or theft or confrontation. He simply arrived, presented himself at the village gates with casual courtesy, stated his intention to meet with his brother, and allowed himself to be escorted under heavy guard to a neutral meeting location. The Hokage had been informed. Kakashi had prepared contingency plans. Ambu was stationed at visible and invisible positions. This was as controlled an environment for a meeting with Itachi as Konoha could construct. And then Sasuke arrived, and Itachi looked at him with an expression that suggested every calculation the Uchiha prodigy had made was suddenly proving incorrect. Sasuke moved into the room with the kind of deliberate calm that came from extensive training and genuine internal peace. He was aware of Itachi as a threat, capable of reading the danger in his older brother's presence, but he was not defined by that danger. He was not the boy who had spent years consumed by hatred and desperation. That was new. That was the actual point of everything he'd done since arriving in this timeline. He sat across from his older brother without asking permission, matching him in deliberate casualness. This was not submission. This was absolute confidence in his own right to occupancy. You're calm, Itachi observed. His voice carried the kind of surprise that Sasuke realized was genuine, not feigned, but truly unexpected. You didn't attack. You didn't flee. You're assessing. You're treating me as a tactical problem rather than an existential threat. Yes, Sasuke said simply. I want to understand why you've come. Itachi was quiet for a long moment, and his Sharingan was active, which meant he was reading Sasuke at a level most people couldn't perceive. He was analyzing everything: chakra structure, emotional resonance, mental state, the intricate patterns of what his younger brother had become. Whatever he was seeing, it was not what he'd expected. I killed our clan, Itachi said finally. The words were blunt, unadorned, delivered without evasion or self-justification. I did it because I believed it was necessary. I did it believing that you would be broken by it, utterly destroyed by the weight of loss and trauma. And I thought that breaking would be the only way to drive you toward the power necessary to kill me. I thought I understood the shape of your response. I thought I could predict you. He leaned forward slightly, studying his younger brother with an intensity that suggested this was the most important analytical moment of his life. But you're not broken, and you're not vengeful. So I need to understand. How? Why? What happened that redirected you so fundamentally? This was the question Sasuke had been moving towards since he first realized he could choose a different path. He'd asked himself many times. Now he was being asked directly, by the person whose actions had shaped so much of his existence. Because hatred isn't power, Sasuke said, and his voice carried absolute conviction. It feels like power. It feels like the only solid ground when everything else has been destroyed. But it's actually the smallest possible version of strength. It requires nothing creative. It requires no growth. It just requires pain. Anyone can hate. Anyone can be destroyed by pain. But not everyone can choose something else. He paused, organizing the complexity of his thought into words that could carry it accurately. I had a choice. I could hate you and spend my entire life trying to become strong enough to kill you. That's one path. It's a clear path. It's a path that thousands of people have walked in circumstances like mine. Or I could understand that whatever you did was driven by your own logic, your own fears, your own limitations. And that understanding, that's actually more powerful than hatred. Because it means I don't have to become you to fight you. I can become someone else entirely. Someone who makes different choices. Someone who builds instead of destroys. Itachi's expression had shifted into something that might have been confusion or might have been respect. Sasuke genuinely couldn't determine which. His older brother's face was the face of someone whose models of the world were being disrupted. You've been studying sealing arts, Itachi said. It wasn't a question. He was connecting observations into pattern. And you've surrounded yourself with people. You've taken responsibility for scattered clan members. You've positioned yourself as a leader within the village hierarchy. These are all choices a child driven by revenge wouldn't make. These are choices that require thinking beyond yourself. No, Sasuke agreed. They're choices someone makes when they're trying to build something instead of destroy it. When they decide that their life has more than one possible path. Itachi stood abruptly and walked to the window, his movements fluid. Kakashi immediately tensed from the corner, but Itachi made no aggressive movements. He simply looked out over Konoha for a long moment, at the village that had sheltered his younger brother, at the architecture and the people moving through streets, at the physical manifestation of the life Sasuke had chosen. I came here expecting to find a child broken by loss, Itachi said quietly. Desperate for power, defined entirely by hatred of me, consumed by need for revenge. I came prepared to offer guidance towards something different. Actually, I've spent years realizing that the path I created for you was too narrow, too destructive. But I was still working from the assumption that your nature was fundamentally broken, and that I needed to help repair it. He turned back to face Sasuke. Instead, I find you've repaired yourself. Without my help. Without even wanting it, I suspect. You've become something I didn't predict. Something I didn't calculate for. Is that a problem? Sasuke asked. No, Itachi said, and there was something in his voice that sounded almost like respect. It's unsettling. It's not how I understand power to work. But it's not a problem. Kakashi made a small movement from the corner that suggested he wanted to interrupt this carefully balanced conversation. But Itachi simply inclined his head in a gesture of acknowledgement. I won't be returning to threaten you, Itachi said. My interest in you is different than it was. I need to reconsider my assumptions about how strong people become strong. I thought it was through being broken and forged in isolation. You're suggesting it might be through something else entirely. He moved toward the exit with that characteristic fluidity that suggested he could accelerate to lethal speed in microseconds if necessary. Kakashi tensed further, but again, Itachi made no aggressive move. He simply left, moving down the corridor with deliberate calm. When the room was empty except for Sasuke and Kakashi, the Jonin descended from his corner and studied Sasuke with an expression of careful assessment. I have no idea what just happened, Kakashi said finally. I was prepared for combat. I was prepared for threats. I was prepared for Itachi to attempt some form of psychological manipulation or to demand a confrontation. What I wasn't prepared for was him leaving peacefully, after acknowledging that his understanding of you was incorrect. He came looking for a specific person, Sasuke said quietly. And when he found someone different, he decided he needed to reconsider his strategy. That's extraordinarily dangerous, Kakashi said. Because Itachi with new strategic goals could be more unpredictable than Itachi with revenge-driven ones. He's calculating what you represent, not what you want. That might be worse. Yes, Sasuke agreed. But at least he's no longer my responsibility. He's his own problem now. And I have other things to build. He stood and prepared to leave the meeting room. Behind him, Kakashi let out a laugh. Actual, genuine laughter. That suggested even the legendary copy ninja sometimes found himself genuinely surprised by his students. Sasuke had spent years running from his past, defining himself by loss and hatred and the need to achieve power over those who'd hurt him. Now, finally, he was walking toward his future. And for the first time, it was genuinely his own. Not predetermined by trauma or clan legacy. Not constrained by the weight of expected patterns. Simply his, chosen with full understanding of what he was accepting and building. That was strength. That was power. That was freedom. Chapter 46. The night air was still when Sasuke sensed him again. Not felt, sensed. The distinction mattered. Sensing meant awareness at the edge of perception, danger detected by the nervous system before the mind caught up. His Sharingan had been dormant in the days since Itachi's departure, cooling like an overused blade dipped in water. Now it bloomed again, both eyes shifting to crimson as the chakra responded. Itachi stood 50 meters away, across the training ground near the old clan estate. No hood this time. No ritual dress. He wore standard black, simple, functional, and his posture held none of the ceremonial weight from their last meeting. This was different. This was purposeful. I came back, Itachi said. It wasn't an apology or an explanation. It was fact, stated plainly. Sasuke rose from the log he'd been sitting on. The curse mark was a cold knot at the base of his spine, suppressed but present. Always present now. He'd stopped being afraid of it months ago. Fear was a tool he'd learned to set down. For what? Sasuke asked. To fight you. Not to kill. To understand. The honesty was almost insulting. No pretense. No layers of psychological manipulation wrapped in metaphor. Itachi wanted to see what his younger brother had become, so he would test it in combat. Direct. Efficient. Sasuke's hand moved to the sealing tools at his belt. Prepared scrolls. Chakra-conducting wire. Prepared tags. All right. Itachi's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. Surprise? You'll use sealing arts, he said. It wasn't a question. Yes. They moved toward the open ground together, and the distance between them collapsed in 3 breaths. Itachi struck first, a series of taijutsu combinations designed to read Sasuke's defensive patterns. Sasuke blocked, his body responding with the muscle memory Kakashi had drilled into him over hundreds of repetitions. The strikes were fast, but not blindingly fast. This wasn't Itachi at full speed. This was Itachi probing. The second wave came faster. Chidori-enhanced strikes that left scorch marks on the ground. Sasuke sidestepped, pulling a prepared scroll from his belt in the same motion and throwing it. The sealing formula activated, a containment field meant to slow chakra flow. Itachi passed through it without slowing, but his next strike was delayed by microseconds. Microseconds mattered. Sasuke countered with a Sharingan-enhanced kick, his own chakra reinforced. Itachi blocked cleanly, but Sasuke spun, using the momentum to throw chakra-conducting wire. It wrapped around Itachi's wrist. Sasuke pulled, yanking Itachi forward while simultaneously channeling lightning through the wire to disrupt his opponent's chakra control. For the first time, Itachi moved to actually escape. He flowed through the technique like water, the wire slipping from his hand without leaving a mark, and he was suddenly in the air, launching a rain of shuriken that came down in patterns meant to cut off escape routes. Sasuke didn't run. He planted his feet and began weaving hand signs, a sealing array inscribed directly on the ground beneath him through drawn chakra. The shuriken caught the edges of it and deflected harmlessly, rerouted by the geometry of his preparation. His hands completed the final seal. Itachi landed, reassessing. There was that flicker again in his eyes, deeper now. You learned sealing arts, Itachi said, his voice absolutely steady. Yes, Sasuke replied, not breaking stance. That wasn't in any plan I had for you. I know. The admission seemed to cost Itachi something. His next movement was slower, more deliberate. Not a probe anymore, but a genuine engagement. He moved into taijutsu range again, and they traded blows with increasing intensity. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked the movements, predicted the patterns. His body was faster now than it had been, more efficient. The sealing arts had given him something beyond raw power, precision, the ability to channel his strength exactly where it needed to go. Itachi used a genjutsu, a subtle one, layering reality with illusion. Sasuke's Sharingan caught the beginning of it and began unpicking the threads. He countercast a minor sealing genjutsu that Kakashi had taught him, something small designed not to bind or damage but to interrupt the flow of Itachi's concentration. It worked. The genjutsu broke on both sides. They separated by mutual agreement, 10 meters between them now. Itachi was breathing harder, not exhausted, but no longer completely in control. Sasuke could feel the weight of the fight in his own muscles, the heat in his chakra network from sustained activation. Again, Itachi said. But Sasuke didn't move. He reached into his pouch and found the prepared scroll that Jiraiya had helped him craft, something that would activate a temporary barrier if Itachi tried to use certain high-level techniques. Itachi saw the scroll and stopped. The moment stretched. Itachi lowered his hands. "You're standing," he said quietly. It sounded like a conclusion. "Yes," Sasuke said. "That's enough." Itachi stepped backward, then backward again. He didn't turn his back, but the fight was unmistakably over. Sasuke's Sharingan remained active, tracking him, until Itachi's form faded into the darkness beyond the training ground's edges. Sasuke stood alone in the pale moonlight, breathing hard, his hands trembling slightly with the release of adrenaline. Around him, the marks of their fight scarred the earth, burned patches, displaced stones, the faint shimmer of disrupted chakra still settling. He'd held his own against Itachi. Hadn't won, but hadn't lost. And Itachi had come to test him and left, satisfied? No, not satisfied. Informed. Itachi had been gathering data, and he'd found what he came looking for. Sasuke collected his scattered scrolls and made his way back through the Uchiha compound. The buildings were silent, most still abandoned. Akira's quarters showed light. She kept late hours working on the rebuilding plans. The rest of the village was asleep. Tomorrow, Sasuke thought, he would tell Naruto what had happened. Not everything, not the things Itachi hadn't explained, but the fact that the fight had occurred, that Itachi had tested him and withdrawn, that there was clearly more to the story than revenge and clan destruction. Naruto had the right to know. They all did. But tonight, Sasuke would sit alone with the weight of having faced his brother and survived intact. That was enough. Chapter 47. Itachi was waiting at the same location the following evening, but this time he made no move toward combat. He sat on the broken foundation of one of the old estate buildings, his back against ancient stone, looking very much like someone at rest rather than someone dangerous. Sasuke approached carefully anyway. The training from Kakashi ran deep. Never assume peace. "I didn't expect you to return," Sasuke said, settling a careful distance away. "I needed to think," Itachi replied. He looked different in daylight, worn in ways that darkness had hidden. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan seemed dimmer somehow, less overwhelming. "About what I found last night. About what you've become." Sasuke waited. In his experience, people needed to explain themselves. Pushing rarely helped. "The massacre," Itachi began slowly, "was not primarily about your development. That was a justification I constructed afterward, a narrative that made the act less senseless in my own mind. The truth is more complicated." The words hung between them like stones dropped into still water, concentric rings of implication spreading outward. "It was political," Itachi continued. "The Uchiha were becoming a threat to Konoha's power structure. Not through aggression, through ambition. We wanted authority. We wanted the Hokage position. We wanted control over security operations." His voice was utterly flat, reciting facts from a distance. "That couldn't be allowed. So the solution was implemented. By you," Sasuke said. "By me because I was strong enough and compromised enough to be reliable." Itachi turned to look at him, and the Sharingan was a weight in his gaze. "There are forces in this village, in this world, that you don't understand yet. Forces that were willing to accept the annihilation of an entire clan to prevent a power shift. I was given a choice. Kill the clan and be integrated into those forces, or refuse and be eliminated along with everyone I tried to protect." Sasuke felt something cold move through his chest. "You're saying you had no choice. I'm saying I was less in control than I appeared to be. Less in control than you probably still think I am." Itachi shifted slightly, and for a moment he looked genuinely tired. "I've spent years building a narrative where I controlled everything, where even the massacre was part of some grand design to make you stronger. It's easier than acknowledging that I accepted a trap while trapped." "What kind of trap?" "Obligation. The Sharingan makes us useful. Useful people don't keep their autonomy. They keep the illusion of it, but the chains are there. Itachi's eyes moved to the darkening sky. You chose sealing arts instead of the path I was pushed into. That's significant. Sasuke processed this. The story of his brother shifted in his mind, not from monster to victim exactly, but into something more complicated. Itachi had killed the clan, yes, but Itachi had also been used. The two things could be true simultaneously. The weight of that didn't erase what he'd done, but it changed the shape of it. There's a man you need to know about, Itachi said, his voice dropping lower. Madara Uchiha. The name landed like a blade in stone. The founder of the clan, Sasuke said slowly. Dead for centuries. Dead, or dormant, or operating under a name that keeps his presence invisible. Itachi leaned forward. The massacre wasn't the Hokage's decision alone. It was influenced by him. What you know about the Uchiha clan is a shadow of what Madara knows. When he comes for you, and he will, you'll need to be ready in ways I can't teach you. Why would he come for me? Because you have the Sharingan. Because you're young and potentially malleable. Because if he can control even one Uchiha, it's useful for his purposes. Itachi paused. Because I failed to become what he wanted, and he'll try with you. Sasuke's hands clenched. What does he want? To reshape the world. Literally. There's a technique called infinite Tsukuyomi. It's old, older than the modern village system. It requires specific power levels, specific chakra configurations. The Uchiha bloodline carries parts of what's necessary. Itachi's expression was grave now, fully present. If he ever tells you he can help you achieve something, be very careful. His help costs things. The warning hung in the air between them. Why are you telling me this? Sasuke asked. Because I've already accepted costs that I shouldn't have. Because you still have the option to refuse them. Itachi stood, and the moment of vulnerability closed like a fist. The careful distance returned. The next time we meet, Sasuke, you may be stronger. You may need to be. I came here to tell you that your choice, the sealing arts, the refusal of simple revenge, might actually matter. Might actually change what happens next. Are you asking for forgiveness? No. Itachi's voice was absolute. Forgiveness is for people who repent. I would make the same choice again if faced with the same constraints, which means I haven't actually repented. I'm simply informing you that the story is larger than either of us thought it was. He turned to leave, and Sasuke didn't stop him. What would be the point? Itachi had given him information, pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit together yet, but might with time and investigation. Before he disappeared into the trees, Itachi called back. The sealing arts were a good choice. Kakashi may have taught you well, but Jiraiya will teach you to see beyond individual techniques. Work with him if you can. Then he was gone, and Sasuke sat alone as the sun finally set, holding fragments of truth that he would have to reconstruct into something coherent. The first person he would tell would be Naruto, then Kakashi, then Akira. The weight of secrets was something he'd learned to distribute across people he trusted, and that distribution made it lighter, shareable, manageable. Whatever Madara was, whatever was coming, Sasuke wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 48. The library at Kakashi's residence was smaller than it should have been for someone with his experience, but what books existed were carefully selected. Sasuke stood before one of the shelves, his fingers tracing spine labels, looking for anything that might reference Madara or Uchiha clan history beyond the standard narratives taught in academy classes. You won't find much in the public records, Kakashi said from the doorway, holding 2 cups of tea. He handed one to Sasuke and settled into a chair, waiting. Sasuke took the offered seat. Itachi mentioned him, Madara, and something called infinite Tsukuyomi. Kakashi's expression didn't change, but his Sharingan eye beneath the mask seemed to focus more intently. Itachi wouldn't mention those without reason. What exactly did he say? Sasuke relayed the conversation methodically, leaving nothing out. Kakashi listened with the patience of someone trained to absorb intelligence, occasionally asking for clarification on specific phrases or emotional contexts. When Sasuke finished, Kakashi set his tea down carefully. Madara died roughly a century ago, officially. There are records of his death at Hashirama Senju's hands during the founding of the Hidden Leaf. But there are also gaps, inconsistencies. The ANBU archives would have more, but those are restricted to clearance levels I don't have. What about Jiraiya? Sasuke asked. Jiraiya knows things. Old things. Information networks from his days working with the previous Hokage and the spy networks he maintains. Kakashi stood. I think it's time you had that conversation with him about sealing arts. We can frame it as academic inquiry, but you ask about Madara directly. See what he says. And Naruto. Naruto is part of this. Kakashi's statement was simple, final. Tell him. The Sharingan connection Itachi mentioned, it's important. Naruto should know what you're investigating. Over the next 3 days, the investigation became collaborative in ways Sasuke hadn't anticipated. He met with Jiraiya at a training ground, explaining that he wanted to deepen his understanding of historical sealing techniques. The white-haired Sannin listened while smoking a pipe, his expression gradually shifting from amusement to something more serious. When Sasuke mentioned Madara, Jiraiya's entire demeanor changed. He became focused, all traces of casual interest dropping away. "That's not a casual question," Jiraiya said flatly. "Where are you getting information about Madara?" "Sources I trust." "Not good enough." Jiraiya set the pipe down. Madara Uchiha was a shinobi of extraordinary power. He fought Hashirama in battles that shaped the foundation of this village. After his reported death, certain complications arose. Attempts were made on his name, his clan, his techniques. These were deemed sensitive enough to require containment. Containment like what Itachi was involved in. Sasuke pressed. Jiraiya's silence was answer enough. "There are old techniques," Jiraiya continued slowly, "that require very specific bloodline factors. The Sharingan is one component among several. Madara possessed more knowledge about these techniques than anyone alive should. If there's any possibility he's still operating, the implications are significant enough that it needs to be reported through proper channels." "Which proper channels?" Sasuke asked, already knowing the answer would be complicated. "Not to Danzu and his foundation, that's certain. To the Hokage, eventually. But first, we gather evidence." Jiraiya pulled out a small notebook. "Tell me everything Itachi said, word for word. And don't leave anything out this time." Sasuke told him. Word for word, context for context, even the portions about his brother's compromised autonomy and the mention of constraints. When he finished, Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. "Then, your brother is trapped. Probably by blackmail related to his actions in the massacre, probably by agreements made under duress. That's relevant context for everything he tells you going forward." "He's still dangerous," Sasuke said. "He's still your brother," Jiraiya countered. "Both things can be true. The dangerous ones often are the most worth trying to save, because their danger comes from being powerful while constrained. Remove the constraint, and they sometimes become allies instead of weapons." That evening, Sasuke met Naruto and Akira at the empty training ground near the old clan estate. He told them both everything. Itachi's words, his assessment of his brother's autonomy, the mention of Madara, the investigation into sealing arts history. Naruto listened with growing intensity, his hands clenching. "You should have told me immediately," he said. "Not because you don't trust me, but because Madara is related to the Sharingan. And you said there's a connection between me and the Sharingan somehow. That means it's relevant to both of us." Sasuke nodded. "That's why I'm telling you now. And I need you to help me research. You see things differently. You make connections I miss." Akira was examining the research notes that Jiraiya had provided. "There are references here to clan hierarchies within the Uchiha. Main families had certain knowledge. Branch families were explicitly forbidden from accessing certain information." She looked up, her expression hard. "That's going to matter when we rebuild. We can't recreate that kind of division." "We won't," Sasuke said. It was a promise. The four of them, Sasuke, Naruto, Akira, and Kakashi, who joined them once the investigation scope was clear, spent the next week cross-referencing available records. What emerged was fragmentary but troubling. Multiple references to the problem of Madara, a series of operations conducted in secret, and consistent mentions of a technique that was considered an existential threat. The picture was incomplete, but it was forming. And in that forming, Sasuke felt the weight shift. They weren't just defending Sasuke against future threats. They were investigating something that affected the entire village. The investigation had become larger than one person's burden. The weight was still heavy, but it was shared. Chapter 49. The scroll Akira discovered was old enough that its paper had become brittle, carefully wrapped in silk within the sealed family records section of the Uchiha compound. The ink was faded but legible, written in a formal hand that belonged to someone at least 3 generations back. Akira brought it to Sasuke in the library, her expression carefully controlled. That control itself was a warning. "This is from the branch family archives," she said quietly. "Specifically, from sealed records that I wasn't supposed to access. But I was part of the clan effort to preserve what survived the massacre, so technically I have authority." Sasuke took the scroll. The header read, "Restrictions on branch family access, sealing techniques of the main clan." The detailed document that followed was a list. Sealing techniques, forbidden to branch family members by explicit clan law. The restrictions weren't framed as a matter of capability or intelligence. They were framed as hierarchy, main family knowledge that branch family members simply didn't have the right to possess. Sasuke read through the list methodically. Advanced binding formulas. Chakra locking techniques. Methods for suppressing powerful bloodline abilities. Containment arrays meant to hold specific types of power. Each entry had a notation about which main family masters held the knowledge, which students were permitted to learn it, and explicit warnings about what would happen to branch family members who attempted to study it. The casual cruelty of it made something hard form in Sasuke's chest. "This bothers you," Akira said. It wasn't a question. "Of course it bothers me. I'm asking how much." Akira settled across from him. "Because it should." The clan deliberately divided itself. Deliberately kept knowledge from its own members based on bloodline hierarchy, not on ability or need. It's one of the reasons the branch family remained weaker, stayed more vulnerable, had less agency. Sasuke set the scroll down carefully. "You were in the branch family." "I was. My parents were. My entire lineage of Uchiha were treated as lesser because we weren't born from the main house lines. Even though we had the Sharingan, even though we were skilled, even though we deserved the right to learn what our own clan knew." The bitterness in her voice was justified and absolute. "It's not your responsibility to fix that," Sasuke said quietly. "No," Akira agreed. "It's not mine. But we're rebuilding. And if we rebuild the clan with that same structure, we're just creating another system where some Uchiha are considered lesser. So it becomes our responsibility now." Sasuke understood what she meant. When you inherited a broken system, you could either perpetuate it or change it. Both choices had costs. Perpetuation was easy, familiar. Change was harder, but necessary. "What do you want to do?" Sasuke asked. "Merge the knowledge." Akira pulled out a bound journal. "I've been documenting everything from both the main family and branch family archives. These techniques, the ones that were forbidden, they're good, important. They should be part of what we preserve, but not as hierarchy, as shared knowledge. If we rebuild, everyone with the Sharingan should have access to everything the clan knows." "That would have made the clan stronger," Sasuke said slowly. "It would have, but it would have also made it less controllable from the top. And that's probably exactly why the main family kept the division in place." Akira's expression was cold certainty. There were practical reasons for the secrecy, I'm sure, but the structure it created served power concentration. If we're going to rebuild, we can't recreate that. They spent the evening examining the full scope of what the clan had kept divided. Sealing techniques that would have enhanced branch family members' capability. Knowledge about Sharingan evolution that was restricted. Historical records about the clan's founding that main family children learned and branch family children never did. The more they studied, the more the landscape of clan history changed. What had seemed like natural, inevitable hierarchy was revealed as a constructed thing, maintained by deliberate gatekeeping. "When we tell the other surviving Uchiha about this," Akira said, "some of them are going to be angry. The ones from the branch families will feel betrayed. The ones from the main family will feel threatened. They've benefited from the hierarchy." "That's necessary," Sasuke replied. "We can't rebuild honestly if we hide the ways the old structure was dishonest." "No," Akira agreed. "We can't." She stood, gathering the journals and the scroll. "I'm going to compile a full documentation of all the divided knowledge. Everything that should be unified. And I think you should present it to the Hokage when the time is right, not as a demand, but as a proposal for how we want to structure the clan during rebuilding." "Why me?" "Because you're the Uchiha who can speak to the Hokage as a peer. Because you're Chunin rank. Because Kakashi backs you. Because you've proven you're not trying to grab power for its own sake. And because," Akira said quietly, "the Uchiha trust you in a way they're not going to trust someone else when it comes to rebuilding. You'll be their voice in that conversation." Sasuke felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders. Not the crushing weight of secrets anymore, but the harder weight of responsibility. Of having to make decisions that would affect the clan's future, the people who had survived the massacre and the Uchiha, who would be born into whatever structure they created. "All right," he said. "Help me prepare the proposal. We're going to need to be thorough." For the next week, Sasuke and Akira worked methodically through the archives, documenting every restriction, every technique that had been compartmentalized, every way the clan's knowledge had been deliberately divided. They wrote recommendations for how to structure a rebuilt clan, transparent about what they'd found, honest about the costs of change, but uncompromising about the principle. No hierarchy based on bloodline within the Uchiha family anymore. When they were finished, they had something that resembled a constitution for a new kind of clan. Not perfect, not going to solve everything, but it was a starting point that acknowledged the past without being controlled by it. Sasuke looked at the finished proposal and felt something settle. This was part of rebuilding. Not just the combat training, not just the investigation into larger threats, but this, dismantling the ways that the clan had hurt itself, had constrained itself, had made itself smaller than it should have been. The old clan had been broken in multiple ways. Some of those breaks couldn't be repaired, but some could be healed by choosing different structures, different values, different futures. That was the work that mattered. Chapter 50. Danzu Shimura arrived at the training ground on a clear afternoon, moving with the careful precision of someone very aware of their own presence. He was older, his left eye constantly shielded, his right side contained by an elaborate system of bandages and sealing marks that spoke of advanced modifications. He wasn't alone. Two ENBU shadows moved with him, their masks neutral, their intent clear. We are here in an official capacity. Sasuke was mid-training with Kakashi when the presence registered on his sensory field. Kakashi felt it at the same moment and straightened, his entire demeanor shifting to formal acknowledgement. Danzu, Kakashi said, not warm but courteous. This is unexpected. Not unexpected for the purposes I intend, Danzu replied. His voice was smooth, calibrated, deliberately friendly in the way that predators could be friendly when they wanted something. I came to speak with the Uchiha. Sasuke lowered his hands and turned to face Danzu fully, his Sharingan still active. There was something in Danzu's presence that triggered every warning instinct. Not like facing Itachi, where the danger was clearly supreme power. This was different. This was the danger of bureaucratic machinery, of systems that could crush you slowly if they decided to. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said evenly. Yes, I've observed your progress. Danzu moved a few steps closer, his AMBU shadows positioning themselves where they could respond to any movement. You've demonstrated exceptional aptitude, exceptional control, the kind of focused discipline that marks someone destined for advancement. He paused, letting that settle. The village's security operations require individuals of particular talent, Danzu continued. The AMBU Foundation offers opportunities for those with the bloodline power and the emotional stability to handle complex assignments. You possess both. It was framed as a compliment and an offer simultaneously. I'm not interested, Sasuke said flatly. Danzu's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. A small tightening that signaled the conversation had just moved from offer to negotiation. You don't understand the village's needs yet, Danzu said, his tone acquiring an edge like a knife being drawn slowly from a sheath. Those needs include ensuring that Uchiha power remains aligned with the village's interests. You have the potential to provide that alignment. The alternative is considerably less pleasant. Then I'll learn the village's needs myself, Sasuke replied quietly. Without joining the foundation. You're young, Danzu said, and now there was no friendliness at all. Young people sometimes make decisions that foreclose their futures. I'm offering you the opportunity to make a decision that keeps your options open. And I'm declining, Sasuke said. Respectfully, but clearly. Danzu stared at him for a long moment. The eye that wasn't shielded was absolutely still, calculating. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped to something quieter and infinitely more dangerous. There are things that come for young Uchiha with Sharingan and insufficient understanding of the world's realities. Things that will use you, break you, or both. The foundation exists partly to prevent that. You're refusing protection while not understanding what you're refusing protection from. Perhaps, Sasuke acknowledged. But that's my choice to make. Danzu turned to leave, but the movement was precise and deliberate. He paused, his back still to Sasuke, and spoke without looking around. When the time comes when you understand what you refused, don't come asking for help. The offers I make are time-limited. After this, they expire. He took a step forward, then turned slightly. And Uchiha, be careful who you trust, even in the village. Especially in the village. Then he and his ANBU were gone, leaving a silence that felt weighted and dangerous. Kakashi exhaled slowly once they were out of sensory range. We need to move you somewhere safer, he said quietly. Danzu's not the type to attack directly, Sasuke said. No, Kakashi agreed. But he's the type to make certain that everyone around you becomes a liability, and then point out that you're dangerous to the people you care about. It's his favorite tactic for persuasion. And it works better on people your age who still believe they can keep others safe through individual choice. Sasuke understood what Kakashi meant. Danzu would use Naruto, Akira, Jiraiya, anyone Sasuke cared about, as pressure points. The threat wasn't to Sasuke directly. It was to the people Sasuke was trying to build a future with. What do I do? Sasuke asked. First, Kakashi said, we tell everyone. Naruto, Akira, Jiraiya, everyone who's part of this investigation into Madara. They need to know that you've become a target for recruitment by the Foundation. Danzu doesn't keep threats private. He lets people know exactly how much trouble you are, so they learn to distance themselves. And second, we accelerate your advancement, Kakashi said grimly. Right now, Danzu is calculating whether you're worth the effort to break or trap. If you become strong enough, politically connected enough, and integrated enough into the village hierarchy that removing you causes problems, his calculation changes. You need to be too expensive to move against. Sasuke nodded slowly. It was strategic thinking at a level that went beyond combat. Danzu saw people as resources, problems, or opportunities. The only way to prevent being treated as a problem was to become expensive to deal with. That evening, he called a meeting. Naruto, Akira, Kakashi, and Jiraiya gathered in the library at Kakashi's residence. Sasuke told them exactly what Danzu had said, what the threat had been, what the implications were. The room went quiet. He doesn't accept no, Kakashi said, confirming what Sasuke had already understood. He'll interpret your refusal as a challenge and a data point. You've just moved from potential resource to potential problem. Be careful. Be very careful. Trust only people in this room and the Hokage, unless we tell you otherwise. Naruto's hands were clenched. So what? He's going to try to hurt us to get to you. Maybe, Kakashi said. Or maybe he's going to try to trap Sasuke by making you all seem like liabilities. Either way, the threat is real. Then we need to be smarter than him, Akira said flatly. More unified. We make it so that going after any of you goes after all of us. Make it expensive. That's dangerous, Jiraiya said quietly. That's how you end up in a war with an old guard operative who has resources we can't even quantify. We're already in a war, Sasuke said. Danzu just made it explicit. The question now is whether we're fighting defensively or strategically. Kakashi looked at each of them in turn. Strategy. We document everything. We accelerate your advancement. We prepare. And we don't make any moves that give Danzu an opening until we understand exactly how much power we have and what he's trying to do. As the meeting dispersed, Sasuke felt the weight of things shifting again. The investigation into Madara, the rebuilding of the clan, the sealing arts training, all of it suddenly had an additional layer. They weren't just preparing for some distant threat. They were preparing for pressure that was already here, already active, already dangerous. The cold stillness that Danzu had left behind. That was the expression of someone who had already begun moving. Sasuke could feel it in the way the village's atmosphere had shifted, subtle but present. The walls were changing. The game had escalated. And Sasuke had no choice but to escalate with it. But he wouldn't do it alone. That was the decision he'd made, the one that Itachi hadn't been able to make. He would face what came not as an isolated avenger, but as part of a group that trusted each other. That would have to be enough. And somehow, increasingly, it was. Chapter 51. The mission briefing came from the Hokage's office through official channels, routed via Kakashi with careful documentation. A merchant caravan traveling the northern trade route had hired ninja escort. Sasuke's team was assigned to protect them for 3 days' travel through the mountain passes where bandits and rogue shinobi occasionally operated. It was a standard B-rank contract. Straightforward. Routine. Which was precisely why Sasuke knew something was wrong. He mentioned it to Kakashi during the preparation phase. Danzu wouldn't move directly. He'd set something up that looked normal. Kakashi had nodded once, slowly. Be alert. Don't trust the appearance of routine. Document everything. The caravan departed at dawn. 7 merchants, 12 guards, and Sasuke's team. Himself, Akira, and a junior chunin named Teshiro. The road wound through passes where visibility was limited and ambush points were numerous. The attack came on the second day, in a section of the road where the canyon walls rose steep on both sides. They emerged from the rocks in coordinated waves, 16 rogue shinobi, moving with military precision. Not bandits. Not mercenaries. These were trained operators. Headbands removed or worn from unaffiliated villages. Hand signs executed with practiced efficiency. Formations that suggested extensive planning. Sasuke's Sharingan activated immediately, reading the attackers' movements before they fully committed to combat. Akira was moving to shield the merchants. Teshiro was already engaged with 3 of the forward assault group. The first wave hit like a coordinated strike. Kunai from height, lightning-enhanced strikes from ground level, coordinated Jinjutsu meant to disorient. Sasuke moved through it with practiced efficiency, his body reading the patterns his eyes had already predicted. A sealing scroll deployed to interrupt Jinjutsu flow. Lightning-enhanced taijutsu to drive back the melee attackers. Sharingan-guided counterstrikes that removed 3 combatants from the field in the opening seconds. But they kept coming. The fresh waves rotated in as soon as the first showed signs of breaking, which meant the coordination was real and the numbers were inexhaustible. Sasuke felt the weight of it then. This wasn't a test of raw power. This was a test of endurance against a prepared opponent with superior numbers. He fell back toward the caravan, establishing a defensive perimeter with Akira. Teshiro was holding his own, but clearly outmatched by the sheer weight of coordinated assault. Sasuke sent a quick jab of chakra, a signal to focus on survival rather than victory. The battle stretched. 10 minutes. 15. Sasuke's muscles were beginning to register the weight of sustained combat, his chakra consumption climbing steadily. The attackers showed no signs of fatigue, which meant they were rotating out, bringing fresh fighters, keeping Sasuke's group under constant pressure. Then something changed. The attackers' coordination, which had been perfectly synchronized, suddenly fractured. A few of them broke formation, began fighting with slightly less discipline. Sasuke's Sharingan caught the moment they seemed to receive some kind of signal, a subtle hand gesture from someone further back, someone Sasuke couldn't quite see. That was the moment Sasuke realized. This wasn't meant to be winnable. It was meant to wear them down, stretch them to exhaustion, and then finish them. The attackers weren't actually fighting to kill, they were fighting to exhaust. Sasuke made a decision. He pulled a sealed scroll from his pouch, not a defensive one, but an offensive barrier array that Jiraiya had taught him. Thrown with precision, it would activate a momentary containment field wide enough to encompass the entire caravan and the immediate surrounding area. The scroll activated. The field shimmered into place. The attacking shinobi pulled back instinctively, regrouping, realizing that Sasuke had changed the terms of engagement. Fall back, Sasuke said to Akira and Teshiro. Move the merchants north along the canyon wall. There's an overhang 30 meters up that can serve as a secondary position. Akira didn't ask questions. She moved. Teshiro followed. The barrier field was temporary, maybe 5 minutes of real stability, but 5 minutes was enough. Sasuke used it to usher the merchants and his team toward higher ground, toward a defensible position where the attackers' numerical advantage became less significant. As they climbed, Sasuke's Sharingan was tracking the coordination patterns. The attacker who had given that signal, the orchestrator, was staying back, watching, assessing. That person knew something, wanted something specific. By the time Sasuke and his group reached the overhang, the barrier had degraded. But the attackers didn't follow. They regrouped, reassessed, and then withdrew. Completely. Efficiently. As if the operation had reached its conclusion. Sasuke watched them disappear back into the rocks, his heart still elevated, his breathing controlled but heavy. Akira moved up beside him. They were testing us. Yes, Sasuke said. And specifically testing whether we could be isolated and broken under sustained pressure. Who sent them? Sasuke didn't answer immediately. He knew. The pattern fit. The precision of the assault, the methodical exhaustion approach, the careful observation of whether his team would break or bend under pressure. This was Danzu's hand, refined through the bureaucratic machinery of his foundation. Not a direct attack. A carefully orchestrated mission that would look like a caravan escort gone wrong. Someone who was testing whether I can be frightened into cooperation, Sasuke said finally. Over the next 2 days, Sasuke analyzed the attack pattern methodically. He documented every detail. The attackers' formations, the timing of the waves, the moment when the leadership signal had come through. He drew sketches of the canyon positioning, the vectors of assault, the precise moment when retreat was ordered. When he returned to the village, his first stop was Kakashi's residence. Kakashi examined the documentation with the careful attention of someone trained in intelligence analysis. When he finished, he looked up at Sasuke with something that might have been grim acknowledgement. He's dangerous because he's patient, Kakashi said quietly. Danzu doesn't move rashly. He sets up situations where you'll eventually break, and then he'll be there with an offer. The question now is whether he's committed to breaking you, or whether he's still testing to see if you'll give him what he wants without breaking. Which is, your cooperation, your Sharingan, your loyalty to his vision of what the village should be. Kakashi set the documentation down, and now he knows you won't offer it freely. So he'll escalate. Be very careful, Sasuke. From this point forward, assume that any mission assignment goes through hostile evaluation. Don't accept anything that Danzu's people could touch. Sasuke nodded. The trap had been set, and Sasuke had walked into it fully aware, analyzed it thoroughly, and walked out the other side understanding exactly what it meant. Danzu wanted him frightened. Wanted him to understand the cost of refusing cooperation. Wanted him to learn that refusal meant isolation, danger, vulnerability. Instead, Sasuke had learned something else. How Danzu operated, what his methods were, how to recognize his hand in the machinery of the village's structures. That knowledge was worth more than the fear Danzu had intended to instill. Chapter 52. Sasuke sat in the administrative office of the Hokage, documents spread before him on the desk. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was reviewing the intelligence Sasuke had compiled about Danzu's attempted recruitment, the ambush that had followed the refusal, and the pattern of escalation that was now underway. This is significant, Hiruzen said quietly, looking up from the papers. He was aging, carrying the weight of centuries of village history on his shoulders. His voice had that particular quality of someone who had seen too much political machinery operate and had learned to speak carefully about it. You've handled this correctly by bringing it to my attention. Kakashi advised the documentation, Sasuke said. Kakashi is wise. Hiruzen set the papers down. The village's security operations under Danzu have become increasingly independent. There's been pressure for him to formally establish an independent structure, and there's been resistance from my office because independence from the Hokage's oversight is dangerous. But I lack the political capital to remove him directly. Sasuke understood what the Hokage was really saying. The village was structured in a way that allowed predators like Danzu to operate with relative impunity as long as they maintained the fiction of serving the village. What does he want from me? Sasuke asked. Leverage, Hiruzen replied. The Uchiha clan, even in its diminished state, represents power. Power concentrated in bloodline abilities, in clan knowledge, in the potential for unified action. Danzu wants that power under his control. He approaches this by offering protection. Protection from external threats, protection from other predatory forces, and when protection is refused, he creates the very threats he claims to protect against. You let him do this, Sasuke said. It wasn't an accusation, just a statement of fact. I manage him, Hiruzen corrected. There's a difference. A predator operating in the open is easier to monitor than one operating in shadow. And my position is that if Danzu moves too overtly against a Chunin-ranked clan heir, particularly one with strong backing from individuals like Kakashi and Jiraiya, the blowback becomes too expensive for him to justify. He leaned back in his chair. Which is why your response to the ambush was perfect. You didn't panic. You didn't seek refuge in Danzu's offered protection. You analyzed, documented, and escalated through proper channels. You made Danzu's hand visible, which makes it harder for him to claim he's acting in the village's interest. But he'll keep escalating, Sasuke said. Yes, unless something changes the calculation. Hiruzen looked at Sasuke directly. The Uchiha clan holds political weight. You, as the last mainline Uchiha with a fully functional Sharingan, hold more weight than you probably realize. Part of this village's stability depends on your stability and your willingness to cooperate in the rebuilding effort. Danzu knows this. I know this. The question is what you're going to do with that knowledge. Sasuke felt something crystallize. I'm learning that power isn't just physical. No, Hiruzen agreed. Power is positional. It's relational. It's about what people need from you and what they're willing to offer to get it. The village needs the Uchiha clan to stay stable and integrated. That need gives you leverage. Danzu wants that leverage concentrated under his control. Other forces want it distributed and independent. You're learning to navigate between those forces. How? By becoming indispensable in ways that serve multiple interests. By building relationships with people and groups that benefit from your strength and independence. By making it clear that your cooperation is valuable precisely because it's voluntary, not coerced. Hiruzen stood. You should meet with the civilian council. Let them understand that the Uchiha clan is rebuilding with democratic structure, accessible knowledge, and transparent governance. That's a powerful counter-narrative to Danzu's model of hierarchy and control. That afternoon, Sasuke met with Akira at a quiet location near the old clan estate. They spent hours mapping the political landscape of the village as they understood it. The Hokage and his office, which wanted stability. The civilian council, which wanted predictability. The Anbu Foundation under Danzu, which wanted control. The various clan heads, who wanted autonomy and security. The younger generation of shinobi, who wanted opportunity and fairness. Every group wants something from us, Akira said, writing notes. Or wants something from what we're building. So the question is what we're willing to trade, and with whom, Sasuke replied. They mapped it out systematically. The Hokage's office supported transparency in clan rebuilding because it reduced the risk of another clan-based coup. The civilian council liked it because it meant less hidden clan power. The younger shinobi liked it because it meant knowledge wasn't gatekeeping advancement. But Danzu opposed it because it meant the Uchiha clan would be harder to infiltrate and control. We leverage the fact that our weakness, the clan's division and damage, becomes strength if we transform it into transparency and equity, Akira said slowly. We take something broken and make it into something stronger. That requires work, Sasuke said. Not just talking about it, but actually building it. Yes. Akira looked at him. But it also means that when Danzu threatens us or tries to use pressure tactics, we have something he can't easily destroy. Support from multiple groups in the village because they all benefit from our success. We become expensive. They began the work of meeting with various parts of the village hierarchy. The civilian council appreciated Sasuke's transparency about clan reconstruction. Several senior clan heads found the democratic structure threatening at first, but gradually began to see the advantage. If the Uchiha were handled this way, it meant other clans wouldn't face pressure to do the same. A kind of détente formed. By the end of the week, something had shifted in the village's politics. The Uchiha clan was no longer a dormant threat waiting for someone to weaponize it. It was becoming a model, a demonstration that clan power could be structured in ways that served the village's broader interests rather than destabilizing them. Danzu couldn't easily move against that without appearing to oppose clan reconstruction publicly. And public opposition to clan rebuilding would cost him support from the Hokage and the civilian government. The trap had turned into a shield. Sasuke understood then what the Hokage had been suggesting. Power wasn't just about individual strength. It was about making yourself valuable to too many people to move against directly. It was about distributing your weight across enough relationships that removing you created more problems than it solved. The old clan had tried to concentrate all its power. That had made it easy to destroy. The new clan would distribute its power. That would make it impossible to destroy without destroying the entire village structure that depended on it. That was the work that mattered now. Chapter 53. Naruto found Sasuke at the training ground near dawn, before the rest of the village was awake. He was breathing hard, having just finished a sustained chakra control exercise. The Nine-Tails' presence was there in his movements, more integrated now than it had been months ago, not possessed by it, but in conscious cooperation with it. You've gotten better at managing the Nine-Tails chakra, Sasuke observed. Yeah, Naruto said, settling onto a nearby rock. Still not perfect. Still moments where it tries to surge, and I have to pull it back. But it's less like fighting and more like navigation, I guess. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the sun rise over Konoha. I've been wondering something, Naruto said eventually. About Itachi. About what happened with the massacre. Sasuke waited. Naruto had been circling this question for weeks now, ever since Sasuke had explained what Itachi had told him about being constrained, about lacking real autonomy. You don't hate him, Naruto said. It wasn't a question. And I don't understand how. He killed your whole clan. He made you grow up alone. He was supposed to be this thing you needed to overcome through revenge. But you don't hate him. No, Sasuke said quietly. I don't. How? Naruto's voice held a kind of desperate intensity. How do you just not hate someone who did that? Sasuke thought about how to explain this. How to make Naruto understand something that Sasuke himself had only gradually come to understand. Because hate would have been easier, Sasuke said finally. Hate is a direction. It's clear. It's simple. If I hated Itachi, I would know exactly what I was supposed to do. I would become strong enough to face him, to beat him, to overcome him. That's a story that makes sense. That's a narrative arc. He paused, choosing the next words carefully. But easy is how you get used. Hate is a tool. And once you start using it as your motivator, you don't own yourself anymore. Someone else owns the direction of your life. They get to decide what drives you. Naruto was quiet, processing this. So you just refused, Naruto said slowly. You realized the hate was trap and you refused it. I realized Itachi was trying to give me a story that would destroy me slowly. A story where I was defined by wanting to destroy him. I refused that story and chose a different one. One where I get to decide what I'm building instead of having my building blocks chosen for me. Is that why you helped me train? Naruto asked. Because you don't want me to get trapped in an easy story? One where you're just the demon monster, or where I'm just the kid who can beat the demon? Sasuke met Naruto's eyes. Yes. Because easy is how you get used, Naruto repeated, like he was testing the shape of the idea in his mouth. Yes. Naruto stood up and walked to the edge of the training ground, his silhouette sharp against the early morning light. For a long time, he just stood there. When he turned back to face Sasuke, his expression was different, more present, more aware of his own agency. I've been thinking of myself as the Nine-Tails, Naruto said quietly. Like that's my identity now, or what I'm supposed to become. Like the village sees me as the Nine-Tails in a kid's body, and that's what I am. That's the easy story, Sasuke said. But it's not the only one. What's the harder story? That you have the Nine-Tails chakra, but you're still the person deciding how to use it. You're still the one making choices. You're still Naruto, not the demon. Naruto nodded slowly, and Sasuke could see something settling in him. Not resolution. Understanding came later, in pieces. But recognition of a choice he hadn't fully realized he was making. I'm going to keep training, Naruto said. But not to become stronger than the Nine-Tails. To become stronger while being in partnership with it. To show myself, that I can use this power and still be me. That's harder, Sasuke said. Yeah. Naruto smiled slightly, and it was genuine. But harder means I get to keep being Naruto. I get to own myself. That seems worth it. They trained together that morning, and there was something different in how Naruto moved. More deliberate, more aware. He was still learning to manage the Nine-Tails power, still struggling with chakra control and tactical integration. But he was doing it as himself, not as something being driven by what the village saw when it looked at him. That afternoon, Sasuke spent time with Akira, going over the clan rebuilding proposal they'd been developing. She had made progress on documenting the divided knowledge, had begun reaching out to the surviving Uchiha about the transparency initiative. Some of them are scared, Akira said. The ones from the main families especially. They're worried that giving up the knowledge hierarchy means giving up power. They're right, Sasuke said. They will have less individual power because the power will be distributed. That's the trade-off. But they don't see that clan power is stronger when it's distributed. It can't be broken as easily. Can't be torn apart by someone targeting the center. No, Sasuke agreed. But it takes time to see that. We can't force them to understand it. We can only build it and show them. That evening, Kakashi called a full coordination meeting. Sasuke, Naruto, Akira, and Jiraiya all gathered at his residence. The Madara investigation was continuing. The Danza threat was being monitored. The clan rebuilding was proceeding. But there was something larger that needed coordination. You're all becoming more important, Kakashi said bluntly. Individually and collectively. And important people attract complicated attention. We need to make sure you're not being separated and isolated in ways that make you vulnerable. What does that mean practically? Naruto asked. It means you train together when you can. It means you document what's happening in your individual development and share it with the group. It means you trust each other enough to warn if something feels wrong. Kakashi looked at each of them. Danzu is probably not going to stop with Sasuke. He'll evaluate all of you for leverage. Be aware of that. Be ready. As the meeting was ending and people were preparing to leave, Jiraiya pulled Sasuke aside. You're learning something important, the white-haired Sannin said quietly. That power isn't about how much chakra you can throw around. It's about choices. About what you choose to use your power for and what you choose not to do with it. He paused. Naruto's learning the same thing. You should tell him that you're both on parallel tracks now. That you understand each other in ways that other people won't. We're not the same, Sasuke said. No, Jiraiya agreed. But you're learning the same lesson from different starting points. That creates a bond stronger than shared experience. That creates genuine partnership. As Sasuke walked home through the darkening village, he thought about what Jiraiya had said. About Naruto learning to own his own narrative. About himself learning that power wasn't about the strength of the Sharingan, but about the clarity of personal choice. The old clan had tried to make him into a weapon for revenge. Danzu was trying to make him into a tool for control. The village wanted to make him into an asset for stability. But none of those were what Sasuke was becoming. He was becoming someone who looked at all of those forces and said, I will choose my own direction, and I will choose it consciously. That was worth more than any Sharingan ability. Chapter 54. The joint mission came through official channels. An escort contract for a wealthy merchant traveling through bandit territory, requiring 2 teams to provide security. Sasuke and Akira's unit was paired with another small squad of newer Chunin. Standard escort work, low risk, good pay. The merchant's route took them through the western passes, a 3-day journey. The first 2 days were uneventful, travel, camps, routine security protocols. The 3rd day, as they approached the final village before the mission's end, bandits attacked. Not rogue shinobi with military precision, but actual bandits. Desperate, less coordinated, dangerous mostly through numbers and lack of restraint. The fight was brief. Akira moved through their formation with clean efficiency, her Sharingan tracking multiple targets simultaneously, while her taijutsu kept combatants off balance. Sasuke covered the merchant and handled the more dangerous elements, the ones trying to flank toward the client rather than engage head-on. The other squad members supported the perimeter. It was over in maybe 5 minutes. The bandits scattered, recognizing that they'd encountered trained shinobi and that staying meant death. The merchant was safe. The contract was fulfilled. That evening, the team camped in the final village, celebrating the successful completion. Sasuke and Akira found themselves on a rooftop overlooking the settlement, the setting sun turning the sky into layers of gold and deep orange. You moved well, Akira said, examining a scrape on her wrist from the combat. Better coordination between your defensive and offensive patterns. You found angles I didn't anticipate, Sasuke replied. 2 of those bandits almost got through on the left. You cut them off before I realized the opening was there. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sun sink lower. We work well together, Akira said eventually. Yes, Sasuke agreed. That matters, Akira continued. Because it means we're not just functionally compatible for clan rebuilding. We actually understand how the other person thinks. How they move. How they'll respond. Sasuke felt something shift in the space between them. A recognition of something that had been building gradually over months of shared work and mutual respect. Akira, Sasuke said carefully. I need to ask something, and I need you to answer honestly. All right. Are we doing this because we're strategically valuable to each other, Or are we doing this because we actually want to? Akira turned to face him fully. Both, she said. I respect your mind. I admire how you're handling the clan rebuilding. I trust you more than almost anyone. And I also look at you and feel something that isn't strategic. She paused. I want you to understand that I'm not going anywhere just because the strategic calculation changes. I'm with you because I choose to be. The clan work, the missions, that's what we share. But it's not why I choose you. Sasuke understood what she was saying. She was establishing clarity. This wasn't a political arrangement. This was a choice that existed independent of external circumstances. I choose you too, Sasuke said. Not because it's convenient. Because even when it would be easier to work separately, I don't want to. Akira moved closer, and Sasuke did the same. The kiss, when it came, was quiet and genuine. Not rushed, not performed. Just two people acknowledging something that had become true between them. Afterward, they sat together, not speaking, watching the last light drain from the sky. Was that planned? Akira asked eventually, a slight smile in her voice. No, Sasuke said. Not at all. Neither of them laughed, but they both smiled, and there was something real in that quiet moment of mutual recognition. No drama, no grand gesture. Just two people who had learned to trust each other deciding to let that trust take a different shape. When they returned to the village, they didn't announce anything. They didn't change their working patterns or make public declarations. But there was something different in how they moved around each other, a kind of recognition that had become tangible. Naruto noticed immediately, of course. Something happened on that mission, he said, appearing next to Sasuke with the uncanny instinct he had for detecting change. Yes, Sasuke said, not denying it. And it's good? Naruto asked, checking for consent to be happy about it. Yes, Sasuke confirmed. Naruto broke into a grin. Good. Akira's amazing, and you've been circling around something with her for months. Finally caught up. Kakashi noticed and offered a small, approving nod, which was apparently his version of celebration. Jiraiya noticed and told Sasuke that stable emotional connections were good for sealing arts work, which was probably the most pragmatic blessing anyone had given them. The clan members who were working on rebuilding noticed and seemed to relax slightly, like a question about Sasuke's personal investment had been answered. He wasn't going to disappear into cold ambition. He was building something with someone. He was choosing to stay connected. Over the next week, Sasuke and Akira established a rhythm, training together in the mornings, working on clan rebuilding in the afternoons, evening patrols or missions depending on the week's assignments. They maintained separate quarters. The village wasn't ready for more obvious commitment displays, but it was clear that they had become a unit. The interesting part was that it made the clan work better. Akira could move forward on initiatives without Sasuke's approval because she knew what he would think. Sasuke could trust her judgment on decisions he wasn't present for. They had achieved something rare in organizational work, genuine alignment between two people who trusted each other's values and instincts. One evening, sitting in the library where Akira had discovered the sealed knowledge restrictions, they were reviewing the final draft of the clan constitution they'd been building. This is solid, Akira said, reading through. Transparent. Equitable. It's going to challenge the old assumptions about how clans should be organized. Some of the surviving Uchiha won't like it, Sasuke said. No, Akira agreed. But they'll follow it because you do. And because it actually works better than the old model. Because after a generation, the people who grew up in this structure will look at the old hierarchy and wonder why anyone ever thought that was necessary. That's the goal, Sasuke said. Not to force change on people, but to build something so clearly better that people choose it voluntarily. Akira set the document down. You understand that we're building something bigger than just clan infrastructure, right? We're building a proof that the old way doesn't have to be the only way. That's going to matter. That's going to make people think about other things they've accepted as just how things are. I know, Sasuke said. That's why we're being careful to do it right. Later that night, walking through the Uchiha compound with Akira, Sasuke felt the weight of what they were creating. Not just a relationship, though that mattered, but a framework for how the clan could exist differently. A demonstration that power didn't have to be concentrated at the top. That knowledge could be shared. That even something as traditionally hierarchical as a shinobi clan could be reorganized around principles of transparency and equity. That was the work Itachi had never been able to do. That was the choice Itachi had been unable to make, to build something instead of just surviving within existing structures. Sasuke and Akira were making that choice. Slowly, carefully, but absolutely. Chapter 55 Jiraiya's training compound was larger than Sasuke had expected, hidden in a forested area north of the village. The Sannin had set up a full workshop for sealing arts. Ink from 18 different sources, paper that varied in thickness and composition, reference books that looked genuinely ancient. The mechanics of sealing arts, Jiraiya explained, setting up the first exercise, are about directing chakra into patterns. But the philosophy is about understanding cycles, about what flows and what stays, about what you choose to contain and what you choose to release. He was teaching with the patience of someone who had spent decades refining technique, but also with the warmth of someone who genuinely wanted Sasuke to understand not just the methods but the thinking behind them. Most shinobi use sealing arts as tools, Jiraiya continued. Weapons. Containers. They treat it as instrumental, a way to achieve an external goal. That's valid, but it's limited. The deeper work is understanding that sealing is about choosing what is power in your life and what doesn't. How does that apply to the techniques? Sasuke asked. When you craft a seal, you're making a decision about what energy gets to move and what energy gets constrained. When you practice that at a technical level, you're also practicing it at a philosophical level. You're learning what it means to be deliberate about power. Over the next weeks, Jiraiya took Sasuke through increasingly complex sealing work. Not just the mechanics of inscribing patterns, but the reasoning behind why certain formations worked better for certain types of chakra. The history of sealing arts development. The different schools of thought about how seals should be structured. He told stories about people he'd known who had worked with sealing arts. Some of them had been weapons, sealed beings, sealed into service, sealed into contracts that they couldn't break. Some of them had learned to use sealing arts to break their own constraints, to reshape the agreements that bound them. The dangerous ones, Jiraiya said one evening, are the ones who understood sealing arts well enough to use them on themselves, to seal away parts of their own power or their own past, because they didn't want to be defined by it anymore. Did any of them end up happy? Sasuke asked. Jiraiya paused for a long moment before answering. Some. The ones who chose something to protect, not just something to escape. He said it with the weight of experience, like he was speaking from memory of people he'd cared about and possibly lost. What's the difference? Sasuke asked. If you're sealing yourself, you can do it from a place of fear, trying to make the dangerous parts of yourself disappear. That creates tension. You're always fighting against yourself. But if you're sealing yourself in service of protecting something or someone, then the seal becomes stable. It's not fighting against yourself. It's aligning yourself with something larger than your own pain. Sasuke understood what Jiraiya was saying. It echoed what he'd told Naruto about refusing the easy story of revenge. If you sealed yourself in response to external pressure or internal fear, it was temporary and unstable. But if you sealed yourself around a choice, around something you wanted to protect or build, the seal could hold. You're very philosophical for someone teaching combat techniques, Sasuke observed. Jiraiya laughed. That's because I've wasted a lot of time not being philosophical, and I'm trying to make sure you don't have to. I spent years treating sealing arts like tools and missing the point that it was philosophy embodied. Don't make my mistakes. Toward the end of one training session, Jiraiya sat with Sasuke under the large tree that anchored the compound. I need to tell you something about Madara, Jiraiya said, his voice serious. Or at least, I need to tell you that I know more than I've shared and that I'm deciding to trust you with it. All right, Sasuke said. Madara isn't dead. Or he is, but not in the way people think. There's a technique called limbo or black zetsu, something that allows him to exist in a way that's hard to detect. The infinite Tsukuyomi that Itachi mentioned isn't a metaphorical threat. It's a real technique that he's been working toward for potentially centuries. What does it do? It places the entire world into an illusion where everyone experiences their ideal life. No suffering, no real struggle, just perfect existence in a perfect world. It's beautiful and terrible and completely negates everyone's autonomy. Sasuke felt the weight of that sink in, and he wants to use it because he thinks the world is broken and can't be fixed otherwise, Jiraiya continued. He's not wrong about the world being broken, but his solution removes the possibility of choice, which is probably the most broken thing you could impose on people. How do I fight something like that? You don't fight it yet, Jiraiya said. It's not imminent, but you learn. You build relationships and connections that matter because they matter, not because you're sealed into them. You develop power that serves what you've chosen to protect, not power that makes you a weapon for someone else's vision. Jiraiya stood slowly, his old joints creaking slightly. That's the real work, Sasuke. Not becoming stronger than Madara. That's possible, but not the point. The real work is becoming someone who can't be used by him. Someone whose power is so clearly integrated with protecting things they've chosen that trying to twist that power toward his ends would just break it. Is that possible? Some people have managed it. Jiraiya smiled slightly. Not many, but some. The ones who chose something to protect early and stayed committed to that choice through everything. As Sasuke walked back toward the village that evening, he thought about everything Jiraiya had taught him. About sealing arts as philosophy. About the difference between being sealed by fear and being sealed by choice. About Madara's plan to take away everyone's autonomy in the name of fixing the world. The investigation into Madara was ongoing. The threat was real, but it was also distant, not imminent. The immediate work was the work Sasuke was already doing, building relationships, demonstrating that power could be used for protection instead of control, showing that the clan could exist differently. If he was going to stand against something like infinite Tsukuyomi eventually, it would be because he had built something so clearly good, so clearly chosen freely, that trying to seal it away would be obviously wrong. Because he had people around him who had made the same choice, to protect something, not just to escape something. That was his real preparation. Not the combat training, though that mattered. Not the sealing arts, though that mattered. But the daily work of choosing to build something with people who had chosen to build it with him. Naruto, who was learning to own his own narrative. Akira, who was helping rebuild the clan with transparency and equity. Kakashi, who was watching over all of them. Jiraiya, who was teaching him to see beyond the immediate technique. These were his protections. These were his reasons to stay strong. These were his answer to Madara's perfect illusion, a real world, broken and messy, where people got to choose, where power was distributed, where relationships were genuine because they were freely chosen every day. That was worth protecting, and that was what made him dangerous to anyone trying to control the world through sealing it into perfection. Sasuke understood then why Jiraiya had waited to tell him about Madara. It wasn't until Sasuke had actually begun building something worth protecting that he could stand against someone trying to seal away the possibility of building it all. The investigation would continue. Preparations would deepen. But the real work, the work that mattered, was already underway. Chapter 56. The Sealing Archive wasn't a place most ninja visited. It occupied the third sublevel of the central library, behind locked doors, and a seal that required both civilian librarian authorization and ninja rank verification. Sasuke had been inside twice before, both times on Kakashi's direct orders, borrowing specific scrolls for a particular task. This time, he had Jiraiya's recommendation letter, handwritten on official Sannin stationery, and permission to stay as long as he needed. The librarian, an older woman named Yuki who'd worked in the archive for almost 30 years, raised an eyebrow when Sasuke entered. You again, but this time with research intent, not a field assignment. That's new. She didn't make it sound like a compliment. Your father used to come down here sometimes. Late at night, mostly. Thought about things, read, left again. Never checked anything out. Just thought. Sasuke hadn't expected that. He stored it away. I need to study sealing progressions, he said. Especially the theoretical foundations. Jiraiya said you'd let me work here. Yuki nodded slowly, reading the letter. He did. The Sannin asked politely, which is rare. He usually just takes what he wants. She gestured toward the back sections. Wing B, shelves 17 through 23. Those are the theoretical compilations. Don't take them out of the archive. And if you damage anything, you'll pay for it in a way that makes shinobi treatment look gentle. Sasuke sat up in a corner desk, surrounded by stacks of seal theory. The first few scrolls were familiar, basics he'd already integrated from the clan library. But as he progressed deeper, things shifted. These weren't combat applications. They were philosophy. One scroll, titled On the Nature of Sealing, Chakra as Language, argued that seals weren't traps at all. They were conversations between the sealer and the sealed. Every stroke of the brush was a statement. Every seal formula a question that the target's chakra answered. If you understood what you were asking, what you were really asking, the seal became inevitable. Not through force, but through understanding. Another, written in a hand so old the ink had faded to gray. The seal of binding and the seal of freeing are one. It theorized that a seal designed to contain something forever was incomplete. It ignored the fundamental reality that all things change, all energies evolve. A perfect seal had to account for this change. It had to be designed so that when the thing sealed had transformed enough, the seal would let go naturally. Otherwise, you weren't sealing. You were creating a wound that would fester forever. Sasuke read that 3 times. He started making notes, cross-referencing Jiraiya's teachings with the archive texts, comparing the Uchiha clan's specialized sealing forms with the broader techniques developed by other clans over centuries. There were patterns he hadn't seen before. Sealing, at its deepest level, wasn't about control or containment. It was about understanding relationships, between objects, between chakra systems, between minds. When he combined that understanding with what he already knew about the Sharingan, about how his eyes could perceive and influence chakra flow at a molecular level, new possibilities emerged. He sketched a formation on a blank scroll, a seal that didn't trap, but instead synchronized. A seal that could force 2 opposed chakra systems to resonate at the same frequency, canceling out opposition. Not through force, but through harmonic alignment. His hands were shaking slightly when he finished the theoretical sketch. Found something interesting? Yuki had appeared beside his desk without him noticing. He showed her the scroll. She studied it for a long moment. This would work, she said finally. In theory, you need to test it on something with actual chakra flow. Small test first. Animal maybe. Careful with this one, Uchiha. You're thinking in ways your father thought, but going places he didn't. That's good. That's dangerous. Why dangerous? Sasuke asked. Because sealing at this level, the level of understanding not just what to seal, but why sealing is possible at all, that touches very old things. Very old truths about power and binding and the nature of what keeps the world in shape. She moved back to her desk. If you figure out how to make a seal that understands its target, really understands, then you can make seals that do things no one's thought to do yet. That's power. And power always has a price. Sasuke spent 3 more weeks in the archive. He read scrolls that mentioned techniques from before the clan system solidified. Seals designed not for weapons or prisons, but for something larger, structures meant to hold back fundamental forces. One scroll, carefully hidden in a locked case, contained only fragments, references to the project and the binding work, and something called Infinite Tsukuyami, the seal that makes dreams real. The fragments were old. Centuries old, at least. He found marginal notes in his own clan's hand, from generations back. This technique is real. We attempted it. The cost was everything. It must never be attempted again. Sasuke copied those notes carefully into his personal research journal. When he finally emerged from the archive, he'd been down there long enough that the way sunlight hit the upper library felt wrong. Too bright, too simple. His mind was working in layers now. He could see a seal formula and perceive not just what it did, but the philosophy of control or harmony or resistance embedded in every stroke. It was the kind of intellectual joy he didn't have words for. The kind that made the physical power of combat feel shallow by comparison. He found Kakashi waiting for him in the upper library, reading something thoroughly unrelated. Jiraiya said you'd be down there for a while. Kakashi said without looking up. How was the deep knowledge? Dangerous, Sasuke said. Good, Kakashi replied. The things worth knowing usually are. Come on. Team 7 has a briefing in an hour, and I want to grab food first. As they walked, Sasuke thought about the scrolls describing the binding work, the infinite Tsukuyami, the things his clan had attempted and failed and marked as forbidden. He thought about Jiraiya explaining that Madara wasn't dead, that there was a technique vast enough to seal the entire world into illusion. He thought about the seals he was learning to theorize, and where that knowledge might lead. For the first time since inheriting Sasuke's body and memories, he understood what it meant to have intellectual ambition that had nothing to do with revenge. That wanted to understand power the way a scholar understands a language, not to destroy, but to speak fluently in a grammar most people didn't even know existed. It was a good feeling. Chapter 57. Kakashi didn't invite Sasuke to his apartment. They met on the roof of the administrative building at dusk, which was Kakashi's choice and therefore meaningful. The sun was low enough that they were both in shadow, visible enough to see each other's body language. I need to tell you some things, Kakashi said without preamble. And I'm going to be bad at saying them, because I've spent 20 years not saying them. But they matter, and you need to hear them. Sasuke waited. Kakashi pulled his mask down. His face looked older in the fading light, scarred and lined, and unexpectedly human. When I was your age, my father was alive. He was a famous ninja, kind, brilliant, respected. And then one day, a mission required him to choose between the mission and his son's life. He chose his son, and it destroyed him because in this village, in this system, that choice is counted as failure. He paused, checking Sasuke's face. Sasuke kept his expression neutral. He killed himself. I was 12. Kakashi's voice didn't waver, but something in it shifted towards something very far away. I decided that I would never make the choice he made, that I would be perfect at what the village asked of me, because love and choice and personal relationships were things that weakened you. And I became very good at that. I became a weapon. Very clean, very efficient, very alone. Obito, Sasuke said quietly. Yes, Obito made me choose again, and I made the choice to be the weapon. To say the mission mattered more than he did. Kakashi looked directly at Sasuke. I'll never be certain, but I think I might have let him die because I believed that's what I was supposed to do. And he died thinking I saw him as weak. That became my scar. The mask hung from Kakashi's neck. Sasuke could see the full shape of his grief, all the way back to childhood. The point, Kakashi continued, is that I made choices out of grief and convinced myself they were duty. I was wrong. My father wasn't wrong. Obito wasn't weak. And I spent 2 decades being useful while being useless at anything that actually mattered. He put the mask back on slowly. Then you showed up in Team 7. You were angry, isolated, completely convinced that you had to do everything alone and that needing anyone was failure. And I saw myself in you, and I thought about my father, and I made a different choice. I decided to teach you that connecting with people isn't weakness. That staying human while being skilled is possible. That revenge isn't noble. It's just grief rotting inside you until you become something smaller than what you were. Sasuke felt something shift in his chest. You're choosing that path, Kakashi said. The path of staying human. Not perfectly. You're still proud, still too certain about things, still learning how to actually trust people. But you're choosing it. And I'm proud of you for that. Not proud the way the village is proud when you pass a mission. Proud the way my father would have been proud of me if I'd let him be. Kakashi looked away, toward the darkening village. I wanted you to know that someone sees you making that choice, and someone thinks you're right to make it. Because no one ever told me that, and I think it matters. Sasuke couldn't speak for a moment. The words were so direct, so completely without the careful distance that Kakashi maintained with everyone. It felt like being handed something fragile. You're not useless at what matters, Sasuke said finally. You taught me how to matter. Kakashi made a sound that might have been a laugh. Well, I'm glad something good came out of my 20 years of being an idiot. He stood, signaling the conversation was ending. Come on. Naruto's waiting, and he'll get annoying if we're late. As they climbed down from the roof, Sasuke thought about the vulnerability of what Kakashi had just shared. How much courage it took to admit failure, especially to someone you'd positioned yourself to teach. How Kakashi had given him the same gift his father had given him, the permission to stay human. The connection between them, Sasuke realized, was no longer just respect or obligation. It was something deeper. Kakashi had trusted him with his own grief, and that was a kind of bond that transcended the teacher-student hierarchy. Chapter 58 The mission briefing showed a Category B rank assignment. Investigate unusual chakra signatures in the forest north of the Lightning Country border. Determine origin. Report back. Standard reconnaissance work, minimal expected danger. But this was Team 7's third mission at this level, and Kakashi had given them something better than a standard assignment. He'd given them autonomy. Your objective is information, he told them in the briefing room. Methods are your call. I'll maintain a 2-mile perimeter, but won't interfere unless you signal. This is your decision to make as a unit. The forest north of the lightning border was thick and old, with weather patterns that bent wrong sometimes, leaving strange electromagnetic residue. Sasuke spotted it almost immediately, patches of dense, misaligned chakra signatures, most of them dormant, some flickering like they were half awake. They established a base camp quickly, and this was where Team 7's real evolution showed. Naruto didn't just follow Sasuke's lead anymore. Instead, he offered his own assessment. The signatures are old, layered, like someone's been doing this for a long time, and each generation of whatever this is adds its own mark. He pulled out a map he'd created over the past few months, not just terrain, but chakra density patterns he'd learned to sense. These clusters match the patterns from 3 different time periods. See, that one's definitely newer. Different composition. Sakura was already calculating movement patterns. If we assume these are trap-like structures, they wouldn't be distributed randomly. They'd follow a geometry, probably meant to activate in sequence, or to funnel something. She pointed to the densest cluster. That's the center. That's where we go. When they approached, Sasuke activated his Sharingan fully, both Tomo responding, sight extending deep into the chakra matrices beneath the surface. The structures revealed themselves, seals. Ancient seals, far older than anything in the clan library. They were designed to contain something, to keep it inert and hidden. What are we looking at? Kakashi appeared beside them, silent as always. A repository, Sasuke said. Built to last centuries, maybe longer. Layered with progressive seals. Someone wanted something very well hidden. Naruto was already moving toward the seal array. Can we open it? Don't, Sasuke said sharply. Not without understanding what it contains. The seals are still active. Breaking them wrong could trigger the failsafe. This was the moment where Canon Team 7 would have fractured. Naruto charging ahead, Sakura panicking, Sasuke issuing orders that alienated both of them. But this Team 7 had trained together for months as a unit. Naruto stepped back immediately, trusting Sasuke's assessment. Sakura asked the right question. Can you tell what the failsafe is? Give me an hour, Sasuke said. And while he worked, the team didn't stand idle. Naruto set up expanded perimeter seals, his own creation, nothing fancy, but effective. Sakura analyzed the seal geometry, looking for patterns that would help Sasuke understand the construction. When Sasuke finally had enough information, he explained it to them. The repository contains something organic. Something that's still alive, in a state of chakra suspension. The seals are designed to keep it isolated, but they're degrading. Whatever's in there has been in there for at least 300 years. Living. Naruto's eyes widened. What kind of living? Unknown. The seals are old enough that the coding is archaic. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. This is beyond reconnaissance. This needs to be reported to the Hokage directly. Kakashi nodded. Good call. You've done what I sent you to do. Identify the nature, report back. Everything else is beyond your mission parameters. As they began packing up, Naruto paused. Sasuke, did you understand the seal? Like, really understand it? Partially, Sasuke said. It's in a style I've been studying. Old sealing theory. The person who made this understood seals at a level most modern shinobi don't even know exists. Could you break it? Sakura asked. Sasuke considered. Yes, eventually. But breaking it isn't the same as understanding it, and I'm not sure which one matters more. Walking back toward Konoha, Team 7 moved as a unit. Not because Sasuke was leading and the others were following, but because they had all three made independent assessments and arrived at the same goal. There was no ego in it. No sense of hierarchy. Just three people who'd learned to think together. Kakashi watched them from his observation point and realized something that changed how he understood this iteration of Team 7. They'd become a team not because Sasuke was the center who held them in place, but because all three of them had made the choice to trust each other's thinking. That was something harder to teach than any jutsu, and it made them genuinely dangerous, in the way that units with real cohesion became dangerous. The Hokage would want to know about the repository. But Kakashi thought she should also know that the team handling reconnaissance on potentially world-altering discoveries had made their decisions with both caution and clarity. That was worth reporting too. Chapter 59. The message came through the clan network, encrypted, formal, the kind of communication that only moved when something significant required it. 12 branch family survivors had made contact. Some were in the hidden villages of other nations, some in civilian communities hidden in the Fire Country's remote regions. All of them had stayed hidden because it was safer that way. All of them had heard, through the grapevine and rumor, that something was changing for the Uchiha. Sasuke called them to Konoha through official channels. The meeting took place in a neutral space, a traditional clan assembly hall that had been empty for years, maintained by village records, but not used. It was strange to stand in it, to see the space where his clan had made decisions before the massacre, before everything that followed. 12 people. Their chakras were all Uchiha, but the expressions, the bearing, the way they held themselves, they were diverse in ways the main branch had never been. One woman was clearly from a trader's background. Two younger men had the scars of people who'd been living rough. An older man had the hands of someone who worked with plants. I'm Sasuke, he began. No titles, no formality beyond the necessary. Surviving member of the main branch. I asked you here because the Uchiha clan still exists, and it will exist in whatever form we decide to create. You mean the form you decide? The older man said. His voice was careful. You're the only mainline survivor. That gives you authority. It gave the clan authority before, Sasuke replied. I'm not interested in that. The old system is dead. It died when everyone died. We can rebuild it the same way and repeat the same errors, or we can build something different. The trader woman was watching him intently. What are you proposing? A clan structure based on ability and choice, not bloodline hierarchy. Anyone who can contribute contributes. Anyone who wants voice and decisions gets voice. The mainline status I have means responsibility, not privilege. One of the scarred men laughed bitterly. That's naive. The moment you make that offer, every other clan in every other village will know our locations. The Uchiha will become targets because we're gathered and defenseless. They're targets regardless, Sasuke said. The only difference is whether we meet that as isolated individuals or as a clan. Alone, you're easier to kill. Together, you're harder to break. Akira had positioned herself at the side of the hall, let Sasuke do the talking but was present as counterbalance. When the discussion moved toward practical details, how the clan would organize, what the structure would look like, how resources would flow, she stepped in with something that surprised several of the survivors, a detailed governance proposal. I've been working with Sasuke on this, she said. We've looked at how other clans operate now, what works, what doesn't. Here's what we're thinking. She laid out a system that distributed decision-making through councils, that created pathways for advancement based on demonstrated skill, that built in protections against bloodline supremacy returning. The older man nodded slowly. That could work, but it requires people willing to give up the idea that their bloodline makes them superior. Some here, he glanced at one of the others, won't accept that. And this was where the Real division happened. 3 of the survivors stood and rejected the proposal outright. One of them, a man with the bearing of old money, actually said the words, the Uchiha have always been superior. To abandon, that is to abandon what the clan is. Sasuke met his gaze. Then you don't have to join. But the Uchiha I'm building aren't built on superiority. We're built on survival, contribution, and mutual strength. Those are different values. You're welcome to leave. The man did. His 2 companions went with him. The other 9 stayed. The traitor woman introduced herself as Katsura, an information specialist based in the Lightning Country. The scarred men were brothers, both skilled in sealing arts and chakra manipulation. An older woman was a medical specialist who'd been running a quiet clinic in a river town for years. 2 younger people, teenagers really, had survived through pure luck and stealth. We'll need a real base, Katsura said. Some way to actually coordinate that doesn't rely on Sasuke being the only connection point. Communication network, at minimum. That's not my strength, Sasuke admitted. Akira's been handling that part. Akira stepped forward. I have initial contacts in place, but we'll need to establish actual systems. That's going to be slow work. What developed over the next hours wasn't a grand reformation. It was practical, often awkward negotiation about how a clan should function. There were disagreements. The older woman who was a medical specialist had strong opinions about how knowledge should be preserved and distributed. Katsura wanted more autonomy for people working outside Konoha. But the negotiation itself was healthy in a way that clan politics had never been before. There was no top-down decree. There was discussion, compromise, shared ownership of the outcome. When the meeting ended, Sasuke had something he'd never expected to have. A clan family that was smaller than before, but chosen rather than inherited. 9 people who'd said yes to a different kind of Uchiha. It wasn't a victory in the traditional sense. It was barely even successful by standard measures. But walking back to his apartment with Akira, Sasuke felt something he could only describe as hope. Hope that reconstruction was possible. That something broken could become something different and still be real. The 3 who left, Akira said. They'll probably cause trouble eventually. Probably, Sasuke agreed. But they made their choice. Everyone else is here because they chose to be. Chapter 60. The patrol was routine. Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi working the eastern perimeter of Konoha's expanded security zone, a task that had become automatic over weeks of repetition. The chakra signatures were all familiar. Merchants heading into the village, outlying residents, the usual traffic pattern. Then, at the exact moment the sun reached the tree line, something changed. Sasuke felt it first, not through his eyes, but through something deeper. His Sharingan responded, both tomo flaring to full power without conscious intent. The chakra signature was vast. Not in the way that Kurama was vast, raw and overwhelming. This was vast in a different way. Vast like the sky. Vast like something so fundamental and old that scale itself didn't quite apply to it. Kakashi sensed the shift in Sasuke's tension immediately. What? But before Sasuke could answer, the figure was simply there. Standing on a branch 20 feet away, motion so smooth it was as if he'd always been there, and they'd only now noticed. The man wore a white mask shaped like a spiral, visible through the eye holes of his hood. Only his eyes showed, and they weren't Uchiha eyes, but there was something in them that suggested he'd spent a very long time thinking about Uchiha eyes. Interesting, the man said. His voice was careful, measured, with an accent Sasuke couldn't place. The Uchiha still exist. In this form. I wasn't certain. Kakashi moved immediately, hand to his kunai, body shifting into a stance that Sasuke had learned meant he was assessing an opponent he didn't have baseline data on. Identify yourself. I'm Toby, the man said, with what might have been humor in his voice. Just passing through, checking on certain things. Long-term projects. The man's focus shifted to Sasuke, and Sasuke felt it like a weight. Not hostile, not directly, but thorough. The kind of attention an astronomer gives to a star they're measuring. You're the one who exists, Toby continued. Interesting. I was told the future was more determined than this. That certain paths were inevitable. He tilted his head slightly. But here you are, making choices that weren't in the projection. Who are you? Sasuke said, and was surprised by how steady his voice was. Because he knew, on some level he'd understood even before the mask appeared. Knew from the stories Jiraiya had told. Knew from the scrolls in the archive. Knew from the weight of something vast and old looking directly at him. Toby, the man repeated. Then, or perhaps you'd prefer another name. Once, I had one. But names are less important than principles, and my principles are very old. Before Kakashi could move, before Naruto could even process the conversation, Toby was gone. Not in a direction, not in any way that suggested movement. Simply absent, as if he'd never been there. Kakashi's breath came out shaky. What was that? Something that should be dead, Sasuke said. His Sharingan was still fully active, still searching the darkness for a signature he couldn't find. Something that's been dead for decades. Something that's looking at us and doesn't understand how we're different from what it expected. Naruto was pale. That chakra. I felt it, and I didn't understand what I was feeling. The Hokage needs to know, Kakashi said, and there was something in his voice that Sasuke had never heard before. Fear, but not fear of an immediate threat. Fear of something larger. Fear of the kind of thing that meant the world was more complicated and dangerous than you'd thought. They walked back to the village in silence. Around them, the evening was settling normally. Merchants closing stalls. Children being called home. The normal life of a place that didn't know something vast and old had just looked at it and found it interesting. Sasuke thought about the scrolls in the archive. About the binding work, the infinite Tsukuyomi. About seals designed centuries ago by people trying to prevent something. About the fragments that suggested his clan had attempted the impossible once and failed. He thought about the man called Tobi, who didn't seem surprised that Sasuke existed, who seemed only to find it interesting that Sasuke had made different choices than some version of the future had predicted. Most of all, he thought about what it meant that something old enough to be connected to the massacre of his clan, something vast enough to carry the weight of decades, was now aware that he was moving in directions it hadn't predicted. The future, Sasuke realized, was no longer a path he was following. It was a confrontation he was walking toward, and he had no idea what form it would take. Only that when it came, he wouldn't be standing alone. Chapter 61 The attack came without warning, which was the entire point. Sasuke was working through sealing combinations near the Uchiha compound's training grounds, a space he'd claimed as a place to practice the techniques that required absolute precision and focus. The compound itself had been quiet in recent weeks, the activity of clan reconstruction relegated to scheduled meetings and careful planning. But the training grounds were his, a place where the seals he laid down would hold, where chakra moved the way he directed, where the world bent slightly to the shape of his will. He didn't sense the attackers immediately, which troubled him. They came from the south, a cluster of 7 chakra signatures that moved with the deliberate coordination of hired professionals rather than autonomous fighters. Not high-level threats individually, but the formation was smart. 2 archers at range, 1 interceptor positioned to cut off retreat, for frontline fighters arranged in a pattern that would allow them to collapse on a single opponent from multiple angles simultaneously. The assault came just as Sasuke completed a defensive seal matrix, a concentric pattern of chakra that extended approximately 20 feet in all directions from his position. The arrows came first, arcing down from the tree line with the flat trajectory that suggested either incredibly strong drawing or some kind of chakra reinforcement. The seal caught them. 3 arrows disintegrated against the chakra barrier. 1 penetrated partially, slowing to a dangerous but manageable speed. Sasuke caught it with one hand, spun, and threw it back toward the archer position. He heard something, not quite a scream, but an abrupt cessation of motion that suggested the projectile had found its target. The 4 frontline fighters emerged from the undergrowth simultaneously, moving in a pattern that Sasuke recognized as a standard Konoha-trained assault vector. That was wrong. These weren't random bandits. Someone had hired shinobi who'd trained at least partially within Konoha's own infrastructure. Danzu's people, Sasuke's mind supplied immediately, with the kind of certainty that came from studying your enemy's playbook for months. Holdouts, loyalists to a man who'd been stripped of authority but not executed, not fully exiled, still permitted to exist within the village's walls as a reminder of what corruption could look like when it wore a uniform. The first fighter came in high, attempting to leverage superior reach. Sasuke ducked, pivoted, and struck the man's chakra pathway at the shoulder, a precise impact that would cause partial paralysis without permanent damage. The second and third fighters followed, creating the illusion of a coordinated assault that required him to remain mobile. But Sasuke didn't move. Instead, he expanded the seal matrix. The chakra flared outward, pushing against the fighters with the kind of force that came from something he'd been building for weeks in preparation for exactly this kind of moment. It wasn't an offensive jutsu. It was a barrier technique, something Akira had been teaching him, concepts she'd borrowed from the barrier specialists she'd been training with. Control, precision, the ability to define space rather than to destroy it. The 4 fighters went airborne, momentum suddenly yanked backward by the expanding chakra field. One of them, a woman with gray streaks in her hair, managed to rotate in midair and land in a crouch, but the others crashed backward into trees with enough force to knock the wind out of them. The second archer had abandoned position, moving toward higher ground. Sasuke tracked the motion with his eyes, prepared to extend the seal again if necessary. Then everything changed. The remaining archer didn't retreat. Instead, she moved directly toward Akira's position. Sasuke's reaction was instinctive and immediate, in a way that transcended calculation. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, he understood what this was, a deliberate targeting of someone he cared about, a a strategy designed to break his focus and force him into reactive decision-making rather than the controlled precision he'd been developing. His Sharingan flared, both tomos spinning up to maximum power, and he moved. The speed was there. The precision was there. The understanding of how to move through space in the most efficient manner possible, all of it culminating in a moment of pure action. But what happened next transcended anything his eyes had shown him before. The world turned red. Not metaphorically. The color spectrum itself seemed to contract, colors bleeding away until only red remained. Rich, deep, crimson that came from somewhere inside his own skull. His vision expanded. Where before he could see the archer and the ground and the trees in a kind of composite image, now he could see the chakra pathways, the exact trajectory of each movement, the precise moment when the archer's fingers released the bowstring. His hand moved with a certainty that came from something deeper than mere skill. He caught the arrow in midair, not with hands that followed a predetermined path, but with hands that anticipated the arrow's movement before it happened, hands that moved with the knowledge of exactly where something was going to be a half-second before it arrived there. The arrow shattered in his grip. The archer's eyes widened with shock. And that's when the real transformation happened. Pain bloomed in Sasuke's eyes, sudden, sharp, bright. His vision swam. For just a moment, the clarity collapsed, the red world fragmenting into patches of normal sight mixed with afterimages that burned across his vision. He dropped to one knee, hand pressed to his forehead, breathing hard. Sasuke. Akira had broken cover, moving toward him with the kind of urgency that suggested she didn't care about standard tactical positioning. What happened? Are you hurt? The remaining archer was gone, having abandoned the engagement the moment the tactical situation reversed. The other fighters were regrouping in the distance, assessing whether the engagement was sustainable. Their collective decision, apparently, was that it wasn't. They fled, moving in formation back toward the village limits. Sasuke remained kneeling, processing what had just happened. His eyes ached, not like normal pain, like something fundamental had restructured inside his optical nerves and neural pathways, something that had rewired the way he perceived the world in the space of a few seconds. When he finally opened his eyes, really opened them, dropping his hands and seeing Akira's face clearly for the first time since the transformation, his vision was different. He could see 3 tomo in each eye when he checked a moment later using a still puddle as a mirror. 3 tomos spinning slowly, completely still, rotating with the kind of idle precision that suggested they could spin faster if needed. His Sharingan had evolved. But more than that, he could see the seals in the ground beneath him, could see them not as patterns he'd drawn with chakra, but as actual architecture, as if someone had revealed the underlying structure of his own technique, and suddenly everything was visible in perfect detail. What happened? Akira asked again, quieter this time. I evolved, Sasuke said. And there was wonder in his voice, strange wonder that came from understanding something fundamental had changed without quite understanding what the change meant yet. My Sharingan. It wasn't from hatred. It wasn't from trauma or revenge or any of the things I thought. I was protecting you. When that archer moved toward you, something just shifted, became clearer, and I needed to see better to reach you fast enough. Akira's hand found his, and the contact grounded him, gave him something real to focus on beyond the strange clarity that the 3 tomo was providing, beyond the sensation of knowledge that seemed to be flowing into his mind, information that felt almost like memory, like he was remembering things he'd never been taught. You made the right choice, Akira said simply, and Sasuke understood that she meant something deeper than just the tactical response to the attack. She meant the choice to protect instead of dominate, the choice to reach instead of destroy. The choice that had triggered the evolution not as an instrument of revenge, but as an expression of something chosen rather than inherited. For the first time since his Sharingan had manifested, the power felt entirely, absolutely his own. Chapter 62 The flood of information came in waves. Sasuke had spent the night after the attack processing what his 3 tomo could perceive, and as morning arrived, gray and quiet, the kind of dawn that suggested rain later, he found himself in the Uchiha archive with scrolls spread across 3 tables, the 3 tomo active and scanning at a speed that made his eyes burn with the exertion. The sealing scrolls opened themselves to him now, not metaphorically. He could read them with a clarity that suggested someone had removed a filter he hadn't known existed. Complex characters that his 2 tomo had identified as complex became something else entirely, legible not just as information but as architecture, as the underlying principles of how chakra could be shaped and directed. And in that legibility, he found something that made his breath catch. The scrolls weren't just instructional. They were records. Generations of Uchiha clan members had contributed to a single, vast sealing system, something that had been built across centuries, refined across multiple evolutionary stages, expanded and contracted and modified based on external threats and internal capabilities. But what the scrolls documented wasn't just technical advancement. They documented purpose, ancient purpose, the kind of thing that people designed when they were trying to prevent something catastrophic from ever happening again. Kakashi arrived in the archive 2 hours after sunrise, moving with the deliberate quietness that suggested he'd been told by someone, probably Akira, that Sasuke was here and that something significant had occurred. The 3 Tomo, Kakashi observed, noting the depth of the Sharingan's activation even in the morning light. That happened during the attack. Yes, Sasuke said, not looking up from the scroll he was reading. This one was from approximately 300 years prior, by the dating system encoded in the seal structure itself. The attackers targeted Akira. I needed to see faster. It escalated. And now I can read all of this. He gestured at the scrolls, dozens of them, maybe hundreds if he tried to count. Archives within archives, documentation that extended so far back that some of it was in languages that had evolved away from modern usage, but that his Sharingan understood through some kind of inherited resonance. Read what? Kakashi asked carefully. The sealing work, Sasuke said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Tight, controlled, as though he was holding something vast back through pure force of will. The reason my clan existed. Not for dominance. For prevention. We were keepers of something. Something so dangerous that people decided the only way to handle it was to build a system so complex, so precise, that it couldn't possibly fail. Kakashi moved closer, examining the scrolls without touching them. What was being prevented? Sasuke found the right scroll, the oldest one, dating back nearly 1,000 years based on the encoding. His eyes traced the structure, and suddenly the meaning appeared, as though the characters rearranged themselves into legibility in his mind. A technique, Sasuke said quietly, called infinite Tsukuyomi, moon-based, requires something called the Rinnegan to activate. But if activated correctly, it would remake reality into a shared dream. Everyone caught beneath it would exist in an illusion constructed from their own desires, their own idealized version of the world. No suffering, no pain, no real conflict. Kakashi's silence stretched into something heavy. It would also mean the end of actual choice, Sasuke continued, translating the deeper theoretical frameworks now, understanding them as his eyes tracked the seal structures. People wouldn't really exist anymore. They'd exist as dream versions of themselves, experiencing what the technique's architect wanted them to experience. Free will would be eliminated. Autonomy would end. Everyone would become part of the artist's vision instead of the authors of their own lives. He finally looked up from the scroll, and my clan was tasked with building a system to prevent that. Not through strength, through understanding, through knowing the sealing mechanics so deeply that if someone ever tried to activate infinite Tsukuyomi, there would be people capable of understanding the structure well enough to disrupt it from the inside. Madara, Kakashi said. More than that, Sasuke corrected. There was something ice-cold settling in his chest now. Not fear, not exactly, but the clarity that came from understanding that something vast had been set in motion long before he was born, that he existed not as an independent entity, but as a link in a chain that extended back centuries and forward into a future he couldn't fully perceive. Madara was one piece of it. But the deeper plan is older. It's been worked on for long enough that Itachi understood it. That's why he said there was something bigger than both of us. He was telling the truth. There's a fundamental conflict between someone trying to create a perfect dream and people trying to maintain the reality where actual choice is possible. And my clan was on the side of maintaining choice. Was meant to be. Was set up centuries ago to be. Kakashi moved to one of the other tables and sat down, the weight of the information causing him to need the stability. Does Itachi still serve that purpose? I don't know, Sasuke admitted. He killed the clan. He destroyed the primary keepers. But some of the knowledge survived. It survived in me. In the other survivors. In the scrolls. If he was truly trying to end the anti-Madara resistance, he failed. Unless. Sasuke trailed off, a new possibility occurring to him. Unless destroying the clan was the only way to make sure Madara couldn't extract the knowledge from them. If the primary goal was prevention, sometimes prevention means destruction to ensure failure of the enemy's extraction. The thought chilled him. His brother, Itachi, might have murdered the entire clan not in service of Madara's plan, but in direct opposition to it. Might have killed to protect the knowledge by making sure it couldn't be taken by force. We need to tell the Hokage, Kakashi said. This is beyond most threats, Sasuke agreed. This is foundational. This is the kind of thing that explains why shinobi villages exist. Why we're organized the way we are. why my clan was given clan status and power in the first place. It was never about dominance in the traditional sense. It was about having people capable of preventing the worst-case scenario. He looked back at the 3-tomo Sharingan in the polished metal mirror Kakashi had set up for him weeks ago. The extra tomo spun slowly, completely controlled, showing no sign of the instability that sometimes came with Sharingan evolution. And now I can read the full system, Sasuke said. I understand the architecture. If Madara's plan activates, I can counter it. Not through strength. Through understanding. Through knowing exactly how the ceiling framework would need to be restructured to prevent the technique from reaching critical mass. He turned to Kakashi. But that also means I'm a target in a way I wasn't before. Madara knows I exist now. Toby told us that. Whoever Toby is, he's connected to Madara. He'll want the knowledge I've just accessed. He'll want me either working for him or dead before I can work against him. Which is why, Kakashi said, standing and moving toward the archive's entrance. We discussed this with the Hokage, bring in Jiraiya, and start thinking about security that goes beyond standard protocols. You're not just Sasuke Uchiha anymore, if you ever were. You're a strategic asset in a conflict that's been going on for nearly 1,000 years. That requires a different level of protection. Protection implies defense, Sasuke said quietly. But this isn't a defensive war. It's an ideological one. And understanding the ceiling architecture means I need to make a choice about which side I'm actually on. Kakashi paused at the entrance. You were never on Madara's side. No, Sasuke agreed. But I wasn't entirely on the side of actual choice either. I was on the side of revenge, until recently. Now I understand that revenge is exactly what Madara needs. Someone angry enough, driven enough, broken enough to use. He doesn't need willing followers. He needs people too damaged to think clearly. So the choice I need to make is whether to be that person, or whether to become something else. He looked at the Sharingan in the mirror one more time. I choose the something else. I choose to be someone trying to protect actual choice rather than enforce any kind of reality, dream, or otherwise. Even if that makes me the target of someone who's been planning this for longer than my entire family existed. Kakashi nodded slowly. That's a choice Itachi made once. Making it again might be the only way you ever truly understand what he did. The two of them left the archive together, leaving the scrolls open to the light. The ceiling knowledge exposed to the morning air, the 3-tomo Sharingan's potential now fully activated and waiting to be deployed in whatever conflict was coming toward them at whatever speed vast and ancient plans traveled at. Chapter 63 The Hokage's office filled with people across the next 6 hours. First came the Hokage himself, along with his advisory team. Then Kakashi and Jiraiya, summoned from wherever the Sannin had been conducting his research. Then gradually, as the implications of what the ceiling scrolls documented became clearer, more high-level shinobi arrived. Experts in ceiling theory, combat strategists, intelligence specialists trying to piece together what connections existed between the attack on Sasuke's compound and the broader pattern that the Hokage's network had been observing. Sasuke sat through it all without speaking initially, letting Kakashi present the information, letting the 3-tomo Sharingan serve as evidence of the evolution he'd undergone. The attack itself was dismissed as significant but secondary, clearly Danzu loyalists attempting to remove a threat before the deposed elder could be fully sidelined. But the ceiling knowledge was something else. The moon, one of the older advisors said, her voice hollow. It's not a natural phenomenon. It's a massive construct, Jiraiya confirmed, examining the oldest scrolls with the kind of intensity that suggested he was seeing pieces of a puzzle finally locking into place. Designed to trap something. The documentation here references what we call the infinite Tsukuyomi, a jutsu theoretically capable of placing all living things into a chakra-induced jinjutsu of planetary scale. And the Uchiha were tasked with preventing its activation, the Hokage said. It wasn't a question. He was synthesizing information, placing events into a framework that suddenly made centuries of Uchiha clan prominence make sense. Not just preventing it, Sasuke said, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. Understanding the mechanism well enough to disrupt it from inside the ceiling structure itself. That's why my clan needed both the Sharingan and the advanced ceiling knowledge. Not one or the other. Both together, because the technique would require someone who could see through illusions while simultaneously understanding the underlying chakra architecture. Which means, the Hokage said carefully, that your clan has been systematically removed from the position of being able to prevent this technique. Itachi's massacre eliminated most of the knowledge keepers, Sasuke confirmed. But not all of it. I have access to the scrolls. And my evolution to 3-tomo means I can actually read them with full clarity now. I can understand what was written. I can theoretically develop countermeasures. Theoretically. Jiraiya repeated, studying Sasuke with an expression that suggested he was revising something fundamental about his understanding of the situation. How certain are you? Certain enough, Sasuke said. I don't know everything yet, but I understand the foundational structure. And I understand that Madara Uchiha, or whoever he became, whoever Tobi is, has been working toward infinite Tsukuyomi for decades, possibly longer. He wants to remake the world into a dream. He needs the Rinnegan to do it, and he's been systematically acquiring components he'll need for activation. Do we know what he currently possesses? The intelligence specialist asked. Power beyond normal understanding, Kakashi said quietly. The signature of the person calling himself Tobi transcended anything we have baseline data for. He moved through our perimeter without detection. He spoke to Sasuke as though he was reviewing a long-term project. I would estimate he has access to significantly more power than standard shinobi networks consider possible. Which brings us to the strategic question, the Hokage said, and his voice carried the weight of someone making decisions that would shape the course of nations. Sasuke, you understand the sealing architecture. You've confirmed you have theoretical capability to disrupt infinite Tsukuyomi if it's activated. But that requires you to be able to access the sealing structure and make modifications in real time. How feasible is that? I don't know, Sasuke admitted. Not yet. The architecture extends across the entire moon and theoretically interacts with the chakra pathways of every living being simultaneously. Disrupting it from inside would mean understanding how to manipulate something of that scale without the technique's architect realizing what I'm doing. So you'd need to appear to be under the Jinjutsu while actually working against it, Jiraiya said, which means developing parallel streams of consciousness, one experiencing the dream, one actively working on sealing modification. Essentially, yes, Sasuke confirmed. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, studying Sasuke with the kind of intensity that suggested he was evaluating not just capability, but character, not just skill, but judgment. You're 13 years old, the Hokage said finally. You're being asked to develop techniques and strategies that would allow you to counter something that has taken a master-level Sannin decades to partially understand, and Madara Uchiha a lifetime of preparation to activate. The probability of success is low. The probability of personal destruction is high. And I'm not even accounting for what Madara does when he realizes you're a threat. I understand, Sasuke said. I don't think you do, the Hokage replied. But you will. That's the nature of this kind of knowledge. It teaches you its own cost as you learn it. He paused. Then, what you need is protection that goes beyond standard shinobi protocols. You need people willing to die to keep you safe until you're capable of defending yourself at the level this situation requires. That's a heavy weight to place on people who care about you. I know, Sasuke said quietly. Naruto's already volunteered. Akira's already committed. Kakashi has indicated he'll stay with me as long as necessary. Then we provide village-level support, the Hokage decided. Security rotations. Yinbyu oversight without interference. Access to any research materials that might aid your study. And we do what we can to eliminate other threats so you can focus on the fundamental issue without being distracted by surface-level conflicts. He stood, which apparently was the signal that the meeting was ending. Sasuke Uchiha, the village recognizes that you carry both the knowledge and the potential to prevent something catastrophic from occurring. That makes you a resource we all depend on, which is a terrible position to be in. But it also makes you something else. It makes you essential. And there's a strange freedom in that, knowing that people will protect you not because they like you or understand you, but because your survival is literally a prerequisite for theirs. That doesn't feel like freedom, Sasuke said. No, the Hokage agreed. It feels like obligation. But if you can carry it without letting it destroy you, you might actually become something this village hasn't had in a long time. Someone capable of making choices that benefit people instead of groups, individuals instead of clans, actual autonomy instead of enforced loyalty. The meeting dispersed gradually, people returning to their various positions and responsibilities. Jiraiya lingered, examining the sealing scrolls with an intensity that suggested he was taking his own notes, his own path through the knowledge. Your brother, Jiraiya said to Sasuke, not looking up from the oldest scroll, made a calculation similar to this. He decided that sometimes preventing catastrophe requires sacrificing the normal structures that hold society together. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're saying that if Itachi was trying to prevent Madara from using the clan's knowledge, killing the clan was a rational choice, Sasuke said. I'm saying that understanding sealing architecture at the level you're approaching might require you to make similar calculations, Jiraiya replied. Decisions where the cost is so high that most people would consider it a loss even if you succeed. I wanted you to know that before you go further down this path. I'm already down this path, Sasuke said. I evolved the 3 tomo. I can read the scrolls. I understand what's coming. I can't unknow this. No, Jiraiya agreed. You can't. But you can choose not to care. That's always an option. Most people choose that eventually. I'm not most people, Sasuke said. No, Jiraiya replied, finally looking at him directly. You're not. You're someone who had every reason to become Madara's ideal subject. Someone broken enough and angry enough to serve his plan without question. But you didn't. You chose something different. That's rare. That's worth protecting. So I'm offering my protection, along with whatever knowledge I can share. Because I think you might actually be the person who prevents this, instead of the person who causes it. Kakashi arrived to escort Sasuke out of the tower, back toward the Uchiha compound where Akira was presumably still maintaining security protocols. The sun was low on the horizon now, the kind of late afternoon that came with the weight of knowing more than you wanted to know, understanding implications that reached deeper than you were prepared for them to reach. The path you're on, Kakashi said as they walked. It gets harder from here. Every choice you make, every piece of knowledge you access, the danger increases proportionally. Are you sure you want to continue? I'm sure I have to continue, Sasuke replied. Whether I want to or not is secondary. That's what Itachi said too, Kakashi observed quietly. Before he made the choices that created the massacre, they walked the rest of the way in silence, both of them understanding that some truths didn't need to be articulated repeatedly, and that knowledge of the darker path Sasuke might eventually walk down didn't change the necessity of walking them. Chapter 64 Orochimaru appeared on a Thursday evening, which was almost certainly not a coincidence. Sasuke was alone in the Uchiha compound study room, working through theoretical modifications to the ceiling architecture, testing concepts in isolated frameworks to see if they would hold against hypothetical activation attempts. The work was exhausting. It required maintaining the 3 tomo at full activation while simultaneously parsing complex theoretical structures that his mind was still getting used to processing. The presence registered as a disturbance in the air before it registered as an actual person. Orochimaru simply appeared in the room with the kind of casual grace that suggested he'd been sitting there the entire time and had only just decided to acknowledge Sasuke's presence. You're reading the foundational ceiling texts, Orochimaru observed, studying the scrolls spread across the table. Interesting. Most clan members never go this deep. They're content with inherited technique, with the practical application of knowledge passed down through generations. Sasuke's hand moved immediately toward his kunai, but Orochimaru raised a hand in a gesture of clear non-hostility. I'm not here to fight. If I wanted you dead, we both know you couldn't prevent it. I'm here to propose something. A partnership, Sasuke said, understanding immediately. More than that, Orochimaru replied, settling into a chair uninvited. An apprenticeship. Genuine knowledge transfer from someone who has spent more than 30 years studying ceiling systems at the deepest levels. You're beginning to understand the architecture, but you're doing it alone, through scrolls and intuition. With proper guidance, you could accelerate this process by factors of 5, 10, potentially more. In exchange for what? Sasuke said flatly. In exchange for sharing what you discover, Orochimaru said. Nothing more. You develop the knowledge at your own pace, pursue your own research directions, but you provide me with progress reports and allow me to contribute theoretical frameworks that might accelerate your understanding. It's collaborative research, not servitude. Sasuke studied him. Orochimaru looked exactly like his reputation suggested he would, elegant, precise, with the kind of predatory grace that came from someone who'd spent decades refining his understanding of both power and precision. He looked like someone who knew exactly what he was doing and had calculated all the variables before arriving in this room. Why me? Sasuke asked. Because you're the first person in decades who's understood that ceiling knowledge is worth learning for its own sake, Orochimaru said. Everyone else wants power, strength, dominance, ways to impose their will on the world. But you're different. You want to understand. That's rarer. That's more valuable. You wanted to understand once too, Sasuke said. It wasn't a question. Kakashi had mentioned Orochimaru's background, had explained that the Sannin had started as a researcher interested in forbidden knowledge before he'd allowed that interest to become corrupted into a hunger for immortality and power. I did, Orochimaru confirmed. And I did understand. But understanding wasn't enough to satisfy me. I wanted more. I wanted to transcend the limitations that knowledge had exposed. That's when I became what I am now. That's when I stopped being a researcher and started being an artist. An artist, Sasuke repeated, finding the framing strange. An artist in the medium of life itself, Orochimaru elaborated. I'm trying to reshape existence according to my understanding. That requires moving beyond pure research into application and creation. But you, You seem content with understanding without needing to reshape existence around that understanding. That's rare enough to be almost uniquely valuable. It's also a trap, Sasuke said carefully. If I study with you, if I share my findings, eventually you'll ask me to help with something that uses this knowledge in ways I don't approve of. That's how this works. You don't need my knowledge directly. You need my eventual willingness to apply it in service of your goals. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru admitted, and there was something almost like respect in his voice for the directness of Sasuke's analysis. That's a fair assessment. But consider the alternative. You continue studying alone, developing your understanding through solitary work and library research, making mistakes that a more experienced researcher would avoid, reaching plateaus that collaborative work could overcome. By the time you've caught up to where I am now, I'll be decades further ahead in my own research. The gap between us will only increase. And if I work with you, Sasuke said, the gap will decrease. For a while, until it reverses and I'm dependent on your guidance, and you leverage that dependence into cooperation with things I wouldn't otherwise choose. Potentially, Orochimaru said. He was smiling now, a strange, beautiful smile that conveyed both amusement and genuine appreciation. You're thinking clearly about this, which is good. Most people at your age would be seduced by the promise of accelerated learning. But you understand that knowledge has a price that extends beyond the time required to acquire it. He stood, and the room seemed to shift as he did, the presence that had been subtle now becoming more prominent, more overwhelming. My offer stands. Come with me. Study under genuine masters of sealing theory. Become something more than a talented child trying to understand forces that should probably terrify you. Or stay here, rely on your friends and your village. Move forward at a pace that leaves you vulnerable to every threat that's already converging on you. He moved toward the window. Think about it, Sasuke. You have until I leave the village, which, given current security protocols, will be sometime within the next 2 days before the ANBU perimeter becomes too restrictive to penetrate without genuine combat engagement. Why are you offering this? Sasuke asked, understanding suddenly that this was the real question, the one beneath all the strategic calculations. Orochimaru paused at the window frame. Because I was like you once. I wanted understanding for its own sake. I wanted to know how things worked, to see beneath the surface of existence and comprehend the fundamental principles. And somewhere in that process of seeking, I made choices that changed what I wanted. I became what I needed to become to get answers. But I never stopped understanding the pull of pure research, the seduction of knowledge pursued without agenda. He looked back. You're standing at the point where I stood, years ago. You can become what I became, someone who uses knowledge in service of reshaping the world. Or you can become something else, something I never had the discipline to be, something genuinely curious without needing to control what it learns about. I'm offering you the tools to make that choice conscious and informed rather than having it made for you by circumstances and pressures you don't yet understand. Then he was gone, slipping out the window with the kind of smooth grace that made it seem almost inevitable that he'd been leaving the entire time. Sasuke sat in the sudden quiet of the study room, staring at the ceiling scrolls that suddenly seemed both more and less interesting than they had before. Orochimaru was right about the acceleration. With proper mentorship, Sasuke could theoretically double or triple his rate of learning, could position himself to understand infinite Tsukuyomi's full architecture in months instead of years. But Orochimaru was also right that there was a cost. Not immediately, but eventually. There was always an eventually with someone like Orochimaru. When Kakashi arrived 2 hours later, responding to some kind of ANBU alert about Orochimaru's presence, Sasuke was ready with his decision. He offered to teach me, Sasuke said. Accelerate my research. Give me access to knowledge that would take decades to acquire on my own. Are you considering it? Kakashi asked, his voice very carefully neutral. No, Sasuke said. Because you'd use whatever we discovered to serve your own goals. I want understanding for its own sake. Not tools that I'll eventually feel obligated to apply in ways that match your vision instead of my own. I want to learn because knowing is valuable, not because knowing makes me a better instrument for someone else's agenda. He paused. Then, and you became what you became. That should tell you something. I'm choosing not to follow that path. Kakashi was very still for a moment. Then, what did he say when you declined? I haven't declined yet, Sasuke said. But I'm about to. I wanted you to know the context. I wanted you to understand that I chose staying here, with the village and you and Akira and Naruto, because the kind of understanding that requires isolation and compromise isn't the understanding I'm looking for. I'm looking for something else. Something that's harder to achieve, but worth the cost. And if that understanding requires you to make similar choices to the ones Itachi made, Kakashi asked quietly. Then I'll make them, Sasuke said. But I'll make them as myself, not as an instrument for someone else's vision. That's the difference. That's what I'm protecting. Kakashi nodded slowly. In that case, let's inform A and BU that Orochimaru has made contact and that you've declined his offer. They'll want to increase security protocols, and they'll want to make sure there's no follow-up contact. As Kakashi moved toward the communication system, Sasuke returned his attention to the ceiling scrolls. The knowledge was still there, waiting to be understood. The path was still there, stretching forward into an uncertain future. But at least now, moving forward, he would be moving towards something of his own choosing rather than something that Orochimaru, or Madara, or anyone else had already designed for him. That was something. That was, perhaps, the most important thing of all. Chapter 65. The barrier technique took 3 weeks to perfect, but when it was finally complete, it was beautiful in a way that Sasuke hadn't anticipated beauty being necessary. He designed it with Akira's help, drawing on what she was learning from the barrier specialists and combining that foundational knowledge with his own understanding of ceiling architecture from the scrolls. The concept was elegant, a technique that could be established over large or small areas, that could protect against external threats or isolate a space from external interference, that could be adjusted in real time by someone with 3-tomo perception to adapt to changing circumstances. But more than that, it was entirely clan-specific. It used the Uchiha's natural understanding of chakra flow patterns, leveraged the Sharingan's perception abilities, and required the kind of ceiling knowledge that only someone with access to the foundational texts could develop. It was uniquely suited to Sasuke, which meant it was uniquely powerful in his hands and increasingly difficult for anyone else to use effectively. They tested it in the training grounds at dawn, the kind of quiet morning where the village was still waking up and the world felt manageable because there wasn't yet enough activity to make it feel overwhelming. Akira stood at the perimeter of the designated testing space, barrier specification in hand, ready to provide adjustments if anything malfunctioned. Naruto was on standby, chakra ready to push against the barrier's structure and test its stability under sudden pressure. Sasuke stood in the center and began the seal combination, moving through the motions with the kind of precise grace that weeks of practice had developed. His hands traced the patterns, chakra following the pathways he directed it down, the 3-tomo spinning at a controlled rate that allowed him to adjust and correct in real time. The barrier bloomed outward from him in a visible wave of chakra, not destructive, not aggressive, but precise and controlled. It extended exactly 20 meters in every direction before settling into a stable state, the barrier forming a perfect sphere that enclosed the testing area. Now, Akira said, and Naruto moved. He rushed toward the barrier from the south, moving at what appeared to be full speed, preparing to strike the structure and test whether it would hold against kinetic force. He impacted the barrier about 10 meters in, and the structure held, his momentum transferring sideways instead of forward, sliding him along the barrier's surface without penetrating it. Good, Akira said. Hold it stable and let me adjust from here. Sasuke held the barrier, maintaining the 3-tomo's rotation at steady speed while Akira worked. His perception allowed him to see what she was doing. She was adding complexity to the barrier's underlying structure, adding secondary layers that would allow for differentiated control, adding the capability to protect against jutsu-based attacks, as well as physical ones. It took about an hour. When it was done, the barrier was something other than what they'd started with. It was more complex, more capable, more nuanced. It could protect against multiple simultaneous threats. It could isolate from specific types of chakra manipulation. It could be adjusted mid-combat without collapsing the entire structure. Release it slowly, Akira instructed. Don't just drop the entire construct. Wind it down. Sasuke did, gradually reducing the chakra flow until the barrier began to contract, pulling inward in a controlled spiral before disappearing completely, leaving only the faint afterimage of where the structure had been. He was breathing hard. Maintaining that level of precise control for an hour was exhausting, even with a Sharingan to assist the process. But the exhaustion felt clean, felt earned, felt like the kind of fatigue that came from building something genuine rather than from simply pushing chakra around until impact happened. It's beautiful, Akira said, and there was genuine wonder in her voice. This is going to be remarkable in actual combat. It's elegant, Sasuke corrected, but he understood what she meant. The technique represented something beyond mere function. It represented the possibility that power could be expressed through precision and understanding rather than through raw force. That dominance could be achieved through control rather than violence. Later that afternoon, after Akira had left and Naruto had gone back into the village for whatever social obligations he had with his friends, Sasuke found himself alone in the training grounds, going through the barrier technique again, this time for his own understanding rather than for verification purposes. Kakashi appeared as the sun was setting, moving with the kind of inevitability that suggested he'd been watching the training session from a distance and had simply decided to become visible when it was complete. That's going to be one of the most dangerous jutsu you ever learn, Kakashi said, watching as Sasuke maintained the barrier against a light breeze that probably would have penetrated a lesser structure. Why? Sasuke asked, not looking away from his concentration on the barrier's structure. Because it gives you perfect defensive capability, Kakashi said. It removes the vulnerability that forces people to make difficult choices. With a barrier like that, you don't need to decide whether to protect yourself or someone else. You can protect both. You can isolate and control. And that kind of perfect defense can make a person stop thinking about the consequences of their choices because they'll believe they're safe from those consequences. Sasuke released the barrier and turned to face Kakashi directly. But it's not perfect. No, Kakashi agreed. Nothing is. But it's close enough that it could feel perfect, which is more dangerous than actually being imperfect. Perfection you know about is dangerous. Perfection you don't know you failed to achieve is catastrophic. They stood in the evening quiet for a moment, the training grounds emptying as other shinobi finished their sessions and returned to the village proper. What am I supposed to do when Madara comes? Sasuke asked finally. When Tobi decides that I'm a direct threat to his plan and that he needs to eliminate me? The same thing you've been doing, Kakashi said. Build something real. Real things are harder to destroy than illusions. That's the entire point of preventing infinite Tsukuyami. Not to make some kind of difficult choice about how to handle Madara's vision, but to preserve the possibility of real choice itself. To keep the world from becoming a painting, a fixed thing that can't change because it's been finalized into artistic vision. That doesn't feel like a strategy, Sasuke said. It's not, Kakashi agreed. It's a principle. Strategies will develop from it as situations change. But the principle, that real things matter,